Welcome to the project. In this project, we're going to create a Twitter clone using Next.js, Tailwind CSS, and Firebase. We're going to use Next.js version 12, Tailwind CSS version 3, and Firebase version 9 inside our project. As you can see from the final version of the project, we have 3 parts in the homepage, including the sidebar, widgets, and the feed sections. The sidebar includes the menu and the sign-in button. We are going to use the next-auth package along with Google OAuth for authentication. Once we click on the sign-in button, we are going to be redirected to a custom sign-in page. Here we can click on the Sign In with Google button, and on the next page we can choose our desired Gmail account. For example, I choose this one. Once we are signed in with a Google account, a session would be started and the picture of the user would be shown under the menu here and also at the input section here. Now we can post a new tweet. Also, we have the ability to like and leave a comment with this account. Here inside the input section, we can write our tweet with an image. For example, I just write a new tweet and add a new image by clicking on this icon. For example, I choose this image. Once we choose the image, we can see the preview of the image here. By clicking on the tweet icon, we are going to upload the image into the Firebase storage first. Then a new document is going to be created inside the posts collection of the Firebase database, which is, in our case, firestore. We are going to learn how to interact with firestore, including the CRUD operations, step by step inside the project. The post that we have created is going to be shown at the beginning of the feed section. Each post has a header, an image, and buttons. Each person can only like the post once and delete its own post here. The number of likes is shown here if the post has more than one like. Also, the user can leave a comment on any post by clicking on the chat icon. By clicking on this icon, a modal is going to pop up. We are going to use react-modal package to create this modal. Comments and likes are also recorded in the firestore, and they're going to be fetched each time the database is changed using the useEffect React hook. Let me leave a comment here. For example, I say, thank you, and I press on reply. Once we press on the reply, we're going to be redirected to the page specifically created for the post. So each post has its own page and comments of the post are shown here. Each comment can be liked and also can be deleted by the owner of the comment, like this. And we can also click on this icon to come back to the home page. On the right side, we have the widgets, which includes the search bar, the what's happening section, and also who to follow section. These news titles inside the what's happening section are dynamic and real and coming from a news API. By clicking on the show more button, we can see 3 more news titles each time. These users inside the Who to Follow section are also created using a user generator API. And by clicking on the Show More link, we can also see 3 more users each time. All the website is styled using only Tailwind CSS version 3.0, and the entire source code is available inside this GitHub repository, which you can find inside the resource section. You can also have a preview of the project from this URL, twitter.100jsprojects.com. In the next section, we're going to install Next.js and Tailwind CSS and create the beginning template. So see you in the next section. All right, welcome back. In this section, we're going to install Next.js and also Tailwind CSS for styling our project. First, we need to open the command window. I use command prompt. Let me increase the size to you can see it better. Let's open Google Chrome. And here we search for Next.js. Here in the search result, we click on nextjs.org, which is the official website of Nextjs. And here we click on documentation. As you can see, you need Node.js version 12.22 or later. So you need to install it first. And also, I think you need to have npm as well. If you're using npm or if you're using yarn, you should install yarn first. So we scroll down a little bit. Here you can see we can use npx create next app at latest to install Next.js. So we can copy this line of code and we go back to command prompt. I would like to create a project in my desktop, so I go inside my desktop using cd desktop, and I want to go inside a folder called course, but you can make the project wherever you want to do. And here I paste the code, and after a space I add the name of the project. I already practiced this project 3 times, so I want to put the name Twitter version 4, but you can name it anything you like. After pressing the enter, the installation process is going to start, and it's going to install packages like React, React-DOM, Next, and etc. I'm going to pause the video and I'll be back when the installation is completed. All right, the installation has been completed. As we get suggested here, we should go inside the folder and run npm run dev to see the result. But I want to see it first inside the Visual Studio Code. So I go to inside the folder. So cd Twitter version 4. And here we can use code space dot to open Visual Studio Code, or you can open the folder in any text editor you prefer. So now you can see that we have installed the Next.js, and we have some folders here, and also we have some config files. The folders we have, the first one is pages, that has the APIs of the Next.js, and then we have the app.js that covers all the project and wrap it. Then we have index.js, which is the homepage. Then we have the public assets, the files that people can have access inside the browser. Then we have the styles, that all the styles goes here. As we're using Tailwind CSS, we don't need to work on this folder as much. We can delete them, and we can install Tailwind CSS and directly install the project inside the components and also the homepage, which is index.js. So let's open the terminal here using control backtick. And here inside the terminal, we use npm run dev to start the server. The server is started on localhost 3000. We can open it just keeping the control and click here. So now, as you can see, we have localhost 3000 inside the browser, and this is the template that Nextjs gives us when we install it. And these are just the links to the documents inside next.js.org. So as you can see, the styling is not Tailwind CSS, just a normal styles. Now I think it's the time to install Tailwind CSS, and we just get rid of all of these, and we have just a hello world here. So in a new tab, we search for Tailwind CSS, and in the search result, we click on tailwindcss.com. This is the website we're going to use. I highly recommend to you read the documentation inside Tailwind CSS. This is the best documentation available I ever seen, and it's very easy to understand, and all is with the animations and something like that. So it's up to you. You can read it, but I'm gonna explain everything, all the syntaxes I use from Tailwind CSS in this project. So let's go to get started to install Tailwind CSS in our project, as we're using Nextjs. And Nextjs is a framework. So here inside the installation tab, we click on framework guides. And here we click on Nextjs. So we have 3 steps here. The first step we already done. We have installed Nextjs, and also we had cd into the folder. Now it's time to install Tailwind CSS and its peer dependencies via npm. So the first line is going to install the auto prefixer. So we copy this and we go back to Visual Studio Code. We don't need the comment prompt anymore, so we can close this. And here we stop the server using Ctrl+C, and we press Y here. Let me clear this. So we paste the link that we have copied from the website, and we press enter. The installation process is very short, and as you can see, now we have Tailwind CSS in our project. The next things we need to do is to initialize the Tailwind CSS by using this code. So this is going to initialize the Tailwind CSS and add some files like the config file that we're going to need later. So we paste the link and we press enter. As I mentioned, the Tailwind CSS, the tailwind.config file is created, and we need this file to add our JS files. So we go back to Tailwind CSS website, and here, as you can see in the step 3, we need to configure our template path. Here you can see inside the tailwind.config.js, we have to add these paths like pages and components. We already have pages folder, but we're going to create the components folder later when we are creating the Next.js components. So we're going to tell Tailwind CSS that always check these files, JS, TS for TypeScript if you're using TypeScript, and JSX and TSX. So we copy all of them and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside tailwind.config.js, we delete all of them and we paste the new code. The next step is simple as well. We need to add the Tailwind directives to our CSS. So this is our just the installing and telling the Tailwind CSS to use the basic styles, the components and utilities. I'm going to explain them later when we are using them, the basic styling and utilities. So let's just copy them and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside the styles folder, we go to globals.css, and here we delete everything and we paste these 3 lines of codes. I think we have finished everything. We just need to run npm run dev to see the result. So we just say npm run dev here, and we open our localhost 3000. We refresh the page. As you can see, the template is changed and the font is changed as well. So let's get rid of everything and just have some hello world. So we go back, we delete this home.module.css because we are not using module CSS styling in our project. We are using Tailwind CSS. So we delete this. We go to index.js. Let me decrease the size a little bit so you can see it better. After the head tag, let's first change the title. The title will be Twitter clone. And from after the head, we just choose everything until the last div. We delete them. And also we delete this style.container because this is related to that home file that we deleted here. So now if we save the file and we go to here, so we're getting some errors. The error is because we didn't delete the imports here. So we just delete these imports as well and save the file again, and we come back. Now it's completely empty. The title is Twitter clone. Let's add some hello world here. So now we're getting hello world here, which is completely styled by Tailwind CSS. And also the suggestion that I'm getting is because I've installed tab 9. I have tab 9 and I've got the pro version of tab 9, but you can use it the free one. If you're a student, you can get a pro version for free. Yeah, that was it for the templating and installing Nextjs and Tailwind CSS. The next step is just add our project to GitHub. The reason I'm adding the project to GitHub because we need to do it later when we are deploying the website to a vercel or Netlify. So this is going to be much easier when we are deploying our website using GitHub. So let's go to my GitHub. So we go to github.com. Make sure you're signed in with your account. It's completely free. Then here on the right side, let me zoom it, you can see here on the right top side, we click on the plus sign and we click on new repository. Here, we add a repository name. For example, I just say Twitter or Twitter version 4. I just leave it Twitter because I don't have it. It's available. And the description would be Twitter clone using next.js and Tailwind CSS. Just leave it public, or if you wanted to make it private, you can make it private for yourself. But as I'm giving this link to you for use, I just leave it top public. And here we click on create repository. All right, now we can use these lines of codes to add our GitHub to the Visual Studio Code. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. Inside the terminal, we stop the server using Ctrl+C, and I clear it here. First, we need to initialize the Git. So we just write git init, and we just add everything to GitHub using git add dot. Then we can add a message using git commit with a message of, for example, install next.js and Tailwind CSS. Then we can add the GitHub. We go back to GitHub and we just copied this line, git remote add origin, and this is the link of our GitHub, and we paste it here. After that, we need to copy these two lines as well. First, we git branch it, and finally, we git push it to GitHub. Now, if we go back to GitHub and we refresh the page here, we see that we have the page, Twitter, and we have two commits here. The first commit was automatically created by Nextjs here, but the next one we have done it, which is install Nextjs and Tailwind CSS. If you go inside, you can see which change you have done. For example, which packages you have installed in package.json. We have installed Tailwind CSS and its dependencies. And inside the index.js, we have deleted everything except we have the h1 tag saying hello world. And also in post, the other files like CSS, global CSS, we have changed it, and also the config.js. So whatever you done, you do inside your project, you can see and check it later inside the GitHub. It's very good for reviewing your code and getting better at reading codes. All right, so that was it for the first section of our project, the installation and getting the template. In the next section, we are going to start with the sidebar of our project. This is the final version of project from this URL, and we're going to create this sidebar in the next section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have installed Nextjs and Tailwind CSS, and we got the first template of our project. We got the hello world in the browser. In this section, we're going to create the sidebar component of our project. If you look at the final version of the project here, we can see that we have a logo here, the Twitter logo, some menu icons, a button, and also a mini profile including the name of the person and also the username. And if we decrease the size, we can see the responsiveness of the sidebar. After hitting the large breakpoint, we see that the menu changed only to icons, and also the menu profile is included just the image of the person. And also the button is disappeared as well. And after another breakpoint, which is the mobile size, a small size, we don't see the menu anymore. All right, so let's start by just creating the sidebar component inside Visual Studio Code. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. Here we go to index.js, and we just delete the hello world, and we break down our project first. If you look at the final version, we can see we have 3 main parts, including the sidebar here. We have the feed section, and also we have the widgets on the right side. The other things we have is the modal. If we want to reply a post, if we click on this icon, we can see that a modal pops up here as well. So we have 4 main sections in the project. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and here we break down the project. So first section is sidebar. Then we have the feed section. We have widgets. And finally, we have the modal. Let's create the sidebar components first. So inside here, in the main section, in the section like package.json level, we create a folder called components. And inside this folder, we create a file called sidebar.js. We can use RFC to create a React functional component. I'm getting this suggestion because I have installed an extension called let me show you here. If we go to view extensions, we have an extension called ES7 React Redux React Native Snippets. If you install this one, you get these kind of suggestions, so like a React functional component and etc. I highly recommend this extension. All right, so now we have the React functional component. Actually, in Nextjs, we don't need this import React from React, so we can delete it. So let's import this component inside index.js here. So here we just say sidebar, and we get an auto suggestion that VS Code is going to auto import sidebar components. So we click on this, we can see that the sidebar component is imported from a components folder. We close this, and if we look at our browser now, we can see that the hello world is changed to sidebar, which we are getting from here. So the next things, actually, we should put everything inside another tag, a main tag. So I'm at a main tag here, and we bring everything inside this main tag. So now we should get the same result because we just added an empty div called main. But it's better for the search engines to find our content inside this kind of tags, not only just a div. We call this kind of tags semantic tags because they have a meaning. If you use only div, it means that you're using non-semantic tags. All right. By the way, let's continue for the sidebar section of our project. Let's break down the sidebar one more time. We go to the final version. So here we have a sidebar component here, which includes a logo here. Then we have the menu, we have the buttons, and also we have the mini profile. Let's break down it inside the Visual Studio Code. So this div, first we have the Twitter logo, then we have the menu, then we have the button, and finally we have the mini profile. All right, so let's first create the logo of our sidebar. So here we add a div, and inside this div, we add a Next.js image component. We use this image component. This is the built-in component of React, and we need to import it as well. So just we click at the end of this image, and we can use Ctrl space to get the auto suggestions. The second auto suggestion is going to import image from next/image. You can see here. Let's close this, the left side, and also we bring this one here too, and we open our localhost 3000 on the right side. As you can see, we're getting an error. The error is saying that the image component is missing required src property. So src property is mandatory in image component. So here we added src, and the src would be, we just search for the Twitter inside Google, and we go to images tab. So I'm going to use this this one here. So here we right click and we click on copy image address, and we can paste it here. So now we should get another error. Then the next error is we need to have a width and height, or we need to have layout equals to fill. So this is mandatory as well for image tag. So here we add the width. Let's set the width to 50 and also the height to 50 as well. Okay. So the next error is they said that help.twitter.com, which we have used here, is not configured under images in your next.config.js file. So we need to configure whatever website we use for image tag. That is mandatory as well. So we just need to copy this, help.twitter.com, and we open the Explorer section. We go to View and Explorer, and we go to next.config.js here, and we should add the domain here. So we just need to add images equal an object, and the domains is equal to an array, and the first element is help.twitter.com. When we change something inside the next.config.js, we need to restart the server because we need to see the effect in this way. So we stop the server using Ctrl+C, and we can use npm run dev to start the server again. So we're restarting the server now. The error should be removed by now. We refresh the page. Now we are getting the logo. So everything worked fine now. Let's continue. So we have added the logo. So in the menu section, we start creating the menu items. I would like to create a component, separate component for each item, and then import them inside the sidebar component. So here we open the Explorer section and we create a new component, and we call this component sidebar menu item. So we just say sidebar menu item.js. So we can use RFC for React functional component. We can delete the import React from React, and we can, inside the sidebar.js, we import that. But first we create a div, and inside this div, we import that here. This one, sidebar menu item. We can use Ctrl+ to get the auto suggestion. Let's make it self-closing. And we can import it by using Ctrl+ again. So now we have imported sidebar menu item from the same folder, which is components. And let's check the browser now. Now we are getting sidebar menu item that we have here. For the icons here, the home icon and etc., we're going to use a website called Hero Icons. Hero Icons has the same owner of the Tailwind CSS. So it's completely compatible with Tailwind CSS. So let's search for Hero Icons here. So in the search result, we click on heroicons.com. First, we need to install this package. So we need to go to documentation, and we just scroll a little bit, and for using React or Nextjs, in our case, we can use npm install hero icons /React. So we copy this line of code. We go to Visual Studio Code, we stop the server, and we paste the code. And for using the icons, for example, here there is an example. We can use a breaker icon, for example. we just need to import it from hero icons / react / solid or outline. Solid is like a thicker and the outline is thinner. So the installation process has been completed. So we just need to run the server again. We don't need this hero icons menu tab anymore. We close it. So here, for the first one, we add a prop, and the first one is the name, and we just say text because I want to add the home. Like here, I want to say home and the icon. So we just add a text, and the text would be home for the first one. And the icon is going to be home icon. Like this. And we need to import it from hero icons. We just import home icon from hero icons / react, and also because we want to use the home, the thick one, we use solid. So we just add a / and we just say solid. Let's refresh the page. We should see the result now. Yeah, we already passed the prop, but we didn't use it inside the sidebar menu. Let's go to sidebar menu item.js, and here we can get the props here like this, or we can destructure it and we just get the text, and also we want to get the icon. So here inside the div, now we add the icon here. You can see the icon here, but it's huge. So let's decrease the size by just adding a Tailwind CSS class, which is just set the height to be 7. Now we can see it smaller here. And after the icon, we add a span. And inside the span, we just add the text that we are getting here. That is home. So we go back to sidebar.js and we copy this one few more times. In the final version, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 items. So we need to copy this 7 more times using Alt Shift arrow down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So now we need to change just the text and we add the new icon. So the next text will be explore, and the icon is #icon. Just write #icon. So we're getting this suggestion, auto suggestion, but we don't want it from solid. We want it from outline. So we just manually we can get it. So we just go up and we import #icon from hero icons outline. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, we can see the hashtag and explore. The third one is notification. And the icon is bell icon, which is from outline as well. So we're getting the suggestion, build icon, outline, and solid. So we choose outline here. We can see now here. The next one is messages. And the icon is inbox icon. I think I imported home icon, hashtag inbox. That's fine. So let's continue. The next one is bookmark. Yes, sorry, bookmark. And the icon is bookmark icon. And this is going to be from outline as well. So we can see it here. Let me increase the size here. You can see it better. The next one is lists. And the icon is clipboard. Clipboard icon from outline. And then we have profile, which is user icon. And finally, we have more, which is the dot horizon, dot circle horizon icon. This one. All right, so we have created the menu. We have completed. Next, let's go to the next part, which is the button. We just create a button and we just say tweet. You can see here. Later we're going to style it, but just for now we'll leave it here. And then we have the menu profile, which has the div, and inside the div we have an image. We have the another div that is covering username and the user first name and family name, and also the username. And also we have another icon, which is the ... horizon icon. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we add the image first. We use img tag. Let's just bring an image. I just choose my image from online. So you can put your own name, your own image. So I just get this image, copy image address, and we go back and put it inside src. We can see it here. The alt would be user image. And then after the image, we have, as I mentioned, we have another div that is covering two things, the name and the username. So for the name, we just add a h4 tag and I just write my name. Then we have a paragraph. We add my Twitter username, which is code with Sehan. Yeah, we can see it here. And also at the end, we have a ... horizon, which is horizon. And it's going to be from outline as well. Yeah, we can see it. This is very huge. Let's decrease the size, just adding height of 5, for example. All right. So we have completed the sidebar components and the items. Now let's start styling it. If we look at the final version, we can see that the icon and the menus, they have a hovering effect. So when we hover over them, we can see a different color in the background. So, but the background color of the menu is gray, but the icon is blue. And here is gray too. So if we do a styling for each of them individually, it's going to be a lot of work. But we can use the a custom style of Tailwind CSS and create one class that is covering all of them. So we can use for all of them. So we can do that and simply add one class to each item, and we get the same result for everyone. So let's do this and see it inside the real example. So for creating a custom class, we need to go to inside the Tailwind global.css file. So first, let's add this custom style here and see the effects in real time when we are doing the classes. So we have the logo. So this div that is covering the logo, we add a class called hover effect. Oh, we just make it like this. And we can use this one for the other places as well. For example, for the mini profile, we add this one too. And also we want to add it to a sidebar menu item as well. So in this div that is covering everything, we add this hover effect class as well. Now, if we create this hover effect class, we can see the result in all of them. So for creating them, we need to go to globals.css. So we open the Explorer section using Ctrl B, and we go to a styles folder here, and we go to globals.css. Here we can add our custom styling component. We just need to add layer here, and we just say components. And inside this, it's going to be that class that we want to define. And the name of that class was hover effect. So we open a set of curly braces and we apply our classes using apply here. Let's refresh the page and see the effects. So we just need to just add our first class. I want the cursor to be pointer when we hover over the element. If you hover over the elements, we can see a pointing hand. So next one is change the background color when we hover over it. So we change the background color to gray 200. You can see the gray color. Then let's make it rounded. So we add a rounded corner. You can see the rounded corner here. Then let's change the width and height. So width, it would be 52 pixels. And also, this is when we have a mobile size. So this is a small, but when we have a larger screen in the larger breakpoint, like XL breakpoint prefix, we want the width to be auto. So now if we increase the size of the browser to larger screen, you can see that the width is auto, it's the size of the screen. But when we have a smaller screen, we have a smaller rounded one. Maybe now looks a little bit weird, but first wait, we keep continue and complete the styling and you can see the result. Very nice. So now we want to add the height. So for the mobile size, I want the height or less than X large size. We want the height to be 52 pixels. And for the XL breakpoint prefix, we want the height to be auto as well. And when we have a larger size over X large, we want we add a padding of 3. So in this size, we have some padding. All right. So let's keep this one bigger in the X large size. And let's bring the VS Code on the right side so we can see this section better. So we can install it in the big size first. So we finish with the hover effect custom style. We close this global.css. And let's continue to install our sidebar more. For example, we bring this home next to the icon and also this one as well. So we go to sidebar menu item, which is for the individual items. Let's bring them next to each other here by changing the display to flex. You can see now they came next to each other, but they are not aligned with each other. So we can change the items, align item center, or you can say item center for Tailwind CSS. So we bring them next to each other. I mean horizontally. Then we change the text to be gray 700. A little bit brighter, and we change the justify content to be center as well. Now it went to the center of the screen actually, but actually I want them to in the larger screen to be at the beginning. So in the X large breakpoint prefix, we change the justify from center to start. So it comes to the beginning. Then let's change this size of the text to be large. And also let's add some space between the icon and the text using a space X3. You can see the space now. I want this home to be bold, but I don't want the others to be bold. So for sidebar.js, for the home section, the sidebar menu item home, I add an active attribute, and we import it from sidebar menu item here. And here in the text span, I add a class name, but make this one for using variable. So I use a backtick, and I just say if it is active, the active is true, then make the font bold. So you can see that only home is bold now. And the next things I want to do is make this text hidden when this when the browser's screen is smaller or less than x large. So first we make it hidden, so we don't see it now, but for the x large and above, I want it to be inline so we can see it. Now, if we have a smaller screen than this, we don't see the text. Let's keep continuing and install this button, the tweet button. So we go back to sidebar.js, and in the button section, we add some styles to the button. So we add a class name, and the first class, we just want the background to be blue 400, which is similar to the real Twitter. Then let's change the text color to be white, and we make it rounded using rounded full. And we need just to add some like a width and height to make it similar to the Twitter's one. So the width would be 56 and height to be 12. We make the font to be bold, and we can add a shadow effect as well using Tailwind CSS easily by just saying shadow, and we make it small, a medium shadow like this. And for hovering, I want it to be a little bit darker when we hover over it. So we just say hover, and we change the brightness to be 95%. So 5% less when we hover over it. You can see now. And also, let's make the tweet text to be a little bit larger by just saying text large. Similar to one we did with this text, I want this button to be hidden when we have a smaller screen. So I make it hidden when we have a mobile size. And in the X large breakpoint prefix and above, I want it to be inline. So now when we have a smaller screen, we don't see the button. Okay, let's go. Let's continue for the menu profile section. So inside sidebar.js, we go to menu profile section, and after this hover effect, let's first change the text color to be gray 700. Then let's change the display to flex to bring them next to each other. And similar to what we did before, we bring them horizontally next to each other using items center. And we can use justify center to bring it to the center horizontally. That the items was I think vertically. This is horizontal. Yeah. Justify center. As you can see, it goes to the middle, but we can fix that. Just say, we can say more than x large. We just say justify start. All right. Let's add some margin top of auto. This is going to help us when we have a like a smaller zoom level. This one comes to the end. But now it's not happening because we need to set the height of the screen to be at least at the size of the screen, like a min height screen. So inside index.js, we go to menu and we add a class name. First, we change the display to flex because I want all of them to be next to each other. Then we change the min height to be screen. So now, and then we set the max width to be 7XL. What does mean? First, let me change the MX to auto. It means margin X auto. So it comes to the center. You can see. Let's add a just background color of red 100. You can see it, what's happening here. So we change the max width to be 7XL. So for the 100% zoom level, we have some space here and here equally. The reason we have equal space because we use MX auto here. And we have this red to the end. So because we have the minimum height screen. So let's remove this background red color because I just added for explaining that. So that is fine now. For the sidebar, for the top level div, which has we have here, that is covering everything, we add a class name and we want to, we change the display to flex, but I want it first to be hidden because in the mobile screen, I don't want to have a menu, but in the mobile screen and above, let's change the display to flex so we can see them, but flex bring them next to each other like this. So we can change the flex direction to column, flex direction to column. So they come back on top of each other. Now the mini profile is at the end. So as I mentioned, I want this always to be at the end. So that's why we added the margin top auto for this mini profile. So let's increase the zoom level to 100%. Then you can see that because the width is very high, because this is very long, but we can fix it here. We just say for this div, first we add a padding of 2. So they a little bit they push to the center. And let's for the X large and above, we change the items to start instead of item center. And I want it to be fixed because when if you look at the final version, when we are scrolling down, I want this sidebar menu, it always be there. I don't want it to scroll down. So I change it to be fixed here to do that. Okay, it's fixed now. And then let's set the height to be full. The reason I'm doing that, because we changed the position to be fixed, so we don't have this margin top effect anymore. So that's why we need to change the height to be full here. You can see now the effects here. Let's continue for the user profile section. So we go back to mini profile. Let's increase the size of this again. So now let's make this name to make it bold, which using font bold. You can see here. And let's decrease the size of the image. So the image should have a class name, and we set the height and width to be 10. So just say height 10 and width 10. And we make it rounded. My picture was rounded actually by default, but if you're using your image, probably if you don't have a rounded image, make this one rounded full. For this username, let's change the color to gray. Just say text gray 500. And let's add some space between the image and these things using, for the X large and above, I want a margin right of 2 to add here. And for the dot dot horizon, I want the margin left. So for the X large and above, we add a margin left of 8. You can see it looks like this. And I think that is fine, but I want this to be a little bit next to each other. So we can add a leading 5. So add a space of 5 here between them. So the same things we did for here, we do for this mini profile. So I want this text, username, and dot horizon to be hidden when we have a smaller screen. So for this one and this one together. So I add a dual cursor here using Alt. And first I want it to be hidden, but in the X large and above, I want it to be in line. So now in the smaller screen, we don't see them. So, and then also for the logo, I want the background to be blue instead of this color, which is gray. So let's go style this logo. First, let's remove this padding around it, which is coming from the image probably we have. So we remove the padding using padding 0. And also let's change the background color when we hover over it from gray to blue. And just say 100 is enough, like this. And also it looks like not circle, so we can add some padding in the X axis. We just say if it's bigger than X large, let's add a padding X of 1. So now it looks better. And also, so let's add some space between this menu and this button. So for this div that is covering all the items, first we add a margin top of 4, so add a space between them and the logo. and we add a margin bottom of 2.5. 2.5 is equal to 10 pixels. Now we have the space. Then also in the X large and above, I want the items to be at the beginning. So it says say items start. Now you cannot see the effect, but when we are adding all the other parts like feed and other section, we can see the effect. But just for now, we have everything. Okay, that was it for the sidebar menu. Let's add it to the GitHub now. We stop the server using Ctrl+C and we add everything to GitHub using git add dot. And with the message of, we just use git commit -m, and the message is create sidebar component, and we push it to GitHub using git push. Now, if we go to GitHub and we refresh the page by clicking on this Twitter, we should see 3 commits. And the last one is create sidebar component. So as you can see, we created the sidebar.js file inside components folder. We created sidebar menu item for each menu. And for the next.config.js, we added our the Twitter link. We installed hero icons. And finally, in index.js, we added the sidebar component. And for the globals.css, we added a custom utility, custom style for the Tailwind CSS, and the name was hover effect. Yeah, that was it for our sidebar section of our project. In the next section, we start with the feed section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sidebar section of our project. In this section, we're going to create the feed component of our project. If you look at the final version of the project, we can see that for responsiveness, if you have a smaller screen, you see this feed section is just this much away from the wall, but in the bigger screen, it's just in the center. And when we go to the smaller screen, in the mobile size, it covers all the screen. In this section, we're going to create only the header part of the feeder, and also we're going to create these borders as well. So with that, we have a div here, which we can make a component for it. And also we have here the header at the top. The header itself has 2 parts. Just this home, and also we have an icon which we can get from the hero icons as well. The icon has a hover effect similar to the one we created for the items. So we can use the same hover effect for this icon. So let's go to Visual Studio Code. Let's increase the size and we go to index.js. We don't need the sidebar anymore. So we close it. And here, just after the sidebar, we create another component. So we open the Explorer section, and inside the components folder, we create another component and we call it feed.js. We can use RFC to create a React functional component as we did before. We don't need this import from React because we are using Next.js. And let's import this component inside index.js. We just write feed and we get this auto suggestion, and by clicking on this auto suggestion, we're going to automatically import feed from components folder. Let's close this tag. Now, if you check the browser, we can see the feed here. The reason it's just under the sidebar because the sidebar's position is fixed. If you remember, in sidebar.js, we made the top layer div here. We made the position fixed. So when you do fixed position, this div goes outside the original div, which is this div here, the main div, and just goes on top of everything. So in order to fix this, we can just for the feed, we add some margin left. So we push this section, the feed section, to the right side. So let's do this first. So in the top div here, we add a class name for adding the Tailwind CSS classes. And for the X large, which is the big sizes, we add a margin left of 370 pixels. Let's save this and see it in the browser. Now this part came here. Let's add the border too, so we can see it much better, because we only have a text here. It's very hard to understand what we are doing. So let's add a border to the left and right. So we just say border left and border right. And we set the min width to a certain position because we don't have any content, so it's going to be shrink. So in order to prevent it, so we add in the X large, we set the mean width to be, for example, 576 pixels. Actually, these numbers I've found by trying an error. So you can do it for yourself too. So now we have a border in the left and the right. So you can see this is a minimum 576 pixels. And but the problem is when we have a smaller screen, you see that again, it connects to the wall. So we can add another things, margin left. We just say above a small screen. In mobile screen, we don't want any margin left, but after that, we want a margin left of 73 pixels. Now, if you check, this is the feed, this is the right border, this is the left border. So this is correct, but we see that it's very small because we don't have anything there. So we need to have something, but we can fix this one. Instead of doing min width, we can add flex grow instead. So we just say flex grow. Flex grow is going to push this one to the end. But because we don't have anything on the right side, so this is covering everything. Now we can add a max width. It's the maximum width. I want it to be x large, which is equal to 576 pixel when we added the min. If you remember, we added the min width, 576. Now we added the max width of, this is the different way. You can use both of them. So you see that now we have this size in the big screen. We have the same size as well. And when we have a smaller than mobile size, it covers all of them. All right, that's it for the positioning it. Let's start with the header part. So instead of feed, we're going to have a div. And inside this div, we're going to have a h2 tag, which is saying home. Let's bring this one on the right side so we can see this one on the left side. Let's close this. Okay. So now after this h2 tag, we get another div. And inside this div, we're going to add that icon, the sparkless icon. So we can just write sparkless icon. It only has one S actually. So this is the suggestion. We're going to import it from hero icons /react /outline. So we press that, we delete this one. And we should see it now. It's huge because we are getting the full size. So let's set the height to be, for example, 5. Now we can see it here. So now here we can add a flex to bring them next to each other. And also we can, like we add a padding in the y-axis of 2. So we push them this way and we have a padding of 3 in the x-axis. And also we can, we want to make it sticky. Position is sticky helps us to keep this one always at the top. Because we don't have any content, we cannot show it here. But in the final version, we can see, just pay attention to the top section. When I'm scrolling down, this section is always at the top. So we need to make it, position it as sticky. So we added the sticky position here. Then we can add, we want to keep it at the top. So we just change the top to 0. And also I want it to always be at above of others. So we change the Z index to 50. And also we change the background color to white because as a default, it's transparent. The div, and empty div is always transparent. And also we want to have a border at the bottom. So you can see the bottom border, and the border color should be gray and just 200. Yeah, that was it for this part. Let's install this home So the home has a text of large. When we have a mobile screen, and for the bigger sizes, let's make the text to be large. Sorry, extra large, because we already have large. Let's set the font to be bold, and let's set the cursor to be pointer. So when we hover over it, we see a pointing hand. So when we have a bigger screen, we should see it bigger, because we set the text to be X large after small. And for this sparkless icon, I want it to be on the right side and has that hover effect that we created before. So we added the hover effect now. So now we should see a background color of gray, but this icon is still not in the center. We can use flexbox to bring it in the center. So we just say flex and item center, and as you know, the justify center. So bring it exactly in the center. And also I wanted to make it smaller, the circle around it. So we remove the padding X. We make it 0. And let's set the margin left to auto to bring it to the right side, like this. I'll set the width to be 9 and height to be 9 too. So now it's a smaller, and on the right side, the reason I added this padding X0, if you don't have it, in the larger screen, you see that the icon gets very small like this. This is for the default margin. So when you have this margin, padding, default padding, if we have a padding of 0, we always see it the same size. The only thing we forgot is to put the border color for the main feed as well. So we just say border gray 200. It's a little bit different, but we want to keep it consistent. So the same color for here and the down section. Yeah, that was it for this design. In the next section, we're going to create the input section of the feed component. So let's first stop the server and add everything to GitHub. So get add for adding it, get commit for a message, and the message would be create feed component and its header. All right, we push it to GitHub. Let's check it here. We refresh the page. Now we should see another comment. So we have 4 commits, and the last one is create feed component and its header. So the only things we did is to create a feed.js component, and we just created a div that is covering the header section. that has a h2 tag and also an icon. And also we added this component to the index.js. So in the next section, we're going to create this input section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the header part of the feed section. In this section, we're going to create the input section. If you look at the final version of the project, you can see that, let me draw it. We have a div here that has an image on the left side, like this div. And then we have another div that is covering the input section and also the down section. So this is the input. And finally, we have another div that is having two icons from hero icons, and also we have a button. The icons has the same hovering effect as we created here. So we can use the same hover effect class for these icons as well. For the input, as you can see, we have a placeholder of what's happening. And if you write something, you can see that this is scrollable, and also you can change the size of this as well. Okay, for the opening the images and opening the emojis, we do it later. We just now make the UI, and for the image as well, we have a hover effect. So just now we are making the UI of our projects. Later, we're going to add functionality to the project. For the input section, we're going to create another component. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and we keep open the localhost 3000 on the right side. Let's open the Explorer section using Ctrl B, and we create a new component and we call it input.js. We can use RFC to create a React functional component. We don't need this import React from React because we are using Nextjs. And let's import this and bring it to index.js. Let's close this sidebar. And no, we need to add it to the feed.js, sorry. So just after this div that we had our header, now we add the input component. We can auto import it, and we close the tag. If you refresh the page, we should see the input now, the text that we are getting from here. All right, let's start with the inside this div. First, we add an image tag for the image here. So I'm going to again use a static image, but later we are going to get this image from Google. So as I can use the same image we were using for the sidebar, this image here. So I can get it here as well. You can just right click and copy image address. So we get the image address again. The alternative text can be user image. After the image, as I mentioned before, we have a div that is covering both the input and the bottom section. So one input here, one div there, and also another div that is covering the text area. So here we add a div, and inside this div, we add another div, and inside the div, the second div, we add the text area. So we just say text area. You can use contour space to add the auto import. We don't need the name or ID. And also we don't need columns for this one. But for the row, we just choose, maybe 2 is enough. So we can see it here, the text area. We just add a placeholder, and the placeholder would be what's happening. Just as you can see here, we got the placeholder as well. And let's style it later. So after this div, we're going to have another div that is covering our images and also the button, as you can see from the final version, these icons and also the button. So we add the div, and first thing in the div is the emojis, but we put both of the emojis inside a div because we want to use the flex box and bring them next to each other. So we use another div for the icons, and the icons we're going to use is photograph icon and also emoji happy icon. So I can use photograph icon, this one. We are getting the auto suggestion. Let's close this. We should see it now. And the next icon is emoji happy icon. This one. Let's make these emojis smaller. So I add a dual curse using Alt. I add a class name. And we just set the height. Maybe height. Yeah, height. We set it to be 10. It's a bit big now, but I want to add padding. So the padding is going to push it inside. So that is fine. So we just add a width of 10 as well. So later I'm going to style it. Let's continue and finish and add the button as well. I would like to always create everything first and then style it. So first here we add the button. The button, we just say tweet. Okay, you can see everything now. Let's start styling our project. First, we start this image and make it smaller. So we add a class name for image, and we set the height and width to 11. Then we make it rounded. Actually, my image is rounded, but if you're using a square image, you should make it rounded like this, rounded full. And we add a cursor pointer. So we have a pointing hand when we hover over the image. And finally, when we hover over it, I want to change the brightness to be 95%. So it becomes a little bit darker when we hover over it. Yeah, that was it for the image. Let's bring everything next to each other. So we, in the above div, I add a class and I make the display flex. So we bring everything next to each other. And we add a border at the bottom. So border bottom, we add, for Tailwind CSS, we just need to say border B. We can see it here. Then we change the color of the border to gray 200 to make it consistent for the above and other things. Then we add a padding of 3. So we push everything inside like this. And we add a space between them. So we just say space 3. You can see the space between the image and these things. And the other things we want to do, I want to make this one to have the full size. From here, we have it. So in the div that is covering everything, we just add the width of full. But still, we cannot see the full. We need to add this width full to the class text area as well. To text area, we add a class name, and we set the width to be full as well. Now we see that this came until here. For styling the text area, I always recommend to install a package called Tailwind CSS Forms. Tailwind CSS Form package actually is going to package, or we call it plugin, is going to add a basic styling for forms in our project. And when we're using our website in different browsers, we don't see a different shape or different things. I always, when I install this plugin, I never had any problem with the forms because different browsers treat the forms in a different way. So in the Google, we search for Tailwind CSS Forms. And in the search result, just skip the first one. The second one is a GitHub repository. And the name is Tailwind Labs /Tailwind CSS -forms. So we click on this. First, we need to install it. So we copy this npm install code. And we go here, we stop the server using Ctrl+C, and we paste the link, we paste the code here, and we press enter. The next things we need to do, we go to tailwind.config.js, and we add this plugin here. Inside the plugins, we add this Tailwind CSS form. So we copied this from required to the parentheses, and we go to tailwind.config.js, and inside the plugins, we paste the link. Just require, and inside the parentheses and a set of codes, we just write add Tailwind CSS /form. Now, if we start the server using npm run div, we should see a change inside the form. Let's refresh the page. Now we can see that we have a different form. We have like borders, and when we focus on the form by clicking on it, we see a border change to blue. So let's close this tailwind.config.js file, and let's continue to style our text area. Next things, we remove the border using border noun. So, and then when I focus, I don't want to see this blue line as well. So here we just say if we focus, I want the ring around the border to be 0. So now we don't see it anymore. Let's change the like a font size, and we just say text to be large. And let's change the color of the placeholder. So we just say placeholder, and we set the color to be gray 700, which is a little bit darker. And I want the more space between the characters of the what's happening. So we can use tracking wide. Just pay attention to it. You see a little bit space. It's like a line spacing in the text, but for the placeholder, we just add tracking wide. And we set the min height of this to be 50 pixels. This is the height from here to here. And then let's add a border here. So we separate it like this. And before that, let's change the color of the text too. So when we write something here, I want the text to be gray 700. Okay. So that's it for this part. Let's add this border at the bottom, like the one we have in the final version, this one. You see it's moving too. So we can do a trick here. Here, here we can add, we just say divide. So divide this part and this part in a y-axis. And we set the color of the divide to be gray 200. Actually, we need to change, we put this one here in the top div because we want to divide the text area and this div here. So we should put it here. So now we can see it. And I deleted that width full. So that's fine. This part. So let's start styling this emoji, the icons and the button. As I mentioned before, we're going to use the same hover effect we added for the icons. So for both of these, we add a dual cursor and we add the hover effect class. Now we should see something behind when we hover over them. And let's add some padding here. So the padding would be 2, which is 8 pixels. You can see it like that. And I don't want the background color to be gray. I want it to be a bluish color. So we can use a color called a sky, which is similar to blue, but it's different. So we just say, first we change the color of the icons by using text sky. And the amount of the color I want to use is 500. And for the background color, so when we hover over it, I want the background color to be a sky, but 100. So it's like this. Then I want the icons to be next to each other. So here at the div that is covering the icons, we change the display to flex and we bring them. That is enough. I want this button to be here. So we change the display to flex here as well. And we bring them horizontally next to each other by using, vertically next to each other using items. We cannot see the result yet because the tweet, the button is still not styled. But you know that the item center and justify center is to bring the item inside the div vertically and horizontally center. So we add the item center and we add justify between. So push this one to the end. And we add a padding top of 2.5. So add some space between them and the top. So everything is working. Everything is nice for the icons and the input section. Let's refresh the page. Let's style this button. For the button, we add a background color of blue 400. We change the text to be white. Let's add some padding X of 4 and padding Y of 1.5. Then we make it rounded using rounded full. And let's change the text to be bold by using font bold. And finally, we have we can just add a shadow effect by using shadow medium. And for hovering effect, I want when we hover over it, I want to change the brightness to be 95% as we did before for other things. The only things left is when it's disabled, like in the final version, its default is disabled. But when we write something, we see it's enabled. So the disabled version is different. So let's make the button to be disabled by default. So we just say disabled here. Now it's disabled, but as you can see, the styling is the same. So for disabled, we just say if disabled, I want, let's change the opacity to be 50%. So you can see the disabled is like this. So let's remove the disabled for now, but later we're going to disable it dynamically based on if someone upload the image or write something, we see it disabled. All right, but for now we just leave it like this. If that was it for the input section, let's add everything to GitHub. So we just say git add all, and we just commit a message, and the message would be add the input section of the feed component. So let's push this one to GitHub and we review what we have done so far. So we refresh the page by just clicking on this Twitter. Now we have 5 commits in our repository. And if we click on it, we can see the last one is add the input section of the feed component. We created inside the feed.js, we added the input component, and we created the input.js component inside the components folder. So we had an image for the user profile image, and then we had a div that is covering the text area and also the icons and the button. So, and also we have installed Tailwind CSS forms to add the basic styling to the forms. And we added this plugin to the tailwind.config.js. Yeah, that was it for the input section. In the next section, we start creating the post area. We create this post section. First, we create a dummy data for this for the post section, but later we're going to get all the post data dynamically from our database, which is Firebase. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the input part of the feed component. In this section, we're going to start creating the post section of this feed component. If you look at the final version of the project, let me zoom this a little bit. We want to create this UI, but with some dummy data. We create an array of 2 objects, and we're going to create some fake data for 2 posts, and we're going to use these data to create our posts. But later, when we finish creating the UI part, we can start using the real data from Firebase and fill this post. But for now, we just use the dummy data. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and we open our local host 3000 on the right side. Inside the feed.js, so after the input, we're going to create the post data. But first, we're going to create the dummy data, as I mentioned. So we create a constant, and we call it posts. And this is going to be equal an array, and inside the array, we have an object. So the first element is an ID, and we just set it to be 1. Then we have the name. I just put my name, but you can use your own name. Then we have username. I just write, don't forget to add this comma. I add my Twitter username, quote with the hand. Then we have the user image. So I can use the same image I used before, which is this one. I can copy the image address and paste it here. After that, we have the post image. The post image we can find from some websites like unsplash.com. So I search Unsplash. So in the search results, we click on unsplash.com. Here we search for some photos. For example, I search for nature, and we can get any pictures. But this is fine. We just click on it and right click and click on copy image address. Then we paste the link here. After the image, we have 2 more things. First is the text of the tweet. which is, for example, I say nice view. Then finally, we have the timestamp. Later, we're going to get it dynamically from Firebase timestamps function. But now we just write, for example, 2 hours ago. Okay. So this is the first post. Let's make another one. So add a comma here and copy this one time using Alt-Shift arrow down. Just change this ID to 2. The name and the username and the user image can be similar, but for the image, we choose another image. So anything like this. We click on it and copy image address. So we change the second image. All right. The text, we just say, for example, wow. And the timestamps, this one, for example, 2 days ago instead. It's not important, these things. So we're just making some fake data. Now we're going to use this data and create the post. So we close this unsplash.com website, and here we can create another component, and we call it just here, we call it post.js. And we can use RFC to create a React functional component. And we don't need this import, as I mentioned before, because we are using Nextjs. All right. So inside the feed.js, we're going to loop through these two posts after this input. So we loop through it using map function, and we can get each post here, and we can return, directly return that post component that we have created. We just need to import the post. So we use control space to get the auto suggestion. All right, now we can pass the data. This one should be posts, actually. So we get each post here, and the key can be, because we need a key for map function. So the post.id can be a key because it's unique. Then we can pass all the posts, and we get it inside there. So we pass this as a prop, and inside post.js, we can get it here as a prop, but we can destructure it just now, and we get the post. So here, we can just get the post.id, so we can see it here. So we got 1 and 2. I don't know what this post is, so let me check. So inside feed.js, that is fine. Let me refresh the page. Yeah, that was the catch from the last one. So we got the 1, 2, the IDs. So we're getting both of the posts. So let me show you how we're going to create this post. So let me draw it for you. So this is the div that we have everything inside it. This is the div. Then we have one div here that is covering the image, or we just can use the image tag. Then we have another div on the right side. All right. Here at the top, we have a div that is covering this code with Sahand. Sorry, Sahand revidel, the username, the timestamp, and also we have this logo. So this is one div, but inside it has another div. So this is a div 2, and this is a div. And then we have this caption or text here. Then we have the image. And finally, we have another div that is covering all the icons. So this is the way we have to create. So I'm going to break down this. So it's very confusing because a lot of divs inside each other. Because if you make one mistake, you cannot style it easily. So let me break down this inside Visual Studio Code. So inside post.js, let me delete this. So this div is the div that is covering everything, the yellow one I created. Then we have the image. So we have the image here. And here we have the right side. Okay. So the right side is a div. Then inside the right side, we have one div at the top for the header. So we have the header, which has the div. And this div includes one div here, and this is the icon. So here we have the, for example, user info, we can say, or post user info, after which is a div. And after that, we have this icon. So we have the icon here, the dot icon. Okay. So after this div that is header, we have the text, the post text. After this, we have the image, the post image. So the first one was the user image. And after the post image, we have the icons here, which includes a div. All right. Now we have everything. We can fill them up easily. So that is the way I recommend when you want to create something. First, you break down the what you're going to do, so you can do it better. So, and then everything will be similar for everything because you're using the component base as creating. Okay. So let's start with the user image. For the user image, we just can, let me keep it on the right side. We can use a img tag, and the source would be similar because I'm using, because we brought the post here. So it would be post.user img. Okay, we are getting 2 because it's 2 toasts. There are 2 posts inside, and we are getting from the dummy data from here. The alternative is user image. Then on the right side, for the header, we have the the post user info. So first we have a h4 which just getting the post dot name. Okay, because the names are similar as well. After this h4 we have an span, and the span is post dot username. Okay, and finally after that we have that timestamp, so we can get the post dot time stamp, which is 2 hours ago. Okay, so we have everything here. After that we have the icon, which is dot horizon icon from hero icons. Here we're getting this suggestion, so we click on the auto suggestion and we're going to auto import it from hero icons / react / outline. We should see now and there are two, because it's very big. Let me decrease the size real quick. We just set the height to be, for example, 10. So now we go to the next part, which is post text. And this is going to be a paragraph, and this is post dot text. We can see now nice view, and the second one is view. Wow. Post image. That is an img tag, and the source is post dot image. Or I think I used img. Let me check. So in feed.js, yeah, img. So we just change this one to img. We should see the images as well. For the icons, we're going to use 5 icons. So the first icon is chat icon. So it's going to be chat icon. From outline, we import it. Yeah, we can see it. Let's make it small as well. So this one, I just set the height to be 9. All right. So we need to copy this few times, 5 times, and the second icon is trash icon. Let's import it too. The third one is heart icon. You can see here chat icon, trash, and heart. Next one is share icon. This one, and the last one is chart bar icon. Okay, now we got all the icons, and everything is done. We just need to style our post section. So let's start with the image, with the user image. So we add a class name here. let's make it smaller first by just saying the height to be 11, and we set the width to be 11 as well, and we make it rounded. I would say again, because my picture is round, I don't need to make it rounded, but the picture we are getting later from Google is actually is square, so we need to make it rounded. And let's install this part of, let's bring everything next to each other. As I mentioned, we have a div that is covering the image and the rest of us, the rest. So in this, the main div at the top, we changed the display to flex. So everything comes next to each other. The image is in the left. The everything else is on the right side. And let's add some padding. So we make a padding of 3 to push everything to inside. We add a cursor to be pointer because everywhere in the host I want to see a pointing hand, because later when we click on the post, we're going to be redirected to a new page. So we need to have a cursor pointer. And let's add a border bottom. Here we can see the border. And let's change the color of the border to be gray 200, as we did for the previous things. So for consistency, we do that. Let's add some margin to the right side of the image. So the image here, we add a margin right of 4. That's fine. Let's start styling this part. So we bring everything next to each other and we put this icon here. And also we want this icon to be similar to this one. Same effect. Background blue and like a blue color as well. So let's first create the icon. So we're going to use the same hover effect class that we have created before. So we're going to use the same one. So now it has the hover effect, but let's add the width to be 10 too, so it becomes like a circle. And when we hover over it, I want the color to be blue, not like now, which is gray. So the background color, I want it to be sky, which is very similar to blue, like this. And also the color of these dots, I want it to be blue as well. So when we hover over it, I want the text color to be sky, but this one 500, like this. And also let's add some padding. So we push it a little bit inside like this, and this is the one we're looking for. All right. So let's bring these 3 next to each other, which is these 3. So we add a flex here, like this. But they're just connected to each other. So we can add a space X. Just one is enough, I think. And let's make this one bold. So this H4. So I want the text to be bold. And the text size, I want it to be 15 pixels. But when we this is for mobile size, but when we have a bigger screen than mobile, so after sm prefix, breakpoint prefix, we change the text size to be 16 pixels. And then when we hover over it, I want to see an underline. So we can just add a hover effect, pseudo class, and we just say underline. Like this. So let's bring everything. So let's install this code with the hand. Actually, for username, we need to add an ampersand here, like this. And after that, we need like a dash line. So let's continue with the username. So we install the username, and let's just make the text to be small, but in the mobile size and above, I want to change, make it 15 pixels. Okay. And for the timestamp, let's make this one text small as well. And above mobile size, let's make the text to be 15 pixels. Okay. And I want this one to have a underline too when we hover over it. So let's just say hover underline. Like this. So everything looks fine. The problem is if someone has a very small screen, you see that they go to the 2 lines. So we can prevent this. Just here, we can add a white space no wrap, which prevents going to the second, like this. Okay. So this is fine now. So let's bring this icon to the right side. We can simply do this one. This is the div here until here. Then we have the dot horizon icon. This is the div that is covering both of them. So we can add a flex here. So they go next to each other. We can bring them everything to the center using item center. Then we can bring this one on the right side by just say justify between. Like this. Then this one too, they are not in the same line. So we can add the item center here as well. The div that is covering all of them. Okay. This one looks fine. So let's install this text. The text is here, the post text. We add a class name. We change the color of the text to be gray. Let's make it like gray 800. make the text to be 15 pixels. And in the bigger size, we make it to be 16 pixels, which is the base one. Okay. And then we add some margin at the bottom of 2. So push that one a little bit down. I think that's fine for this for now. Let's install the image. You can see that everything we apply is going to be applied at the bottom too. For the image, we just make it rounded a little bit. So we just add a class name and we make it rounded to XL. And we add some margin right of 2, so you a little bit bring it to the left side. So that's it for this part. Let's install these icons. Let's bring them next to each other by just adding the flex display to flex. And we make them separated until here by just saying justify between. And we changed their color to be gray 500. And we add some padding of 2 to push them inside. So that's the same as we did for this icon. We're going to do it for here. So I add a cursor for all of them. We're going to set the width to be 9 as well. And we add the hover effect that we created before, that class. You should see a little bit of change. Then we add a padding of 2. So push them a little bit inside. And when we hover over it, we want to change the text color. I mean, the color of the icon to be, for some of them, I want to make it blue. Some of them red, like the trash icon and heart icon. So we just make it blue first as a default, like this. And also when we hover over it, I want the background to be a sky 100. So this is fine. We just, for the 2 icons we have, like trash and heart, we change the sky to be red. So here, and this one will be red, this one red, like this. But the red, I want the red to be 600, a little bit different. This one too, and the background would be red 100. Like this. You can see it here too. Okay. Let's make it bigger so we can see it in a bigger size. As you can see, everything is nice. Okay, that was it for the post section we have created. Let's add everything to the GitHub now. So we use git add all, and we can use git commit to add a message. And the message would be add the post section of the feed component. And we can push everything to GitHub by using get push. So let's review what we have done. We can refresh the page by clicking on this Twitter. Now we have 6 commits in our repository. And if we click on it, we go to and the last one is add the post section of the feed component. We just, inside the feed.js, we added a dummy data for 2 posts. Then we looped through it using the map method, and we got each post, and we pass it as a props to a component that we have created here. This one, the post.js, we created that one. So we added the image, and on the right side, we added the header, the icons, and etc. and the image, and we have styled it using Tailwind CSS. In the next section, we are going to start creating this search bar, and if it's not too long, we can create this what's happening section as well. So we're going to create this, start to create this widgets section. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the post section of our project. In this section, we're going to start creating the widgets of the project. If you look at the final version of the project, you can see we have a search bar at the top. And when we scroll down, the search bar is always at the top. So it's, let me show you here by drawing. So we have a div here at the top. Actually, we have a div that is called, that is for the widgets component. And then we have a div here at the top that is sticky to the top. Then we have another div that is covering both of the input and also the magnifier icon or search icon. So we're going to make the position of the input absolute in relative to this div, the red div, and add a margin left to it. So we bring it a little bit right, and we set this search icon in the left side. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we create our widgets component. So here in the components folder, we create a new file and we call it widgets.js. We can use RFC to create a React functional component. We don't need this import React from React as we're using Next.js. Then inside index.js, just after the feed component, we add the widgets. And we can import it using control space and click on the first auto suggestion. Let's close the tag and let's test it here. Now, if you refresh the page in the localhost 3000, we see that on the top we have widgets, which is coming from this text. So here, as I mentioned before, we have a div that is covering all the things, and we have a div that we are going to use for making the search bar sticky, and another div that is having both of the magnifier icon and also the input. So let's bring the magnifier icon, or in hero icons, it's called search icon. So here we can get the suggestion, search icon from hero icons / react / outline. We cannot see it. I think the size is very big. Let me bring this one here so you can see everything in real time. So we changed the size to be 5. So now we can see at the top. Let's add the input here as well. We just say input, and the type is text. That's fine. And we have a placeholder of search Twitter. You can see now. So as we use a plugin before for this input, this plugin is applied to this one as well. If you remember, we installed a plugin called Tailwind CSS Forms. So it has the basic styling now. Let's continue to style it more. We can, let's bring these two next to each other first by just using flex, display flex here. And we can just use as item center to bring them center vertically like this. Then let's add some padding of 3. So push them a little bit inside, and let's make it rounded full. So you cannot see it yet, but if you add a background color of, for example, red 300, you can see the color. And now I want this input to be exactly the same size of this div. But we can just only do this if we make this input, make the position of this input absolute in relative to this div. So we added relative to the div, and here for this input we add a position of absolute. Now you can see that it exactly went there, but it still have left 0 or right 0. We can remove that one using inset 0. Inset 0 means, if you look at here, it means top 0, right 0, bottom 0, and left 0, everything. So as you can see, now we cannot see even see the div because it's exactly like that div. But it's a square, the div is rounded. So we add the rounded for this one as well. So rounded full. And let's add some width and height or other things so we can see, make it bigger. So here inside the input, we can add a width and height, or we can add that width and height to the above div, this div. So we can add, for example, a width. For example, we say the width would be 90%. but we can add the upper div, we add the width. For the X large and above, we add the width to be, because in actually mobile size, we don't want to see the widgets. So as you can see, now we have 600 pixels here. And I want it to be hidden when we have a mobile screen, and in the largest size and above, I want it to be in line. If we test it now, we can see that when we decrease the size, we see, the reason we are seeing this one small because we don't have any content here yet. That is going to be okay. Don't worry about that, because in the final version we have what's happening and who to follow. So the size will be exactly like that then when we have this size. And then in the mobile size, we don't see it. Okay, let's continue styling this one. So we want the width to be 90%, but in the X large, I want it to be 75%. The width to be 75%. So you see it's smaller now. Then, as I mentioned before, I want this section to be sticky at the top. And we just add sticky and top 0. And I want the background to be white because the default is transparent. So if you don't make it white, when we are scrolling down, we just see the other content inside the search bar. Then we have a padding Y of 1.5. So you push it a little bit down. And let's make the Z index 50. So because I want it to be always at the top. But as you can see, we cannot see the magnifier icon or search icon anymore. So let's make the Z index for this one 52. So now we can see it. And let's change the color of the this magnifier to be text gray 500. And as I mentioned before, I want this placeholder to be pushed a little bit to the right side. So here in the, not here, in the input, we just add a margin left or padding left of 11. And this is going to be okay now. And let's change the border color. We just say border gray 500. And then we have text gray 700. This text is the one that we are writing. So that's, and then we have, when we focus on it, when we click to it, I want to add a shadow of large, like this. You see the shadow at the bottom? Then when we focus, I want the background color to be white. It's white already, but let's make the background color as a default gray 100. So now it's gray. When we click on it, it becomes white. Now let's push a little bit this one to the right side. So in the top div here, we just add a margin left of 8. You can see it like that. The other thing is when we add the other things like what's happening and who to follow, I want all the items to have a space in the y-axis of 5. You cannot see the result now, but later you can see it. So that was it for the search bar. Let's add it to the GitHub real quick by just saying git add all. Let's add a message using git commit. And the message would be create the widgets component and the search bar. Okay, let's push it to GitHub and we check our code. So here, if you refresh the page by clicking on this Twitter, we can see now we have 7 commits in our repository. And if we click on this, we can check our last repository, which is create the widgets component and the search bar. As you can see, we created a widgets.js component and we added a div that is covering all the widgets, one for the being sticky and one to cover this icon and the input. And we added this widgets.js to index.js here. Yeah, that was it for the search bar section. In the next section, we're going to create this what's happening section. We're going to use an open API, which doesn't need any API keys for getting these news. This news is actually coming from an API, and it's always getting a new, everyday new news comes. And if we click on show more, we can see more news. And each time we're going to fetch 50 headlines from this API and show it here. So we can just go until 50. Okay. See you in the next section. All right. In the last section, we have completed the search bar of the widgets section. In this section, we're going to start creating the what's happening section or the news API section. If you look at the final version, we can see that we are getting a request. We are fetching some data from an API and showing it here. And by clicking on show more, we see more news, titles, and image. And when we click off each of them, the new tab will be opened and we can see the full news on the new tab. So before starting, I just want to have some modification in our code because our version, it's a bit different than the final version. We have more margin left on the widgets. It's very simple change. Just follow me here. First, in index.js, in the main tag, just remove this max width 7XL. Then in sidebar.js, in components folder, just at the end of this main div after the return, just add for x large prefix and above, change the margin left to 24. Now, if you look at our final version, it looks a little bit different, but that was the mistake I made. So sorry about that. And let's continue creating our what's happening section. Okay. So in order to get the news API, I'm going to use a news API that does not require any API key. In a new tab, just search for news API Sorev. This is the person that created this API. So if you search for this, the first result is sorev.tech and news API / news API. As you can see, the title is News API without any API key. If you click on this website, you can see the documentation. We have a base URL, which is this one. Then we can have the we can get a JSON based on the category or top headlines. We can see some examples here. For example, in this one, we get the top headlines from the category health in country India. And for the next one, we are getting for everything, every news in CNN, just from CNN. So let's check this. For example, first one, when I click it, we can see we are getting 64 total results, and all the articles are inside this array here. In order to get this API result, we're going to use the server-side rendering of Nextjs. So let's copy this, the first one, and we bring it to our Visual Studio Code, and we go to index.js, the main section, the main page, and just at the end, let me just comment this and paste this link. So we're going to use it later, just in a minute. So the category is health, and in India, I want to change India to USA, or US language. And the health category, I want to change it to business. Okay. And then let's get let's fetch this API using this server-side rendering of Nextjs. Server-side rendering actually means this rendering is going to be inside the server, which is vercel, which is the owner of the Nextjs, and it's going to be very fast. So it doesn't matter how fast is the computer of the person is using our website, or how fast their internet is. The fetching is going to be done on this fast server, and is the page going to be pre-rendered for the user. So let me show it here. So we're just going to use an asynchronous function, and the function, which is a built-in function from the Nextjs, it's called get server side props. And here we're going to create a constant, and we call it news result. And this is because it's returning a promise, so we need to await for the fetching. So we just say await fetch, and the website we are going to fetch is this one here. We just copy this and just leave it there as your reference. You can get it inside the repository. And after getting it, after fetching it, then we're going to convert the result to JSON file. So we just say the result we get here, and we call it res, and we convert it to JSON. We just say JSON like this. Let's save it, and you can see it in 2 lines now. Now we got it. This is in the server. It's created inside the server. Now we want to pass it to the client side, which is here. The way we pass this one to the client side is just by returning it as a props. So we just say return props, and the props we are going to return is news result. That is enough. And now we can get this one inside the client side, which is here. We can get it as a props, or we can destructure it. Just say news results. Now here, we can pass this one as a props to the widgets component. So we just say news result equals news results. Now in widgets, the widgets.js, we can get this one as a props. We destructure it first, and we can loop through it here. But first, let me show you something. We are getting the result like this, but the result is inside the articles here. So before sending a result to widgets, let's just send the articles, not the news.result. So in index.js, let me close these extra things. Okay, sidebar and input. Okay, inside index.js, we can just return news result.articles. And this is coming from here. Articles is an array, and it has 64 elements. So now we're getting all the 64 elements, and we can loop through it here. So after this search icon that we have created inside the widgets, I mean this section, you need to refresh the page first time. So now, after this, here, we're going to loop through it and show you. So the news results, we can loop through it using map method, and we can get each article here. We just say article, and we just return, for example, a paragraph. Which is saying article dot title. Article.title. Okay, now we are getting all the titles for the 50 news headlines. Okay, yes, we can see it here. We can get many things like a title, image. We can show you here. We can get the name. We can get the author, title. We can get a description, image, URL to image here. Yeah, many things when it's published or other things. Okay. So now, instead of doing this one, like directly doing that, directly looping through it, I want to create another component, and we call it news.js. And inside the news, we're going to have one component that is having the title, the origin of the news, and also the image. And we're going to style it there. So it's going to be a little bit more clean and neat. So inside components folder, we create another component and we call it news.js. And we can use RFC to create a React functional component, and we delete this import. And we just bring it inside the widgets. We delete this paragraph and we just say news, and we import it here, or we auto import it. And first we need to have a key because we are looping through something, and the key would be, the titles are mostly unique, so we can use the article.title as a key, and we can pass all the article here. We just say article is equal to article. And we can get this one inside the news as a props, and we destructure it and bring it here. So just say article. Okay. So instead of div, we can pass the article. So here, let's continue for the widgets, because I want to see the title, what's happening as well. So after this div, we create another div. And inside this, we're going to have a h4, and we just say what's happening. Okay, you can see it here. And after that, we're going to loop through this after the h4. So we bring this one inside this, and we're going to have another things, which is a button, and the button is going to say show more. Okay. So let's style this a little bit. We change the text to gray 700, and we add some space between them using a space Y3. We change the background color to gray 100. Then we make it rounded using rounded XL, which is 12 pixel. Then we can add some padding at the top of 2. And we set the width to be 90%, like the one we did for the search bar. And when we have a bigger screen, I want the width to be 75%. Okay, exactly like above. So that was it for that. For here, for the H4, which is saying what's happening, we change the font to be bold, and we can change the text size to be X large, and we can add some padding on the X level, X axis of 4, like this. Okay, now let's install the button here. The button is going to be blue, the color. So we just say blue 300. And we add a padding left of 4 and padding bottom of 3. And when we hover over it, I want the text to be blue, but with different range, which is 400. So when we hover over it, we see it a little bit darker. So everything's fine for the title, and here, let's make the news here. As I show you here in the final version, when we click on any news, we're going to be redirected to a new page. We're going to be inside a new page. So we need to have an anchor tag, but with the target of blank. So we change this div to anchor tag, and href it would be article .url, and as I mentioned before, we need to have the target to be underlined black. Inside this anchor tag, we're going to have a div, because I want to separate this section and the image section. So this is going to be one div that is covering everything, one div for these two parts, and one which is the image. So we have one div for all of them, and one div for the title and the news organization one. Then after this div, we have the image. Let's open the localhost 3000 here, and we just put it here. We can see the result. So inside this div, we have a h6 heading 6, and we just say article.title. So we're getting all the titles now, and when we click now, we go to that page, any of them, because we put it inside an anchor tag. Okay. After this h6, we have a paragraph, and this is going to be article dot source dot name, which is the name of the news agency. For first one is CNBC, next one is business, Fox Business, and etc. So after that, we have the image tag, and the source is article dot URL to image. Let me refresh the page. We should see the images now. Okay. And let's style it a little bit. So for the top div, we added a space. At first, we make it flex. So we bring them next to each other. And we just use items center to center it. And we just say justify between to have a space between them. Now the image is so big. So let's first change the size of the image. And we set it to be width to be 70 pixels, and height to be 70 pixels as well. And we make it rounded. Rounded full, not full, sorry. Maybe, yeah, XL is enough. And I think it's a bit scratched now, so we can make it. Now let's do this width and height outside the image, because when you do it like this, it's not gonna scratch it, so stretch it. So width 70 and height 70. Now looks better. Actually, we don't need the height even. Let's remove this. Okay, looks fine. Let's continue here. At the top div that is covering everything, let's add some padding to the x-axis of 4, padding in the y-axis of 2, so we have some space between them, and then we add some space between these two. We just say space x1. Then we make the cursor to be pointer. Oh, we don't need actually, because we have an anchor tag. We already have the cursor to be pointer by default. And let's, when we hover over it, I want to change the background color to be 200 instead of 100. So we see a background color to be gray. 200. Now we should see a gray color. Let's add some animation too. We'll just say transition. And the duration of transition would be 200 milliseconds. So when we go on top of them, we see a different movement in the color change. So let's continue styling the title here. First, here we add some space between the title and the news agency name. So we just say a space y half a 0.0, which is 125 0.125 rem. And for the h6, we create a class name and we change the text to be a small. We change the boldness to be font bold. And for the p tag here, we make the text to be extra small and we change the boldness to be medium. And the text to be gray and I think 500 would be okay. A little bit brighter. So that's it for this part. But the problem is we are seeing now all the 50 news titles. That is a lot for here. We can just show 3 of them, and then when we click on the show more here, we see each time 3 more news headline. That is very simple to do. We can just go to the widgets.js. When we are mapping through the article, instead of mapping through all of them, we can slice them here. And then we just can, if we, for example, we say 0 to 2, we just see 2 news title. If we say 3, we see 3. But I want this to be dynamic, so I make a variable here, and I just say article number, okay? And then at the top here, I create a hook. We just say article num set article num, and this is going to be equal use state from React. So we need to import it from React. This use state, we just say import use state from React. And then the initial value, we just set it. Anything we set, for example, if we say 1, we should get 1 title. The user state is wrong. Okay. Now we should see 1. And if the initial value is, for example, 3, we get 3. But by clicking on this button, I want to see more articles. So inside the button, we add an onClick, and we just create a function, and we just set the article number to whatever article number is plus 3. So each time now we press on this show more, we see 3 more articles. So until all of them finish, which is I think 50 we are getting, or all of them, the number was 64. Until 64 we can get. Okay. And when we refresh the page, we see only 3 now. So this news is going to be changed every few days. This API is going to be updated every few days. So if a user comes later, see new news title. Okay. That was it for this what's happening section. Let's add everything to GitHub. So we just say git add all, and we make a commit with a message of create the news section of the widgets component. And we push it to GitHub. Let's check. Let's check it inside our GitHub. We refresh the page by clicking on this Twitter. Now we should see that we have 8 commits. And the last one is create the news section of the widgets component. So here we did quite a lot actually. We created the news.js component, and as we did it here, we added anchor tag, and inside this we got the title and the image. We did some modification in our code. In sidebar.js, we added a margin left of 24. And inside widget.js, we added a section here. I think this is the new section we added. And we looped through all the news results. And inside index.js, firstly, we remove this max width 7XL, and we pass the data to the widgets component, and we got the data using server-side rendering of Nextjs using get server-side props, asynchronous function, and we got the news result using the fetch method, and we got it from the serif.js tech news API, and we got the category business and US language. We convert it to JSON file and we pass it through a props like here, like this, and we pass it inside the server side here. That was it for this section. In the next section, we are going to create the next part inside the widget.js, which is this part, who to follow. Here also, we're going to use some API which does not require any API key. So this is going to be achieved from the API. And also you can see here, even we click on show more, we see more things. And this section is sticky to the top too. So always you can see it here. We don't see the news section, but here is always at the top. And we can see all the suggestions. These are all random created users by a free API. So see you in the next section for this part. All right, in the last section, we have completed the what's happening section of the widget component. In this section, we're going to create the who to follow section. If you look at the final version, we can see that we have a who to follow. It's similar to the what's happening section. And it's always sticky at the top. You can see when we are scrolling down, you still see this section on the right side. And we're going to get these data from an API service called random users. And all is random. And when we refresh the page, always see a new users here. And when we click on show more, each time you see 3 more users. Okay. Let's start with the fetching section. If you remember, for this part, we went to index.js and we used server-side rendering of Nextjs to get data from the API, news API. We're going to do the same thing for the who to follow section. So we go back to index.js here. Just at the bottom, when we used this, created this constant news result, we are going to create a new constant for the who to follow section. I just write down here, who to follow section. So here we create a constant and we call it follow, or we can call it random users results. And this is going to await and fetch the data from the API. So let me show you the website we are using. If you search on Google random users, in the search result, you see a website, a random user generator, and the website URL is randomuser.me. If you click on this website, you can see that it provides you many things like a name, email, birthday, address, phone number, and etc. So if you go to documentation, and if you scroll down, you can see that each time you request, you get some result. And depending on your request type, you get different results. And as you can see here, for example, if you want to get 5,000 random users, you just need to fetch this URL, randomuser.me/API and question mark results equal 5,000. Let me try this. We copy this and we go to a new tab. Let's make it 15 for now. If we press enter, we're going to see some results. I'm getting this result like this because I'm using an extension called JSON formatter. But if you don't have that extension, you're going to see it like this. Okay. So the result gives us two items. The first item is results, and the second one is info. Info is just gives us the number of results, which is 50, and the page and version and etc. We don't need this part. For the results, we are getting different things. We are getting like a name, gender, location, city, and this is 50. Each one is 50. So if you make it, for example, 2, you can see, 2. And then we can just say, I don't want gender, I don't want location, I just want name or email. So for doing that, we just need to add more queries. For example, I just add an ampersand and I just say, just include name. You can see just we are getting name, and it's 1 name and 2 name. So if you want to get, for example, 30, you get 30 name, which includes title, first name, and last name. The things I want to use is just I want to get the name, and also I want to get the login information, for example, the username or etc. And also I want to get the picture. So we want to get the name, login. Login includes the username, password, and also the user ID and etc. The picture includes 3 links: large, medium, and thumbnail. So we're going to use this thumbnail for the image as well. So if you click on it, you can see it's just the image of a person. And each time you refresh the page, if you request again, you get a different person, randomly different username, and everything is completely new. I think they have more than 2 billion users here. I'm not sure, but let me check. I think I saw it somewhere. Stats and graphs. Yeah. 47 billion users totally generated for this website. So all of them are random. And you can also have you can have different passwords and nationalities. For example, you can just have Brazilian, Canadian, and etc. US. So you can play with this one, get different users as you wish. So for now, for us, this one is enough. So we copy this and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and we inside the fetch, we paste this one. After that, we're going to get the result and convert it to JSON. So we just say res.json. Okay, let's save it. Now we got this random users. We can pass it as a props here, as we did for the news result. And we can send it to the user, which is here. Then we can pass it as a props to the widgets component here. And also, we don't want to send this one. We want to send the result one. So we just change it to results. So we get just the inside whatever inside result, which is an array of, for example, here 30 items. Okay, that's now we are getting that. We send it to widgets. We go to widgets and we get it as a props here at the top. Okay. Then just below this div, we add a new div. And inside this div, we just add a h4 first. Let me show it here. So just need to refresh it one time. So inside this h4, we write who to follow. Just say follow. And here, let me a little bit, let's add the button as well. So the button just saying show more. Okay. So that's let's style it. It's, as you can see, we want the same style from the top to the bottom. So the styling is similar. So we just quickly style it. For example, for the button, we just let me, yeah, we just say text blue. Text blue 300. Then we have padding left of 4, padding bottom of 3, and finally we have the hover effect of text blue 400. Okay, this is similar to that one. For the H4 as well, we just add a font bold to make it a little bit thicker. Then we change the text to be extra large, and we add the width. The padding x of 4. Okay. For the div, we add a text color of gray 700. We add a space between the y-axis 3 between them, and we add a background color of gray 100, and let's make it the same size of above. First, we add a padding top of 2. We make it rounded, x large. We add the width of 90% for the mobile, and for the x large, we add a width of 75%. Okay. So these two are okay. Now let's loop through the random users and show it in between. So we add curly braces, and we just say random users results dot map, and we get each random user here, and we're going to return the following, that we're going to return, for example, we just can return a div. Before forgetting, let's add the key. The key is going to be random user dot. The username is unique. The username is inside the login and username. Okay. Here inside the div, we add an image tag, and the source would be random user dot picture dot thumbnail. Now we can get the images. Now we can see it. So let's install these images real quick. First, we add the width to be 40, and for the styling, just make it rounded. So we just say rounded full. Okay, that looks fine. After the image, we want to add the username and the name. As you can see from the final version, we have username at the top, and we have the name, which includes from first name and last name. Okay, so we need a div here that is covering both of them. Okay, let's add the div, and inside this div we add h4, and this is going to be random users dot login dot username. Okay, you can see the username here. After this h4, we're going to have a h5, and this includes a name and the last name. So we just have to write random user dot name dot first. We should see the first now, and plus we add a space, and after that we just say random dot name dot last. Okay, and after this div we're going to have another button which is saying follow. Okay, so let's bring them next to each other. So in the above div, we change the display to flex, and the things we do here, we just use item center to bring them next to each other in a vertical level. Okay. I mean item center, not item start. Okay. So everything is okay. Now let's install this button. For the button, we want to push it to the end, so we just say margin left of auto, and we change the background color to black, and we change the color to be white. Let's make it rounded using rounded full. Then we set the size of the text to be small. Then we need to add some padding in the x-axis, for example 3.5, and in the y-axis of 1.5. Okay, and let's make the font to be bold as well. Okay, this one looks okay. In the above div, I want to add some padding. So here, so we add a padding in the x-axis of 4 and in the y-axis of 2. Then we want to add some. First, we make it cursor to be pointer. So we see a pointing hand when we hover over it. And when we hover over it, I want to change the background color as well. So change the background color to gray 200, like this. So the only thing is left is just this username and name. So we go to first one, the username. Let's style it. I want the text to be bold. And then when we hover over it, I want to see an underline. So for the text decoration line, we just need to say underline. Okay. Now let's change the text size to be, for example, 14 pixels. And let's make it truncate when we have a bigger username. When you long username, we want to truncate means we add ... So you cannot see it yet. We need to add a truncate to the upper div as well here to see the result. Then in the upper div, we want to have some margin left as well. Margin left of 4. We push them a little bit in the right side, and let's make it leading 5 to push them a little bit together. That looks better. And for the name, let's add a class name. I don't know what I did. Okay. So let's change the text size to be 13 pixels. So it's a little bit smaller. Then let's change the text color to be gray, but this time 500. And also we want to make it truncate too. So just say truncate. Okay. Here you can see the truncate effect. This username was too long, so we added to ... at the end instead of pushing the button to the right side. Okay. Now we have to add the functionality for show more, and only first we want to see 3 users. As we did for the above, we just need to add a slice here. We just say dot a slice, and we make it 3 like this. You can see 3, but we want to make this random as well. Variable. So we just say random user number, and we're going to create this hook at the top. So we just at the bottom of this, we create a constant, and we just call it set random user number and set random user number, but the random should be capital for consistency. And we use a state, and the initial value it would be 3 as well. So we see 3 results now, and we add an onclick to this show more here. And we just say, just set random user number. So it's going to be random user number plus 3 each time we click here. So we add 3 each time we click. And let's add the sticky part as well. So now when we are going down, you see this part passes. So at the top div that is covering this section, we just say sticky and we just say top 16. The reason we are using 16, not 0, because it's not completely at the top. We want after the search bar, we keep it. So now if we go down, you see that it stops there. Okay. We don't have enough posts now to see the result completely, but trust me, this is gonna work. Okay, let's add everything to GitHub. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. We stop the server using Ctrl+C, and we add everything to GitHub using git add all, and then we make a commit with a message of create the random users section of the widgets component. So let's use get push to push everything to GitHub. And let's see what we have done so far. So we refresh the page by clicking on the Twitter. Now we have 9 commits. So the last commit here is create. Sorry, I made a typo here. Create the random user section of the widgets component. So we added in the index, we added inside the widgets.js, we got the random users result from index.js, and we created a new part for the who to follow section. And inside the index.js, we fetched the data from the randomuser.me website, and we got the result, and we pass it to the widgets component. Okay, that was it for this section. In the next section, we're going to start with the authentication part of our project. I mean, we're going to authenticate the user in a way that they can only access the website when they are signed in. And we're going to get, for example, this image, the name, the username, everything from the data that user authenticated. So see you in the next section for the authentication part. All right, in the last section, we have completed the who to follow sections, and we completed the widget section. Now it's time to start with the authentication part. In order to do the authentication, we need to install a package called next-auth. And let's go to, let's open a new tab and we search for next-auth. As you can see, next-auth.js authentication for Nextjs. And the website is next-auth.js.org. We click on this website and we click on Get Started. First, for installation, if you want to install the last version, you need to go here on the left side on the upgrade guide, version 4. And if you can see here, now we need to just use npm install next-auth. So we copy this and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside the terminal, we paste the code. The next step, if we come back to the documentation and we go to getting started part on the left side, we need to create a file inside pages API auth next-auth.js. This is the file we need to create, and we need to create this folder as well. And we need to copy this code inside that file. So we copy this and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside pages API, we need to create a folder, and the folder is auth. And inside the folder, we create a file and we call it next-auth.js. Sorry, .js. And we paste the code that we have copied from the website here. So let me explain this a little bit. So we're importing next-auth from next-auth, and we're getting the GitHub provider from this link. Actually, we don't need the GitHub. We are going to use the Google provider. So here we can change all the GitHub to Google by using Ctrl-D to choose all of them, and we change it by Google. This Google should be lowercase, and here we are exporting the providers here, and the Google provider, just we need to get the client ID and client secure. So here we are using environmental variable to pass the data from for this IDs. Instead of Google ID, let's use Google client ID and make this Google capital or uppercase. This one too. And this one should be Google client secret. Okay. Now we need to get this Google client ID and client secret. So we just need to go to Firebase. I use this Firefox because I need to be signed in my Gmail. You too, you need to sign in with your valid Gmail account to create the Firebase. So here we search for Firebase, and we click on firebase.google.com. Make sure you are signed in with your Gmail and you see your image here, and then go to console. I already created, I created Twitter version 2, version 3 for my practice. Let's create another one, and I call it for myself, Twitter version 4. We press continue. Firebase is asking me, do you need Google Analytics? We just disable it for now. We don't need it for now. We click on create project. It's going to take a few minutes to be created, and it's going to initialize and create our application inside Google Firebase console. It's almost there. It's finished. So we just press continue. Now we are inside Twitter version 4. We go to authentication and we click on get started. So first we need to actually initialize our app. So let me go to setting, project setting. And here, as you can see, there is no app in the project. There are no apps in your project. We need to click here because this is for web. This is for iOS and Android. We click here to create the app. We name the app. I name it Twitter version 4. And we click register app. Now, Firebase is providing us with the API keys and etc. and asking us to install Firebase. So we need to copy this code and we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside terminal, we install the Firebase, and we need to create a file outside in this level, and we call it firebase.js. And what we do here, we just go back to Firebase and we copy this code. And we come back and paste it here. Okay. The things we need to do is to initialize Firebase. This is actually a basic code, and we need to add some other things because we need to add a storage as well, and storage and firestore to our application. So we need to initialize them as well. So here at the top, we're going to import two more things from Firebase app. The first one is get app, and the second one is get apps. Then also we need to import get firestore. This is going to be from Firebase / firestore. And let's copy this, and here instead of get firestore, we just write storage. And the storage is from Firebase / storage. Okay. After this initialization of Firebase config, so this is just basic, but this one each time initialize the Firebase. But we want to limit this and say if the app is already initialized, just use that one and don't do it again. So we make it conditional. So we just say const app is equal to get apps dot length. So that if there is no application, so means that there's nothing in there. Just create this. If this one happens, so initialize this config. Otherwise, just get the app that is already existed, like this. And then for initialization of our database, we just say db equals to get firestore. For the storage, we just say get a storage. And finally, we need to export all of them. App, DB, and storage. That's it. This is for initialization. And in order to prevent your API keys to be in public, we can use environmental variable as well. So we can just here create a file called .env.local, and we bring this, instead of just saying, for example, API key, we can just say process.env.firebase API key, and we bring this one inside the environmental here. We just need to say next public underline firebase API key, and this is going to be equal to the API key that we just copied. Now, nobody can have access to it when we push our GitHub to GitHub, and because this file never goes inside GitHub. So now you can do it for all of them. Just for simplicity, I just did it for first one. That is the most important one. Then we need to bring the Google API and Google client ID that we have here too. So inside our application, we just got all of them inside the Firebase. Let's go to console again, and now we go to authentication. We go to sign-in method, and we choose Google here. We enable Google. We choose our email here. We press save. Okay. Now, if we can have to our API key, they access it here. So we just need to click here on edit, and just inside the web SDK configuration, we have the web client ID and web client secrets. We just need to copy this, and we go to Visual Studio Code in environmental variable file, and here we're going to create the Google client ID first. We paste it, and then we copy this web client ID. Here we create Google client secret. And this is going to be equal to this one. Now we have successfully installed Firebase and next-auth. I think that's enough for this section. In the next section, we are going to create the sign-in page. We're going to create a custom sign-in page, and when the person wants to sign in, goes to that page, and if the signing is successful, they will be redirected to the website. So let's add this to GitHub as usual. We just say we create a commit with a message of install next-auth and Firebase and initialize the Firebase. Okay. We push it to GitHub. I want to show you now that we didn't. So if you refresh the page here, now we should see a new commit. Install next-auth and firebase and initialize the firebase. As you can see, the person who is checking our website in GitHub cannot see the API key. They just see process.env firebase API key because GitHub we never push the environmental variable file. And also when we deploy our website to, for example, vercel, those websites have a section for environmental keys and they're going to protect our keys as well. So we created the firebase.js when we initialized the storage and the database. We have installed Firebase and next-auth, and also we have created this file inside pages API auth, and we provided the Google, and we got the Google and client ID and client secret from the Firebase website. So in the next section, we're going to create the sign-in page. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have installed next-auth and Firebase, and we got the API key for the Firebase and also the Google credentials. In this section, we're going to complete the sign-in page of our project. I only made one mistake last video. We can fix it quickly. This way, here inside the firebase.js, for API key, we wrote process.env firebase API key, but in environmental variable, we added the next public, but we forgot to add the next public here as well. Next public is added because if you don't do it, you're gonna get an error when you're deploying your website. In production mode, you're gonna definitely get an error, but in in development mode, maybe it's fine and you don't get any error. Okay, let's continue and create our sign-in page. By default, next-auth has a sign-in page by itself, but we want to create our own custom sign-in page. So we should define it inside the next-auth.js. So here, just after the providers, we can add the pages as well. And here, we just say the sign-in page. You can write it like this or this way, does not matter. But no, I think you should write here. But here, when you're defining the name, like auth/sign-in, you can add the hyphen here. That's fine. But you just leave it like this. And now we inside the pages, we close everything. Inside pages, we create a folder called auth. And inside this folder, we're going to create a page called signin.js. We can use RFC to create a React functional component. And let's bring it inside. We don't need to do anything actually. And we can just visit it now, I think. Let's start a server using npm run dev. And let's open it inside the Chrome. Okay. Okay, our page is loaded. Now we can go to the page that we have created, which is /auth/sign in. Yeah, you can see the page is created. Now we need to continue complete this page. So here inside this div, first of all, we need to get the providers. As here we got the providers here from Google. So we can get these providers using a built-in function from next-auth called getProviders. But we can use the server-side rendering to do it. And it's going to be very fast. So here we just export a asynchronous function because the getProviders function brings us a promise. And so we insert a function and we just say get server side props. And inside this function, we're going to get the providers from getProviders. And we need to import this. So let me import it at the top. We delete this import React from React. We don't need it. And we just need to import get providers from next-auth/React. And then we need to return it to pass it to our client side. This is a server side. This is a client side. So we just return props. And the props we want to return is providers. Now we can get this one inside our client side as a props, and we destructure it like this. Okay. So inside this div, first I want to add some image. So let's search for an image. Let me bring this one to the left, and you can see our page on the right side. Let's search for your Twitter. And for images, I want an image with phone. But I want it to be transparent. So for tools, I go inside color and choose transparent. This one or this one would be fine. I just choose this one, and then we right click on it and we click on copy image address and we paste it here. And the alternative is Twitter image inside a phone. Okay. Now we see the image here. After the image, let's add a div. And inside this div, we're going to, now we can loop through the providers. Because this provider is not only one, depends on the number of providers. For example, in next-auth, we can add many providers like Google, GitHub, Facebook, and etc. So we have to loop through it. So we just add a curly braces, and inside this one, we get the value of the providers using object dot value values, and we pass the providers, and now we can map through it. So we just say map, and we get each provider here. Now we can return directly, and here we create another div, and inside the div I want to add some Twitter image. I'm going to add the same image we have in our sidebar. So we go to the sidebar.js and we copy this image from there. And we go back to signin.js and paste it here. We should see an image here as well. This alternative for this one is just Twitter logo. Okay. After this image, I'm gonna add some. I'm gonna add some paragraph. I just want to say this app is created for learning purposes. The reason I'm adding this one because we want to tell that official Twitter owners when they accidentally visit our website that this is just for learning purposes, and this is not a copy, or we didn't try to do the copywriting or something like that. So we have that one. After this paragraph, we add a button, and the button is just say sign in, but with the provider name. So we should make like this. We just say provider.name. And we should see something. Provider. So I fix this. Let's see. Yeah, we're getting sign in with Google. Let me bring it up a little bit. You can see. Yeah, sign in with Google. So that is correct. And now when we click, nothing happens. But when we click, we should be redirected to another page to choose our Gmail account. But first, let's install this, and then we do that functionality. So for the above div, let's add a class name, and we change the display to flex, and we bring them next to each other like this. But I don't want to see this image when we have a mobile size. We can do this one. We just add a class name to the image, and we make it hidden. Now we don't see it, but when the size is bigger than medium size, I want it to be inline flex. So now we cannot see it. Let's remove the hidden for now, and then I style it, and then we bring it back. Okay, so I want it to be object cover. Because I don't want to change the aspect ratio when I'm changing the height and width. And for medium size and above, I want the width to be, let's make it 44 and height to be 80. Maybe this is not completely correct, but it's going to now you cannot see the size. Actually, this is the size because the medium size. We want to make this like this. And then that's it. I think that's it. I just want to rotate it too. So just say rotate 6. A little bit tilted to the right side. So let's add the hidden too, so we don't see it in the mobile size. Now, in the bigger size, we should see it. Let me check. A medium, like this. Now we are seeing it. Okay, let's bring everything to the center. So we just say after this flex, we just add a justify center. Like this. And then we add a margin top of 20. So we push them a little bit to down. I think that is fine. Let's decrease the size. Let's install this logo. So for the image here, we add a class name. Let's set the width to be 36. Then we make it object cover too. So prevent this stretching. And then, yeah, that's it for this one. For the div at the top here, we make it flex, but I want the flex direction to be column. Then we bring them everything to the center using items center. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, item center. So I didn't see the results. So okay, item center. Still not centered. Let me check. Let's add for this text. Let's add text center. Oh, sorry. I added this one here. This one should be in this div, actually. Now we can see the results. Okay. So let's continue with this text. So text center, we bring it in the center using that. Then let's make it smaller using text small. Then we make it italic. Then we add a margin Y of 10. So add a space between that one and the button. And yeah, that's it for this one. Let's install the button here. So we add a class name. And we just change the background color to be red 400. We make it rounded, large. Then add a padding of 3. Let's change the text color. So we make it white. I think that's okay. And when we hover over it, I want the background color to be red 500 instead. Like this. So in the big size it's like this, but let's add some space between these two. So I think we need to add a space x of, for example, 4. Okay, that looks okay now. Okay, let's add the functionality. When we click on this one, we go to Google. The first thing we need to do is to go to console Google. You just search for console, and we should go to a website called console.cloud.google.com. I want to add the localhost 3000 to the Google so that it recognizes our website. So first we choose the projects here. The projects, the name of my project was Twitter version 4, but you choose the name you have chosen for your project. Then here on the left side, we click on the hamburger menu. Then we go to APIs and services, and we go to credentials. Now we should see our OAuth information here, OAuth 2.0 client IDs. So here we click on the edit, and inside here we should see the website that's authorized. As you can see, the localhost, but localhost 5000 is authorized. Let's change this one to 3000 and we save it. Now let's go back to our signing, and let's add another things from next-auth, which is a function called signin. It's going to redirect us to the provider that we are choosing. So we can use this one inside that button. So here inside the button, we add an onClick. Okay. And this onClick is going to trigger the sign-in function that we have imported from next-auth. And this is going to get the provider ID, because we want to know that which provider we want to be signed in. So provider.id, and the next argument is we need to have a callback. The callback means that when we are signing with Google, which page you want to be redirected next. So we just say callback URL, and this is going to be equal to /. So when we are signing, I want to go to the home page. Okay. Let's try this. Let's see if we don't get any error or something. So this is the localhost 3000. We are in the sign-in page. Let's click on sign in with Google. Yeah, we went to the Google accounts.google, but we are getting an error. This is a common error you get. It's telling us that you redirect URL mismatch. You just need to open this, and you need to copy this URL. This is a redirect URL. You copy this one. and we go back to the credentials. We were here and we changed this one. We just go to the edit again, and in the redirect URLs, we need to add this that we have copied. We save this, and now if we try again, we go back. If we try again, we should be going to the correct page. That this is going to ask us to sign in. Okay, I'm gonna sign in with my email. So just a code with the hand and at gmail.com. Let me quickly add my password. Okay. Now we're going to be redirected to the home page, which is localhost 3000. So that was completely okay. Now we are actually authenticated. So we by Google. So we can get the information from Google as well. So in the next section, actually we're going to get the information and get the session information, and we want to get these images here and here from the real image from Google. So from your Google account's image. Okay, let's add everything to GitHub first, as usual, and we review the page, review the code. So we add it using get add dot, and we use get commit, and we add a message, and the message would be complete the sign in page. Okay, and we push it to GitHub. Let's check what we have done so far. So we refresh this page. Now we have 11 commits, and if you click on it, we can see the last one is complete the sign-in page. So we just fixed this error. That's the mistake I made. We added the next public. Inside the next-auth.js, we added the pages because we want to tell the next-auth that we want this page to be our sign-in custom page. Then inside the signin.js, we got the get providers and sign in from next-auth / react. Get providers gives us all the providers like Google and etc. We only have one providers, but we need to loop through the all providers here and get each provider. And we added an image, 2 images for logo and the mobile image. We added this text, and the button, we created sign in with Google by just adding provider.name, and we added onClick, which is going to use the sign in function from next-auth, and we provided the provider ID, and we specified the callback URL. So this one was the home page. Okay, and also we got the providers using the server-side rendering functionality of Nextjs. So in the next section, we're going to update the images of this what's happening section and the code with the hand. This part, the mini profile section. Also, we want to create this code with the hand name and also the username. So see you in the next section for this part. All right, in the last section, we have completed the sign-in page of our project. In this section, we're going to start getting the session data and show it in our website. If you look at the final version, the version that we are working on, the localhost 3000, we want to change this image, the name, and also the username using the session. The first things we need to do to get the session is to wrap our application with the session provider. We need to go to Visual Studio Code. We go to app.js inside this here, inside the pages. We go to pages and app.js. And we need to import session provider from next-auth /React. So we just bring it in here. We just say session provider from next-auth /React. Session provider. Okay, and then we need to, instead of just getting component and page props, we need to get two things. Instead of just getting page props, we get the session here, and also we get the page props. Okay, and now we need to, instead of just saying component, we need to wrap this one by the session provider. So we just make a return like this. We bring this one inside. Yeah, we just say session provider. And we bring this one inside this. And here we add the session. We just say session is equal to session. Now we can get the session in any pages we like. For example, let me decrease this size here, and then we bring our website on the right side. Let's, for example, in input section, we change this image from the image we get from the Google. So for doing that, let's close this app.js. We close this firebase, sign in page, and we just go to input.js, and here at the top, we import useSession, which is a built-in function from next-auth /React. Okay, now first we need to initialize it. So we just say const, we can destructure it, and we get the data from useSession. Sorry, we should do it like this. We should just say equal to useSession. And we don't want to use the name data because we want to just use it as a session. We just say, we call it session. That's better. But the things we are getting from useSession is data. So now let's console log this session and we see what's inside it. So we just say log, and we just say session. Now let's refresh the page. We're getting an error saying next. Yeah, this one is there's a typo here. Now we refresh the page again. Now, if you open the console using F12, we should see We don't get anything here. That's null. Yeah. Yeah. The line 5, we said this is null because we are not logged in. So because when you are doing in the development mode, when you restart the server, you need to sign in yourself again. So we just need to go to auth, sign in. I think I made some typo. Auth, sign in. That is correct. Okay, let's check. I made a typo here actually. Sign in here is wrong, so let me rename this. Sorry about that. Sign in. That is correct. Let's see here. Sign in. Let's refresh the page. Now we are in the sign in page. Let's sign in with Google. Now we are authenticated. Let's open the console now. Now we are getting an object. We are getting an object. It just gives us an expiry time, which I think it's 1 month. Then we have the user. The user has email, image, and name. So inside input.js, for example, we can change this image to it's here. Instead of source, just a hard-coded image, we can just get the session.user.image. Now we're getting the image from my account, the Gmail account. Okay. As simple as that. But actually, I don't want to see this input section when the person is not signed in. So if there's no session. So we can do here, instead of returning directly, let's open a empty fragment. And I don't know if we need it or not, but just let's try. We just say if the session exists, then show the input section. So we just bring everything inside that. Yeah, as I guess, it doesn't work like that. We just need let's close this. Okay. Yeah, let's add the empty fragment. Okay, now we move everything inside that. Now it's working. Now, because we are signed in, we see it. But if we sign out, we don't see it. But we don't have any sign out button. We can just say if we click on this icon, sign out. So we can just import sign out. We just say sign out from next-auth, and we add an onClick to the image here. And the onClick is just gonna call this sign out. So now if we click on here, we should sign out. And when we sign out, we don't see the input section. Okay. All right. So let's, but we don't have any sign in button now. That's a problem. So, but I want to add the sign in button inside the sidebar. So if we increase the size, I want instead of seeing this tweet and here, I want to see the input if the person is not signed in. So let's do this for here too. So we bring it here. We don't need this input anymore or the sign in page. And let's go to sidebar component. Here inside the components, we go to sidebar.js. Let's do the same things we did. So we just import use session from next-auth /react. We initialize it here. We just say const data and we name the data session and we equal this one to use session. Okay. Now we can just say if there is no session, just don't show like these things and the mini profile. So let me instead show a button. Okay. I think we can do it inside here. For the icons, I want to keep the home and explore. I want to hide these icons from here to here because these are related to the person who has signed in. So just here. So after this, the first two, we just say if the session exists, if the session is true, if that's true, we want to have these things. So we bring them inside here. But we just need to put them, I think, inside an empty fragment like before. Okay. So now we don't see them. And then for the tweet button and menu profile, I want to completely hide them. So from here, just say if the session is true, I want this one to be a ternary operator because I want to add another button. So we just say if the session exists, then show the button and this one. Bring them inside here. And then otherwise, I want to see another button, which is a sign in button. So we just make a button. So we cannot do it here. We just say button. We just say for now, sign in. Okay, save it. Let's refresh the page. We're getting an error here. The reason for this error is similar to one we did. We just need to add an empty fragment to the return section. So here in the return, we just add an empty fragment. That's a rule for React. We need to just return one thing, like one div, or we can just add everything inside an empty fragment. So that's for this one. I think should be fine now because the button is just singular too. Okay. So we are seeing a sign in button here. And let's style it first. I want this has the same style as this Twitter button here. So we copy this one and we just paste it here inside the class name. But the only difference I want to do is just make it a little bit smaller, like 36. Okay, looks okay. Now, when we click on this, we want to go to the sign-in page. So we can, in the button, we add an on-click, and we just need to bring in the sign-in from next-auth React here. Just say sign in, and then we can use it here. Just say sign in. Let's refresh the page. Click on signing. Actually, now we are redirecting to a default next-auth page, but we want it to be redirected to our custom sign-in page. I think it should be a problem here. So let's check this. Inside next-auth, we added the pages, but this one should be capitalized. It's a camel case. So now we try it again. Now we went to our custom sign-in page. Let's sign in with Google. Now we are getting all the icons, and instead of getting the sign-in button, we are getting the tweet and the menu profile. And the other things I want to do, I want to change the image here, and also we get the correct name and username. Okay, let's go to sidebar.js, and here inside the menu profile, the name is hard-coded. Let's change this one to, we just say session.user.name. Now we are getting the correct name, which is Code with Sahan. And then for the username, we don't actually have the username. Let's let me show you again by console logging. Let's check the console. We were console logging before in the input section. As you can see, now we only have in the user section, we have name, email, and image. Let's add the username by just creating our, I want to connect this name together and make it lowercase as a username. And also the other things I want to get is the user ID. We can get a custom session by just going to next-auth.js and add a callback. So here we just say callback, or we should say callbacks. And we open a set of curly braces, and we just use an asynchronous function, which is a session. And this session is going to give us few things. We can get the session, we can get a token for the user ID, and also we can get the user as well. So now let's create this function. We just say session.user.username. We want to create the username. So we just say this one is equal to session dot here. This session.user.use.name. But I want to split this one first by the space. So we have two space here. Actually, we split them by space. And then I want to join them again all together. So with no space. Then we want to change it to lowercase. To local lowercase. Okay. Now the username is okay. Then I want to get the make the session user ID too. So we just say session.user.user ID is equal to token.sub. So the user ID is coming from this part, token. And at the end, we can return this session. So this is going to be replaced by the old session. Okay, we don't need this user, I think. So it's session and token. Let's refresh the page. Now we are null. Let's sign in again. So we go sign in with Google. And now we are getting the object, but the user has more things. We already had email, image, and name. Now we have the user ID and also the username, which is just we created from the name, and it's code with Sehan. Okay, let's show this one inside here. This is hard coded. So we need to make it dynamic based on the person's name. So inside this paragraph, we delete this one and we just add JSX, and we just call this one session.user.username. Okay, that should work. Now we are getting it. And also when we click on this image, I want to sign out as well. So here in the image, we add an onClick. And this is going to be sign out, but we need to import it too. So at the top, we import it here. Okay. Now, if we click on the image, we should be signed out. Actually, we didn't get the image too. So let me see. Yeah, we just make this image dynamic too. The image should be session.user.image. Okay, now it's fine. Let's try the sign out. Sign out doesn't work for a reason. So let me check. This onClick is wrong. So let's try again. Now we are signing out. Let's sign in again. Okay. Okay, it's working perfectly. So in the next section, we're going to start with the input section, and we're going to start uploading our information to the Firebase. And so we're going to use that information to populate this post section. These are just hard-coded now, but we're going to get them dynamically from firestore. So we're going to save our information in firestore and use it later for our posts. So see you in the next section. But before just finishing, I always forget, let's add everything to GitHub. So we just make a message for our commit, and the message would be get the session and modify sidebar and input section or components. So we push everything to GitHub, and let's review the review it. Actually, the review is it's optional. You can, if you don't want to watch the review, you can just skip and go to the next section. So let's refresh the page. We go to Twitter, our repository. Now we have 12 commits. And if you click here, we can see the last commit is get the session and modify sidebar and input components. So let's click on it. So inside input.js, we imported use session and sign out. And we brought everything inside this. And we say if the session existed, just show the input section. And for the image, we just use the session.user.image, and we added an onClick. When we click on the image, we are going to be sign out. Okay. And inside sidebar.js, we did the same things, importing the use session and etc. We initialize it here, and we just say show these menu icons when the session is existed, and show this tweet button and menu profile when we have the session, and we modify the sections, the image, everything inside the menu profile with the real data. Then inside app.js, we wrapped everything with the session provider. This was the first step we did. And we fixed this error actually here, signing. It was not a camel case. And also we created a callback to modify the session. And we have created the username, and also we got the user ID from the token.sub. And that was a minor modification. Yeah, that was it for this part. In the next section, we're going to start sending the data to the firestore. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have got the information from the session and filled this menu profile and this picture. In this section, we're going to upload and add the information to the Firebase using this input. Okay, before starting to do that, we need to activate our Firebase. And actually for the input, we don't need, but for the image upload, we need to activate our Firebase. So first, let's make the input and add it to the firestore. So for doing that, we need to get this information here as a state. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside we close this sidebar and this next-auth, and we go to input.js. Inside input.js, we create a state, and we call it input. And this input, we have this set input to change the value of it. And this is going to be equal to use state. And the initial value would be an empty string. So let's import use state as well. So I'm not getting any auto import. So I imported manually here at the top. We just say use state from React. Okay. Now we can change the value of the input based on this input. So in the text area, we can add a value after this placeholder. We just the value is equal to input. And the next things we need to add is just the unchange, which is tracks the change, and the unchange is going to be equal to a function which is get the value first. This one is the value of this text area, and then we get the value and set it as an input. So we just say set input, and we pass this e. We just say e.target.value. Okay. Now we should track our, let's refresh the page. And let's track the state. I open my React Dev tool. If you haven't installed it, you can install it via the Chrome Marketplace, and you just search for React Dev tools or React Developers tools. And here you can click on components. Now, if we click here and we write something, we should see a change here. And this is the state. So whatever we write here, first is the empty string. And then if we write, for example, hello, we see it here. Now we want to, when we click on this tweet, we want to send this information to firestore. Okay. Firstly, I want this button to be disabled when there's nothing inside the input. We can simply add this one in the button. We just say disabled is equal to when the input is not there. And also, I don't want someone just add a space and can submit. So we add a trim at the end. So now here you see the tweet is disabled. And also if we add a space, we also, the tweet is disabled too. So when now we write something, we can tweet. And also this space not gonna send as well. Okay. Oh, sorry, it's going to be sent, but when we don't have any space, we cannot send anything because the button is disabled. Now let's create the function that we want to send this information to firestore. So here in the button, we add an onClick as well. And the onClick is going to be fire a function called send post. We should get an error because we don't have this one. We should create this function. So we go at the top, and here we just delete this console log. We don't need it. And here we create the function. We just say const, and we name we name it send post, and this is going to be an asynchronous function because we want to wait for the data. We want to wait for the data. Data is gonna gives us a promise. So we need to add an async here. And first thing we need to do, we need to create a reference for our document for firestore. It means we need to a reference, and then based on that reference, we need to update our firestore. So let's create it. We just say docref. Okay. And then this is going to be await. And the method we want to use is add doc. So this one should be camel case. And we need to import all these things, add doc, from Firebase. Firebase Firestore. Okay. And then the other things we need is just we need to create a collection, and the collection is going to be from our database that we have created here inside the firebase.js. If you remember, we created this and we export our database data. So we can get this one and add it here. We just say db, and we can import it from firebase.js. And the name of the collection would be posts. Okay. Now, after this one happens, after adding the doc, what we want to add to the documentation is these things. We want to add, for example, ID, which is we can get it from session.user.user ID. So let's test this one first, and then we continue, or we just add another field, which is the text, which is coming from inputs. Okay. Let's see what error we are getting, because we didn't import something. So we submit this. We're getting error that the add doc is not defined. Let's see, we can get the auto suggestion. Yeah, we can auto import add doc from Firebase Firestore. Here we are added, and we need to import collection as well. So let's test it again. So we didn't get any error. So let's go to the Firebase. So let's search Firebase, or if you have it, have that one open, you can go to firebase.google.com and be sure to sign in with the account that you have created the database. So let's go to console, and here we go to our project, which is Twitter version 4. Now we can go to Firebase database and we check that the post is created or not. So as you can see, I need to initialize it. So I just say we started with the test mode, and let's create the location. It takes a while, and maybe the first attempt didn't work, but we can test it again. Let's see. Maybe we have it. I'm not sure. Okay. Now let's refresh the page. No, we don't have any actually collection. So let's try it again. So we tweet this one again. Refresh the page. Yeah, we created the first one. The post, we created a collection called posts. Then we have a document. this is a unique ID that is created by Firebase or Firestore. We have an ID, which is the user ID we are getting from the session, and also we have the text. So now, for example, we do something else and tweet. Now we see another field. But I wanted to actually make this one again empty when we tweet. So we can simply do that. After this function is triggered, we can set input to an empty string again. So let's try it again. So we just say hello, we tweet it, now it's gone. Let's check the database. Yeah, we have it here. Let's complete this one more. We get the image, we can get the other things, the user image. So let's go back here and complete this field. We can get the user image, which is coming from session.user.image. Then let's add the timestamp. Timestamp, we can get it by using a server timestamp, which is a built-in function from Firebase. We need to import it. Server timestamp. Let's we already imported here in Firestore here. Okay. The other things I want to add is the name, which is the session.user.name. And finally, let's add the username as well. So we just say username. We need these things actually later to get, when we are getting the information, we fill the post section. Okay, we got everything. Let's check. We test it again. We just say nice. We tweet it. Okay, let's check. I think this is the one we get. Now we have the ID, name, text, timestamp, user image. So we can get it, for example, with test. You can see the user image, the address, and also we have the user name. So in the next step, I want to be able to upload an image as well with the input. So in order to do that, we need to add a reference. We add an input to this image, but we cannot add it inside the image tag. We can make it an input, but a hidden input, and then we add a reference to it. So when we click on this image, we trigger that input. And that input is going to open a window that we pick our image. Then we create a link of that image. And firstly, we upload it to the Firebase storage. Then we add it to our database to the link that we get from the storage to here. Let's do it step by step that you can understand it. So now we just go to we go to input.js and we go to that photograph icon. Let's add a div here because I want to add the input inside that div. So here after the photograph icon, we add an input. And the type of the input, as I mentioned, it's going to be file because we want to upload the file. I think we can see it now here, but as I mentioned, I want to hide this one. This is working, but I want to hide this one and when we click on this icon, I want to upload the image. Let's go back to input.js in Visual Studio Code, and we change this input to hidden. So we don't see it by default, but we add a reference for it. So we want to connect this one to this one. So the reference we want to choose, we want to add a name for it. We just say file picker ref. And this reference, we need to create it using useRef, a hook of the React. So let's create it at the top. Here, we create a constant and we call it file picker ref, and this is going to be equal to useRef, and the initial value should be null. And let's import this useRef as well. So we just here we add useRef. Now inside this input that we have added here, we add an onClick that is going to trigger a function, and we call this function add image ref. Okay, or we just call it add image to post. And now when we click on this photograph or we click on this div, I want to trigger this input. So here inside this div, we add an onClick. And this onClick is going to trigger a function which refers to that file picker ref, and we just had to we need to add current, and we click on it. We just say click. We use click method. Okay. Now let's test it. We're just saying the add image to post is not defined. We need to create the function that we called here. So let's create it real quick to get rid of the error. So here at the bottom, we create a constant. We call this one add image to post. Let's create it just a little bit like this. And we need to add the arrow as well. Okay. So let's test it here. Now we should, we just click. If you click on the image now, we should trigger the input. As you can see now we did it. Okay, that's working. Now we need to get the URL for this one. We create a URL for, if you, for example, choose this image, we need to create a URL, a temporary URL. Then we use that URL to upload to Fire storage. So let's create the URL first. So inside this function that we have created, we create a reader, and we just say new file reader. This is a built-in function from JavaScript. And when we create the reader, and we also want to get the input of that one too, the input that has a file. This is this E has the information of the file that we are uploading. And we say if that file, that input has a file, so we just say e.target dot files, because we want to see all the files, but we want to just get the first one because we want to upload only one image. And if there is a file, so just put the read as data URL added to this reader, and this is going to be this e.target.file, this one. Okay, now that we did this one, we need to add an onload to this reader, and this is going to get the reader event. And this one is going to give us the URL. So like this, we can now console log reader event dot target dot results, just result. Now we go back to our website and we just upload an image. Just choose one. We open the console log. You can see the URL here. You can not see the image with this one, but this is just the data. But we can use this one to upload to, let me test this one. I don't think we can see any image here actually. Yeah, actually we can see the image, but you can just see a little bit of the image, but this is just saved in the browser, but we need to upload this one to the database. So let's close this. So now we understand that we got the URL for the image. Now we can use this URL to add it to the storage section of the Firebase. So we need to, let me just delete the console log, and instead of this, save this one in a state. So we create a state here and we call it selected file, or just say set selected. We just say selected file, and we can set it to set selected file. Okay, and this is going to be equal to user state, and the initial value should be null. And now, after we got the URL, we set it, we save it inside this hook. So we just say set selected file is equal to this. Let's test it. We open the reactive tool. We click on this, and now when we're writing something, we're still getting this state. Let's upload the image. We should see a change here. Still null. Yeah, we need, I think, to click on this tweet button. Yeah, now we got the URL. Let's try it again. We refresh the page to be sure. So we go to the input, select the input to see the hooks. So we write something, you see here, we select the image. When we click on tweet, we should see a URL. We don't. Let's try it again. Now we see it. I don't know what's happened. It has a delay, so it's fine. Let's first initialize the storage. So inside the Firebase, we go to a storage section. We just need to change the rules here because now nobody is allowed to read or write inside the storage. So let's just remove this part and we publish it again. Now let's go back to Visual Studio Code and just after the place that we want to add send the post. Just here after this, first we create a reference for the storage. We just say image ref, and this is going to be equal to a ref. Ref is a built-in method of a storage. Then we just say we get the storage that we have created in Firebase, this is storage data. And then we say we want to save it in this address. And the address is dynamic as well. We just say save it in a folder called posts. Then / we add that reference we created here, docref, because each document has a reference as well. And we want to get the ID. We want to get it the ID. So each person is going to upload to its own ID, and it's going to be like a very tidy, and it's very easy to read later. So we just say the path will be like this. So, and after that, we just put it inside another folder called image. Okay. Now we have the image reference. Now we can upload it. So first we say if there is any file, if there is a selected file, if there is a link that we created here, if there is something in the hook, then we need to await for this method. We just say upload a string because we want to upload a string now. It's a URL that looks like a string. So, and then we just say image ref because we want to put it inside this address. And what we want to add is that selected file. Okay. And finally, which method we want to use is data URL. So we just say data or save it as a data URL. After this one happened, when this one uploaded completely, then we make another function. We just say async. And this is going to be first we can get the download URL. So we just say download URL. And this is equal to await. And we can use a function called get download URL, which is this one is coming from the storage tool. So we need to import it later. So we just say image ref. Okay. Then now I think let's try it now. We add the image. We write something and tweet it. So now we are getting error because we haven't import these things. So the ref is going to be from Firebase storage. Then storage is coming from firebase.js. Then we have the docref. We need to import upload string from storage, get URL from storage. I think it's fine. We just try it again. So we write something, we add the image, and we tweet it. So we didn't get any error. So no, we are getting error actually. Fire storage server response. Okay. Let's refresh the page. Let's try it again. I cannot read the property of null. Upload string. Let's check it again. So here we have image ref. We are getting from here. So fire pick. This is correct. That is fine. And yeah, we don't need this selected file here. We just need to get the download URL from the image ref. Now we test it. We just write something, choose an image, and we tweet. So we didn't get any error. So we go to database and we go to files. Now we created this post folder, and inside this we have the user ID. Post ID. This is the post ID. If you go to, if you check now nvrq, if you go to firestore database, we have an nvrq here. So we got this one. And then inside this, we have a folder called image. We have a file called image. And then you can see the image here. And also this is the URL. So we click here. We see the URL here. Okay. Now we want to add this URL to this firestore here as a new document here, new field. So inside this NRQ, for example, we add another field called image. Okay. So here we finish this one, and now we need to update our document. So instead of deleting it, when we create it, instead of making a new document, we update our previous document and we add a new field. So we need to create a wait here, and then we just say update doc, which is a built-in method from the firestore. We need to import it. So let's I think we can import it now from firestore. And this is going to get some information from document. First is the database, and then we have the collection name, which is posts. After that, we just said in the post, just check the document reference with this ID, which is here. And we are getting from the document that we have created. So go to this one and then add this field here, which is image download URL, which we are getting from here. Okay, let's test it again. And before testing, let's delete everything so we can see the difference, because we have created too many posts. So let's delete this. Let's delete this storage as well. Okay, now let's test it. We go to here. We just write, for example, hello. We add an image and we tweet it. Let's go to here. We refresh the page in the storage. Yeah, we have the post. This is the post ID, and we have the image here. Okay, this is the image. And the URL should be inside the firestore too. So we go to firestore. This is the same ID. And no, we don't see it. We didn't add the image. So let's see what's the mistake we have done. Oh, I think, yeah, we didn't import the doc and upload. We didn't import the doc, so we need to import it from the firestore. So let's test it again. So just say nice, add the image, we tweet it. Let's go to, now we have a different post. The new post is here, and this post has a image field as well. If we check the image field, we paste it here, it should be the image of the picture that we have uploaded. Okay. The other things I want to do when now the tweet button is disabled, as you can see, I want to make it disabled when we don't have an image too. Or maybe that's not a good idea, because in Twitter you can just tweet without any image. That's that's not a good idea. So let's move on to the next step. The next step, I want when I'm uploading, I want to see the preview of the image as well. So we have the URL in the set. We are saving it here in the selected file. We want to use that one and show a preview of the image here. So let's do this one. So you go back to Visual Studio Code. Just after the input, the text area. So the text area is inside div. After this div, we just say if there is a selected file, if someone selected a file, then just add a div. We add a div here. So we cannot do it like this. Let me add a parenthesis here. We add a div here, and inside this div, we're going to have our image. So we just say we add an image, and the source would be that selected file. Let's test it. Let's refresh the page. Let's write something and choose an image. Choose the same image and we tweet it. Let's see. The problem is, now I understand the problem. The problem is when we choose the image, it takes time to be set it as a set null. Here, instead of saying set, if set selected file exists, we should say selected file. That's the problem. We are getting some errors sometimes. So now we go back to our code. We choose an image. Now we see the image actually. Let's refresh the page and we try it again. So we write down something. We choose the image. The image should come now. So not taking too long. Let's see. Let's delete this one. I will be sure that we are uploading something. So we write down. So there is some problem here. After this completing the send to post, we should actually set the selected file to null again. Let's do this one first. Let's refresh the page. Now database is empty. Let's try it again. We choose an image. We write something. So we don't have any upload. But when I'm uploading, want to choose again, we see the image here. So it should be a problem in our code. So let's test, we check it again. Let me pause the video and check it and come back. All right, I find the problem inside the input that inside next to the photograph. Instead of onClick, we should say onChange. That was the problem. So now we test it again. Now if you choose the image, just quickly after that, we see the image as a preview here. The other things I want to do, I want to add a cross icon. So when I click on it, I remove the image. So when someone is change his mind, you want to add another image, you can just remove it. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and just here that we are showing the image. Let me see. Where was it? Yeah, just here. Just above this one, we add the icon. We can use the X icon from hero icons. So we just need to import it. So just the X icon and we auto import it. Let's see it. Now it's huge. Let's style this. We add a class name. We set the height to be 5 and we change the color to be white. So let's see. We don't see it because it went, I think the color, let's change the color to black. and we try it. Yeah, we see it here, but I want this to be on the image here. So we change the position to be absolute, and we change the position of this div to be relative. So this is absolute based on that one. So now if we test, it came on the top of this. Let's make it a little bit bigger. So just say maybe 7. Yeah, that's fine. And then let's style it more. For example, we change the cursor to be pointer. Then when I click on it, so we add on click on it. So when I click, I want to close, remove the image. So we just say on click, and this is going to trigger a function which is going to set the selected file to null again. Okay, let's try it. So when we click on this, we should remove the image. Now we can choose a different image. Maybe this one. Okay, so we can remove this. And we can also add some shadow effect too. So we can say text shadow, or we can just say shadow, I think. Shadow medium. And the shadow color, I want it to be white. So at least in the dark places. The problem is we see that around it, so we can make it circle using rounded full, like this. So we can see it better. And let's close this and add another image. Doesn't look that much nice, but yeah, that's fine. You can check it later, or I can add it as an update. Let's move on. And so we've done all the parts. So let's test it again. Just say test. We tweet. And when the tweet it's uploaded, we don't see the image, and the text is gone. And also we can see it inside the firestore. So this is the test. This is the image. Everything is working. I want to add some loading effect. So when I'm uploading, so it's not gonna, it doesn't look like a freezing something. I want this has some loading effect. So we can add a loading state here at the top. Just after this selected, we create a constant and we call this loading. And we just say set loading. And this is going to be a user state, and the first value is going to be false. Okay. Then when we want to send a post, just that one, before sending, first we check if the loading is happening. So if the loading is true, then we want to return. We don't want to continue this file, this loading. So we want to return. If the loading is false, we want to set it to be true. So here we just say set loading to be true. Okay. Now, and then after everything happened, everything, the image is uploaded, everything is done for the database, we want to set the loading again to false. Okay. Let's see it inside the reactive tool. So we click on here and we go to components. Let's add something like hello and add the image. Now we see the image URL, and this false is loading probably because, and then when we tweet, the loading will be true. And when the loading, it's uploaded, it should come back to false like this. Okay, now we can use this state to add some loading effect. The loading effect I want to add is I just wanted this image that we choose. Let's refresh the page. I want this image to be to have an animation when it's uploading. So let's go to the image. I think it was after the text area here, and we delete this alt. We just add a class name, and this class name is going to be dynamic. We just say if it's loading now as a variable. So let's see what's happening here. Here should be a $sign. So we say if the loading is true, then let's add an animate of we just say we have a pulse animate. So let's test this one. Let's close this and we add an image. We write something and we tweet. When it's loading, we see that we have a pulse effect on the image. Okay, now the loading finished. The image is gone. The other things I want to do is when I'm loading, I don't want to be the person is able to tweet. So I want to remove this part as well. So here in this div that we have at the bottom, we can just say if it's loading, if it's not loading, that show it like this. So we bring everything inside it. I think until this div is here, and this is a button. Yeah, we need to add a fragment, empty fragment, and we just until here we bring it in. No, not here, until the button. Okay. Now we test it again. We shouldn't see these buttons when we are uploading. So we try now. It's gone. It's working now. Okay. It's working nicely. So that was it for the input section. I think we have already completed this part. In the next section, we're going to get the posts that we have uploaded and show it here dynamically. These are just the static that we have created before. So before finishing the video, let's add everything to GitHub by using git add all, and we make a message by using git commit, and the message would be, we just say send data to firebase and add loading effect. So we push everything to GitHub and we check what we have done so far. So we go to GitHub, we refresh the page here. Now we have 3 commits, and the last commit is send it. Oh, I made a mistake here, but that's fine. So we've done quite a lot, actually. So 3 stages we have done. The first stage was uploading just the input section. Then we added the ability to upload the image. And then we completed by adding the loading effect. So it's quite a lot. If I want to explain it again, it takes a lot. But so these 3 parts we have done. So just uploading the input. You can watch the video again. This part. So we have input, then we have the image, and then the loading part. So see in the next section for getting the information from the database and show it inside the post section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the functionality of sending data from this input. In this section, we're going to get the data that we have uploaded to firestore and show it inside this post section. The only things I forgot to mention is for the emoji here, I had the plan to add the emoji at first, but unfortunately for the new version of the emoji package, which is emoji mart, it doesn't work for the Nextjs and react.js anymore. But as soon as I find out that an alternative, or if the new version works, I'm going to add this emoji as well for the project in the update section. Okay, so let's start getting the data from the Firebase. So we need to go to Visual Studio Code and we go to post.js. If you remember, before we were using the if you remember in the feed.js, actually, we made the dummy data an array of posts, but they were just hard-coded data. Instead of this, we wanna create this post using the real data from firestore. In order to do that, we need to create a piece of state for post first. So here at the top, I just create a state and we call it posts, and we set post here, and we equal this to use a state. And the initial value would be an empty array. So now we can delete this one, and instead I'm gonna add a user state to each time that someone comes to this page, which is home page and the feed.js, we can get the data from the firestore for this piece of information that we need, which is posts. Okay, we just write user effects. User effects is going to take a function and dependencies. So we add the function first, then the dependency here. So inside the function, we're going to create a constant called unsubscribe. So unsubscribe actually means that we are getting the information from Firebase with the snapshot, and we save it to a constant called unsubscribe. This is just a convention way to do it. The function we're going to use is onSnapshot. Okay, we need to import this onSnapshot from firestore. Also, we need to import useState from React. useEffect from React. This is wrong. We shouldn't bring it from there. So we need to import useEffect and also useState from React. Okay. So on the snapshot gets, we need to get the query. We want to query the firestore because we want to get the posts, the collection post, and we want to order it by its time, the time step. Okay, so we need to add a query. Query is actually a built-in function from firestore. So we need to import this one as well. So we imported already on a snapshot query. So in the collection is the built-in function too. So we import that one too. So collection takes two things. The first one is DB, which is coming from the firebase.js that we have created. Okay. So we imported that one too. And inside the DB, we want to go to a collection called posts. After that, we want to, after the query, actually, we want to order it by. So we use order by, which is a built-in function from firestore too. And the order by, I wanted to order it by timestamp, which is a field in our post. And I want it to be descending. It means the new ones comes first. Okay. So after we got everything, here we want to get the snapshot, and when we get it, we want to set the posts I mean the state we have created here. This one, we set the post to a snapshot.doc. So which in this one is a snapshot.docs. This is the information we get from Firestore. Let's see, we write down everything correctly. So where query, collection, DB, post, order by, and that is fine too. Snapshot, that's correct. Okay. We're getting an error. Let's check the error. See. Yeah, one parenthesis is missing. So let me check again. that's correct. We just need to return this unsubscribe. So we just return this. Now, they say unsubscribe is not defined. I think we don't even need this one because we are returning. We just need to return this one. We'll delete this. Now we said that a snapshot is empty. So let's check. I think snapshot. We need to add another parenthesis because now this one is outside. It should be inside the snapshot. So we need to add a parenthesis that close this one. And it's going to be open from here. That should be fine now. Let's refresh the page. Unexpected type MCM, but it was a custom. That's a weird. Let me check again. Yeah, we actually put the parentheses here, and the query should cover all of this. And then this one should be so we delete this, we don't need it. I think that now should work. Okay, it's working now. So we made the unsnapshot, which is returning the unsubscribe, but we removed the unsubscribe because we are returning directly. Actually, we can delete this one too, the return, and this one too, because it's just one thing. It should be like, it can be like this too. Okay. The query is covering from here to here because we are querying a collection called post and order by timestamp descending. And this unsnapshot is going to return a snapshot, and the snapshot is going to give us all the posts. Okay, now we are getting the post, but the reason we are getting like this because it was hard coded before. If you look at the post.js, we got the information from the post, but we made it like this: post.name, post.timestamp, or something like that. But when we are getting information from firestore, we need to just make it like this. Instead of just saying post, we just say post data, then .name. Now, if you check, we're getting the name. So we need to fix this one for all the other ones. So we have the data here. For username, we fix it. Timestamp, we don't touch it because the timestamp is different. We need to install a package called moment. So we just ignore it for now. For the user image, we add. And what else we have? We have the image here. I think that's it. We just check. Yeah, we have everything except we don't have the image yet. Let me check again. So the image is called image actually inside the database. Okay. Now we should see everything. Okay. Yeah, the images are all similar. Yeah, let's delete the database, everything, and we post some images instead. A storage too, we can delete all the storage. I have already downloaded some images. So here, our first image I get this image, we call it amazing. And for this icon, I feel if we add a border to it, it would be very nice. So let me check. The place we see the image, I think it was here. We added a dot icon. Yet not here. Where was it? Yeah, it was inside the input, not here. So let me search for the X icon. So here. So we just, I feel if we add a border, it'd be nice. Yeah, that looks better. And we can remove the shadow too. And we just change the color of the border to be white. Okay, looks better. And then we can bring it a little bit down too. So we just add a padding of 1. Padding, not padding, margin of 1. Okay, looks okay. So we just say amazing and we tweet it. And we should see it just after that here. We don't see this amazing. Let's check. In the post.js, before the image, we had on the name, what about the text? So let's find the text. Let me search for text. Now post.text here. We just add data here as well. So we should see the amazing now. Let's add another image. This is a bird, so we just say bird. And finally, we add the, I think the first image was, yeah, just say nice. Okay. I think everything looks okay, but we just need to add that timestamp. So for timestamp, we need to add a package called react-modal. So let me search and show it here for you. We search for a package called react-modal. And in the search result, we go to a npm package called react-modal. We click here. For installation, we just need to npm install moment and react-modal. So we copy this and we paste it here. We stop the server and paste the code. And for usage, we just need to import react-modal and we just add it wherever we want to use it. And we want to use a method called from now. So I show you here the example. Yeah, here. We want to show it from now. And this is the format we get. We should convert to this format the things we get from firestore. So we use a method called toDate to do it. Okay, I think the installation has been completed. Let's start the server again, and we go to that here, post a timestamp. We need to add the moment. So we just say moment. We close it, and we need to import it from React Moments. You can see here, we imported a moment from React Moments. So this one, inside, we need to get the post.timestamp, but we need to convert this one to dates. This is a built-in JavaScript function. Then we want to use from now attributes. Okay. Now if you check our website, we should see a timestamp. We should refresh the page. Still the service is loading. So it cannot read the toDate. Because sometimes it takes, we need to protect this one. Sometimes it takes time to come. So we just say, just in case this is not available, don't use it. So now we test. Yeah, that's working. Just a few seconds ago. And if you 1 minute, 2 minutes pass, this one's gonna show something else. Okay. Yeah, that was it for this section. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we just say get add all, and we add a message of get post data from firestore and show them in the post section, and we push it to GitHub. Let's test, let's see what we added. So we refresh the page by clicking on this. Now we have 14 commits. And the last one is get post data from firestore and show them in the post section. So we deleted this data we have created before, the dummy data. Instead, we made a piece of state, and we got the data from firestore using useEffect hook. We used onSnapshot, we queried the collection of posts, and we sorted by timestamp descending. Inside input.js, we just add a border to the icon. For the post.js, we changed we added the data because this is the format we need to get from firestore. Then we added a package called moment, React Moment, and we use from now attribute and we converted the timestamp to date. Okay, yeah, that was it. We have installed moment and React Moment. But that was it for this section. So see you in the next video. All right, in the last section, we have got the information from firestore and we populated these post sections here. In this section, we're going to add the like functionality to the post. So a person can like and remove its like. And also, if a person is not signed in, the person is going to be redirected to the sign-in page. So let's start with the live section. But before continuing, I just realized something, that this moment doesn't work. It's always showing a few seconds ago. So let's go back to Visual Studio Go and fix it. So inside the moment, we forgot to add the data like this. So here we just need to add data. Now, if you look at our work, you see that is 1 day ago, the time that I recorded this video. Okay. Let's continue and add the like functionality, where we just need to add a unclick on this icon, which is the heart icon. And when we click on it, we trigger a function that sends data to the firestore and add the username ID and the post ID. Inside the post, we search for the post ID, and then we add the username to that particular post that we are liking. So let's do this. So we go back to Visual Studio Code and we just find the heart icon in the post.js. So we have the heart icon here. So we add an unclick on it. And we're just going to trigger a function called like post. Now let's create the function at the top. So this is going to be an asynchronous function. So we just write async function. So you can make a arrow function too. It's up to you. This time I'm using this form of function. So we just call it like post, and here we're going to await and set a document inside firestore. SetDoc is a built-in function from firestore, so we need to import it. So here, let me get the auto suggest. So it doesn't suggest me, so we need to import it manually at the top. So we just say import setDoc from firebase/firestore. Okay, this setDoc takes in a few things. The first one is doc, and for the document, we want to add it to the DB document. That DB is coming from here, the firebase.js. We exported DB. So here we import it, and also we import doc from firestore. And the document we want to search is the posts, and what we want to search is the post ID. So we are getting the post information. We can get the ID here. Just remember, we don't need to add data for the ID, because data is just for the other things. Then we want to create another collection called likes. Okay, and inside the likes, I want to add the person's ID. So in order to get the person's ID, the person who is signed in, we need to use a use session. So we just import use session from next-auth/react. This should be import. Okay. Then we need to initialize it. So we need to initialize the session. We get the data and we call the data session, and this is coming from use session. So let's add the user here. So we should say session.user.id. user ID, or this is the Google user ID. Okay, now after this one is finished, also we want to add the person's information as a field too. So we just save the username. We just say use session.user.username. We add it here. So let's test this one. We go to our browser. In the first picture, we just saying nice. Let's click here. So we didn't get any error. So let's go check it inside the database. That's a database. So inside the post, the one that is saying nice, this one now has a collection of likes, and also it has the username inside it. And this is the user ID that the person has. This is similar to this one, user ID, the person who created the post. Okay. Let's try this with another account. So we go back to the website. I sign out and I sign in with my another Gmail account. So let's sign in. I choose the other one. So now, if I like the first one, we check the database. We have 2 likes here. And this one is the user ID of the other account. And then you can see the name as well. Okay, we've done it now in a way that we did. But the problem is we don't see that the like. We want to change the color of this one if someone liked it. And also when we click on it, we want to remove the like. But for doing that, we need to get the likes first. We should know firstly that this post has a like or not, or has a like with the person that is signing or not. And if it has a like, at least show the number of likes. Okay, it's quite a lot of things to do, but let's do it step by step. The first step is just make this one red when somebody liked it. So first we need to get the likes from the database. So we go back to Visual Studio Code. So here at the top, we add another piece of state and we call this one likes, and we just say set likes. And this is going to, first we need to get the likes from database and set it to this state. So this is going to be equal to use state. And the initial value would be just an empty array, because this is an array of people who like this one. And we need to import use a state from React. Okay. So let's add a space here and here too. Okay. Now we got this one. So the other things we need to do is just we use useFX to get the information. So we just say useFX. The useFX is going to have a function and also a dependency. The dependency we want to add, I think the database, it's fine. And then we need to create the unsubscribe function as we did before. An unsubscribe function is going to get the snapshot on snapshot. And on snapshot, if you remember, it has some other things like collection. So we want to have the check the collection of DB and the DB, the documents post, and we check the post.id. We want to check because we are in the post.js, we want to check the post.id, and we check if it has a likes or not. It's a likes collection. And after this, we want to get the information as a snapshot. And we set the likes that we have created here at the top. Here, we set likes to a snapshot dot docs. This is the information is coming from a snapshot. Okay. Now we got the likes. We got all the likes if the likes is available, and we set it inside this piece of a state. Okay. Now we want to check that the user is signed in already, has liked the post or not. So this is going to be another piece of the state. So let's copy this, and we just change this one to has likes, or has liked, you can say, or set has liked. And the initial value of this would be false. We don't want to have likes first, but we check using useEffect that has a like or not. So useEffect has a function and also a dependency, and dependency is here is likes. Okay, if this piece of state change, we want to trigger this useEffect and check the person has a likes or not, has liked it or not. Okay. Now we want to set has like if we check the likes. First, we find the index. Find the index of the like. We get the like, and then we just say like.id is equal the person that is signing, which is session.user.user.id. And I'll show you here again. So this user ID, if it's equal to the person this is the post. So if you come back, this post is created by this person, 114. So if the person is signing is 114, like it, the has liked state is true. But if the other person comes, this is for the number of likes, and if the person is coming, for example, liked here, and the person is sign in, has the same user ID, we want to make the heart icon filled with a red color. We cannot see it. We are getting error. So we didn't import useEffect. So let's bring inside useEffect. Okay. So now we are checking if the like ID is equal to the session.id. And this is let me show you by the picture. Yeah. This one, it should be not equal to -1. I'm going to show you in a second why I did it. So let's imagine the likes has an array like this. And we have for example, the first user who liked this one is like a 1, 2, 3, the user ID. The second one is 3, 5, 6, and then etc. Many people. This find index is going to check that if the person is signing in has the same ID of the person who already liked this one in the array. If this is true, we get the index, and the index can be 0, 1, 2, and etc. The only things, so if this one is equal to -1, it means that this is outside the array. So the person is not liked, has not liked the post. I don't know. I'm explaining it in a way that you understand. So -1 is outside the array. Any other numbers that comes, it means that the person is already liked the post. Okay. Now we know that person is liked or not, so we can use this has liked now to fill our icon here, the heart icon. So we're going to import another icon at the top, but this one is from solid. So we just say import heart icon from hero icons, but this one is instead of outline is solid. Okay, but because the name is similar, we need to save this one as a different name. So we just say this one should be heart icon field, for example. We change the name. Okay, so we use this heart icon field here. So we copy this one time, and we change the top one to field. And we add a ternary operator. We just say if has liked, then show this field one. Otherwise, show the other one. Okay. And also, this one should be a question mark. Now it's correct. And the first one, instead of hover get text read, we want the text to be read instead. So let's check now. Let's refresh the page. Now on snapshot is not defined, so we need to import it. Let's go, on snapshot. Let's import this from a firestore. I feel we need to import collection too. Yeah, I think find index is a built-in JavaScript function. I think, let's check. Yeah, we are not getting an error, and this is filled because the person is has liked it. So let's try the other one, like this one, which is bird. The person is signing is this one, Sahan Avido. So when I like, now this one turned to red. So let's check in the database. So the the last post, that is bird, now has a likes, and the likes is created by this person, which is Sahan Gavido. Okay, but if we sign in with another person, let's say not. Okay, when we need to protect this one because if you're not signed in, you get an error. So here we just protect ourselves. We add a question mark here. Okay, let's refresh the page. Now let's sign in with another account. With this account, code with a hand. Now the bird should not have any like. This one. Now if we click, we should get a like. And this one has 2 likes now. Okay. But the next step we want to do is to remove the like. So now if I click here, nothing happens. Okay. Because it already has a like and it has another attempt. But let's go back to Visual Studio Code and let's add a ternary operator here. Say if the person, it has liked this one, else if there's no like, we want to add the like. But if it doesn't have like, we want to remove the like actually. So here we want to await because it gives us a promise. So await, and instead of set like, we want to delete the like. So we just say delete doc, and this is coming from firestore 2. And this is similar to the one we did at the bottom. So it just get a doc db, and inside db we want to go to posts, and we just choose the post.id, and inside the likes we want to remove that person who which has which is signing, which is a session user dot user ID. Okay, and also we want to protect ourselves too if we are not signing. Okay, so let's try this. Now this one is, yeah, you can see when I click, the heart goes back to the normal. And let's check the database. We bring it here at the right. This one here. So we add the like. You can see new person is adding. And when we click again, the likes is removed. Okay. So next step, we want to add the number of likes. We already got all the likes here by using this use effects, and we set it inside this state likes. So we just need to go here in the heart icon we added. Let's add a div and cover both of them. So just bring them inside. And inside this div, let's add another section. We just add a ternary operator. We just say if the likes number, likes not length, is greater than 0. If it has a like, then we want to create a span. Doesn't work like that. Span. And inside the span, we want to show the number of likes. Just say likes dot length. I think it's gonna work now, but it's not styled. So this one has 2 likes. If you remove it, it's now 1 like. Okay. Now let's, for example, this one doesn't have any likes. Now it has 1 like. So let's just a little bit style it. Let's bring it next to each other, both of these. So we just say flex and item center. Let's check it now. That looks okay now. But when it has a like, I want the color to be red. And also let's change the text a little bit smaller. So here, let's add a class name. And the class name I want to add is first yeah, let's check. Let's make this one variable. And we say if has like, then we just want to make the text to be red. Text to be red 600. Let's test it now. Are we getting an error? Let's see what's... we didn't close this. Yeah. Okay. Now let's test it again. Let's refresh the page. Now, if you didn't like it, just the color is black. And let's make it a small too. So we just here outside we just say text as small. And also you can see this cursor. We can remove this cursor if you don't want to see it. Easily just say select none. You don't see the cursor. Okay. Let's find the other functionality I want to add. When we are not signed in like this, now nobody is signing. When I want to be redirected to the sign-in page. Firstly, actually, we get an error. So we need to prevent the error by protecting that. So, and then also we want to redirect the person to the sign-in page. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and here in the function like post, first we check if the person is signed in. If the session is true, then we want to have this has like everything inside this. Otherwise, we want to redirect the person to the sign-in page. So we just say sign in, and we need to import this one from next-auth / react at the top here. Okay. Now let's test this. Now I'm not signed in. So when I click, I go to the sign-in page. Let's sign in with someone. For example, this person. That is me. Okay. Now we can add likes. Okay. Looks very nice. All right, that's it for this section. Let's add this one to the GitHub. So we just say get add all, and we make a message of, for example, add like functionality to the post. Okay, let's push this one to GitHub and we check what we have done. We click on Twitter to refresh the page. And now we have 15 commits in our repository. And the last one is add like functionality to the post. So we imported quite a lot from Firestore collection, delete for deleting, on a snapshot, we're getting the information, and set doc for making a new document. We have the session. We got the session because we want to check if the person is signing or not. We got the number of likes from the database and save it to this state. And we also checked if the person is signing has liked it already or not. We use this use effect to get the number, all the likes. Here we use this use effect to check the person is liked or not, has liked the post or not, and then we created this function, and if the person is signed in, can like or remove the like by doing this, or it's going to be redirected to the signing page. We fixed the phone moment, and also we added another icon, heart icon field, that when the person has liked the post, this is going to be shown, and the number of likes is shown by this. So if the number of likes is more than 0, we can show it here. Okay, that was it for the next section. See you for the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the like functionality, and we were able to like and remove the likes from the Firestore. In this section, we're going to add the deleting functionality. We want to, when we click on this trash icon, we want to delete the post. But first, we want to be sure that this person who is signing is the owner of the post. So, for example, this Sahand Ravidel cannot remove or delete the post from this code with Sahand one. Okay, so let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we find the trash icon. It should be inside post.js, inside components folder. So we have a trash icon here. So we want to add a ternary operator if the person who is signing in has the same ID than the person who created the post. So how we know that? So if we look at the database, each post has a unique ID, and also the ID of the person who created the post is saved in the field too. Okay. So we want to check that if this ID is equal to the ID that we get from session. Okay. So let's first check if we imported the session. Yeah, we have the session here. So let's check it. So here we say if the session dot user, but we can protect it too if we don't get an error here. So we just say session dot user ID is equal to and we just say post. So if you remember, we can get the post ID here inside the database. We can get this ID using post.id. But for getting this ID, we need to have post.data.id. Okay, so this is different from this one. And in other posts, you see this is the owner, this is the ID that firestore is automatically created for our posts. Okay. So here we just say post.data.id. And we can protect this one too. Okay, if this one is true, we want to show the trash icon. So we bring this trash icon inside. Now, if you look at our website, we cannot see the trash icon because this post, this one and this one is created by someone else. Okay. But if you create another post of us, for example, we just say JavaScript King YouTube channel. That is my channel name. So we can just tweet this one. You can see that now we can delete this because we have the icon here, but we can add the functionality for deleting now. But we cannot have access for deleting icon for other posts. Okay, that was the first step. The next step is to add an onClick to the trash icon, and we trigger a function which deletes the this post completely from firstly from firestore database, and also we want to delete this image from the storage as well. So let's go back to Visual Studio Code and we go to trash icon. We add an onClick event, and we just trigger a function, and we call the function delete post. Okay, and we're going to create it here at the top. Just after like post, we create another function, and this is going to be async function too. And we call this one delete post. I think, yeah, we don't need this one. Okay. That is fine. I think we missed the parentheses. Okay. Now, when we this function is called, we want to delete the document. So we just say delete doc. This is a built-in function from firestore. And we already imported, I think, because we used it before, I think. Let me see. Yeah, we have the delete doc because we use it here for deleting the likes. Then we have the doc. We want to have the reference. The reference is doc, and we want to in the database we want to check the posts collection, and we want to delete the document post.id, the document with the ID, and we're getting the ID here from the input post. So this ID, as I mentioned before, is this ID. Okay, we want to delete this one completely from here to the end. Whatever is inside is going to be deleted. Okay. So for example, I think this is the first one I created, the JavaScript King YouTube channel. Let's test this one first. Let's go to our website, refresh the page. Okay, we are signed in with the Sahan Capital account. We can delete this. So we click on this. Okay, it's gone. Let's check the database. You see that document, document inside the post collection is completely removed. But in the storage, we still have that image. If you check now, inside the post folder, inside the storage, now we have 4 images. So we want to add the ability to delete from the storage too. So the function for deleting the storage is delete object. We need to import it from firebase storage. Then for the reference, we add a reference here because we want to know which one to delete. So we import reference to, and the reference is from a storage. We need to import a storage from firebase storage. We need to we need to bring it inside from the firebase. If you remember, in firebase.js, we exported the DB and storage. The storage is the data from our storage. So we want to know which storage to delete. So here we add the storage as well. So now we can use it. So inside the storage, we want to delete. Firstly, we check this. All of them are inside a folder called posts. So we need to add posts here. After this, we have a / and we have the post.id. This is, if you check now, this is post ID. And if you go to firestore database, I open it a new window. For example, this one, VFI. This one, VFI. This is just the post ID. So we can add the post ID here. And after that, we just say image. Because inside here, if you click, the name of the image is just image. Okay. And it can be a different image. This one is, for example, avif password, image.avif. Maybe the other one is different, depends on the what type of image we uploaded. We get different things. Yeah, this is PNG, for example. So we don't mention the format. We just say image. Okay, let's try this. Let's go back here and we upload another one. I just write down whatever here. Okay. Well, let's tweet this. Okay. Let's check our database. So let's refresh the storage. We should have now 5 images. And we have a new, this one with this text. This is dummy text I did. So the post ID is YBY. And here we have YBY2. So by deleting this, we should delete this one and this one together. So let's try it. So here we click on delete. So it's gone. Okay, let's go refresh the page YBY, if you remember that. So we refresh, we shouldn't see YBY anymore. Okay, the storage is gone. And also it's deleted from our database, I'd say. So that is working perfectly. The only things I want to add is, because the deleting is actually needs a confirmation. So I want, when we press on delete, the browser asks us, are you sure about deleting the post? And then when we confirm it, it's going to be deleted. So let's add this one. So inside this function, first we add a condition. So we open a window, and it's going to be a confirm. And we're just gonna say, are you sure you want to delete this post? So we get this suggestion from tab 9. So now if this one is true, we want to do this. Okay. Otherwise, it's not going to be deleted. So, okay. So let's try it. So let's upload another time. Okay. Retweet it. Now we can delete. So when we press on delete, we get a confirmation window. Are you sure you want to delete this post? If you press OK, you're going to delete. If you press cancel, you don't delete it. So let's try one more time. We press OK, and we don't see the post anymore. Yeah, that was it for this section for deleting. So let's add this one to GitHub. We just say get add all, and we add a message. We just say add delete functionality to the post. Okay, and we push it to GitHub. Let's check. And we refresh the page by clicking on this tweeter. Now we have 16 commits, and last one is created 10 seconds ago. We click on that. So as you can see, inside the post.js, we have imported a storage from a firebase. Also, we have imported delete object and reference from firebase /storage. We added a function for deleting the post. First, we asked a person that is sure about deleting by opening a window, confirmation. Then we deleted the document from database first, and then we deleted from the storage. Okay. The another thing is, actually I forgot. I just remember that one. Let me show you something. If this person tweets something, we need to start the server again. Okay, let's refresh the page. So if the person tweets something without adding an image, we should get an error when we are deleting it. So I forgot to add that one. For example, if you just say hello without any image, okay, this post is here. When we delete this one, we delete it, but we get an error because we don't have that image. Okay, so we just can avoid this one just adding a condition here as well. We just say if the post dot data dot image is existed, then delete it. Okay, so let's try again. So we just say hello, we tweet it. Now we delete. Okay, We didn't get any error. Okay. Let's add this one real quick to GitHub as an update. So we just say the same message. We just say updated. Updated for deleting image deleting error or deletion image delete errors. Okay, we push this one to GitHub. Okay, let's continue to review what we have done. So inside the trash icon, we added in the trash icon, we added an onClick event. So it's going to trigger the this delete post function. And also we have added a condition that if the person is signed in, has created the post, is the owner of the post can delete it. So you can see the trash icon. Okay, that was it for this section. In the next section, we continue adding functionality to our project. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the delete functionality. In this section, I want to add some transition effect when we delete or add a new post. We don't see it suddenly pop up or remove. I want to add some transition effect. I want to add a package called framer motion that gives us all these transition and opacity animation easily. So we can search for framer motion, and this is the website for framer.com motion, but we can have the npm package here. If you go to npm.js.com and framer motion, we can get the instruction how to install it. So as you can see, it's a very popular package. It has more than 1 million downloads or installation weekly. Okay, first we need to install it. So we go to get started part, and for the quick start, we just grab this line of code and we go back to Visual Studio Code. We stop the server using Ctrl-C and we press Y and we just paste the code that we have copied. In order to use it, we just need to wrap the things we want to have. For example, in fit.js, we have a mapping through the posts. We just need to wrap this one with something called animate presence. You see we're getting the suggestion, and it's coming from framer motion. We need to wrap this map here. Okay. Then we need to wrap this post inside motion.div. So just say motion dot div. We close it, and we need to import it too. So we imported animate presence from framer motion. We just need to add motion too. Okay. It's simple as that. Now we need to add what type of animation we would like to have. First, we need to add a key here. because all the map, everything inside the map should have a key. And then we can add an initial value. So initial value for this one and should be inside the object. And the opacity I want to be 0. The initial value when this animation starts. Then I want to animate has an animation until the opacity get 1, and then when the animation finish, I want to exit it with opacity 0 2. Okay, so first start with 0, then 1, and then 0 again. So let's see it inside our application. Let's add something. For example, I just say, let's start the server first. Let's refresh the page to be signed in, to be able to add a post. Okay. Now I add a post. We just check. When we add it, you see that the post comes with a transition. You see that's flashing. We can actually increase the duration of the animation by just adding here transition, and we change the time of the permission duration to, for example, 1 second. So now you see it's different. For example, let's add something else. Hello world. See, when we delete it also, it will be deleted by transition. That is more nice, because suddenly remove it, it's not going to be nice. Now let's add the same transition to this what's happening section 2. When now we click on show more, we see a suddenly new news comes. We can add the same sort of animation to this one. It's same things we did. So we need to go to widgets, and inside the widgets, let's see where we wrapped our news. Yeah, this is the news section. So we should have the animate presence wrapping all the map section, and we have the motion div wrapping inside. So just say motion dot div wrapping this, and we need to import them as well. So we import animate from framer motion, and also motion from framer motion to, I think we already imported, or no, we just added manually. Okay. So as we did before, we need to add a key, and the key would be the same article.title we can use. Then we add the initial value, which it would be opacity 0. Then we have the animate opacity 1. And finally, we have the exits. I think that's fine. Initial opacity. Yeah, we missed the curly braces here. Okay. And finally, we have the exit, which has the opacity of 0. Okay. And also we can add the transition too. So just say transition with the duration of 1 second. Let's check it inside the browser. Let's reload the page. Now we can see already the transition. We can click on more. You see that beautiful fade animation. Okay, let's do the same things for the who to follow section. So who to follow, we can copy these things, so we don't need to get it. So how to follow section starts from this div. This is the map. So we cover this map with the animate presence until here, and then we copy this motion.div and we paste it here and we close it at the end. It's here. Okay. Let's check. Here we added a key article, the title, but the key should be the same as the key here. So we replace this one with this. Let's see it now. Now we click on here. Yeah, we see it comes with a transition. Okay. The other transition I want to add is for this menu, because it's, as you can see, the hover effects, it quickly change from one to another. We can simply add a transition here as well. So we need to come back to Visual Studio Code and we close everything and we go to styles, globals.css. This is the hover effect. At the end, we can add a transition. This is just the Tailwind CSS class. It's not related to Framer motion or something. It's just say transition, and the duration, we just say 500, and we want the effects to be ease out. Okay, now you see it's a bit different, and also affects the other one as well here. These icons, now they have a fade transition effect. Okay. And see like this. Okay. And also let's add the transition for hovering effect on these sections, like who to follow. You see the gray hover. Let's do it for them too. So we go to widgets. For the news, we should go to next.js, and let's see where we have a hover effect here. Actually, the duration is 200. Let's make it 500 and ease out. Okay. So let's test it again. That's better. For the who to follow, we need to go to widgets, and here when we have a hover effect, let's add a transition with the duration of 500 milliseconds, which is just a half a second, and then with the ease out effect. Okay, let's check. Yeah, we can see the transition effect. Okay, that's it for this part. Let's add it to GitHub. We just say git add all, and we may make a message by just saying git commit with the message of add animation effect using Framer motion. Okay, and we push everything to GitHub. Let's check what we have done so far. We refresh this page by clicking on this Twitter. Now we have 18 commits. The last commit was committed 11 seconds ago, which is add animation effect using framer motion. In feed.js, we brought animate presence and motion from framer motion, and we covered the post.map with animate presence, and also covered the post component with the motion.dev, and we added the initial value animate and exit, and also we added transition of 1 second duration. Okay, in news.js we added the same things we did in news.js. Yeah, we just added this transition, I think this part. But in widget.js we added the animate presence and motion div for the who to follow section. Here is the who to follow section. Here is the news section. This one was a news section. The first one is the yes. Why we added 2 times? News.js and widget.js. News.js. No, we didn't add it here. We just here 2 times. Okay. And finally, in globals.css, we added transition duration 500 and ease out effect, and we have installed framer motion to our package.js. Okay. So I see you in the next section for more functionality. All right, in the last section, we have completed the transition effect, the fading effect to our website. In this section, we're going to add a modal pop-up. If we if you click on the comment section, we want to open a window at the top that let the users to add a comment to our website or to this post particularly. In order to do that, we need to add a state, but we cannot add a component level state. We want to add the global state because we want to add it on top of everything, not only this component. In order to do that, we need to use I want to use a package called recoil. Recoil is a state management library, and it's just created for React, and it's let us to easily add global states to our website. So let's search for recoil, and the website is recoiljs.org, which is a state management library for React. We click on this one, and in order to start, we can just go to get started, and we already installed our application. We need to install recoil first, and then we need to add it to the root, to app.js. We cover our app.js with recoil root. And finally, we need to add an atom. Atom is a piece of state. For example, here, as example, they have a text state. They made an atom for it. Each atom has a key and also the default value. In our case, we want to have a state that is open, and we want it to be false by default. And the name would be open state or something like that. Okay. And finally, we can get that state in any component using useRouter state. And we can change the state using set, that the name of the state that we have created. Okay. So let's start installing first. We just copy this, npm install recoil. We go back to Visual Studio Code. We stop the server and we paste it here. And before going to the next step, let's add the component modal component and add it to the index.js. Let's close these things. Inside index.js, which is the home page, inside the pages, we added a section before for modal. So we create a component and add the component here. So here inside the component, we create a component called, we just call it comment modal.js. We use RFC to create a React functional component. We can delete this import. Then let's import this and bring it inside the index.js. So just here, we just say comment modal. And we need to import it as well. Okay, let's start the server and check it on browser. So let's go back to our website and we refresh the page. Now we should see that probably it comes around here because it's after that. So now we can see the comment modal here. This is not going to be here because we want to create a window. Later we're going to install a package called react-modal and replace this one with that component. But for now, we can see it here. So we have installed the recoil now. The next step for the recoil is just add the recoil root and wrap our application with recoil root. So we need to go to app.js underscore app.js and we cover, first we import recoil root from recoil. Then we need to wrap our application. Just here, it's fine. Here. So now we can use in every component. This is all the components in our website. We can use the whatever we define inside the recoil. Now we need to create the atom. If you look at the documentation, the next step is create an atom. An atom represents a piece of state. So atoms can be read from and written to from any component. So we create the atom, but we can use it in all the components. So we just copy this line of code, just example one. And we go back to our application. We close all the folders and we create it outside here in this level, for example. We just create a new folder. We call it atom. And inside the atom, we create our modal atom. So just say modal atom.js. And we paste the link. Okay, and the state we want to add is modal. So we just change the text to modal. And the initial value, the default value, would be false. Because we want the modal to be closed when we just come to our website. And then when we want to open it, we press on that like a comment chat icon and open it. Okay. Now we can access to this anywhere in our application in any components. So for example, in comment model, we can have access to it. So we go to comment model, and here we need to import two things. First thing is the use recoil state. So instead of use state, we use recoil state, and this is coming from recoil. And because we want to use the modal state that we have created inside the atom folder, so we just get the modal state from we created outside this folder. So we come back one folder, we go to inside the atom folder, and we choose modal atom. And here at the top inside our component, first we create a state. The name of the state is open, and set open, and we just use this is going to be equal to use recoil state, and even the initial value is coming from this atom too. We defined it false there, but we don't need to say false here. We just say modal state. Okay. So we use this modal state. Now we can just show it here. For example, inside this div, we add a h1. We just say up comment modal, and under this we just say if it is open, then just add a h1, and we just say the modal is open. Okay, let's check. It should be closed now as a default. Let's say atom is not defined. Let's check. So which file was it? Sorry. In modal atom.js. We didn't import atom actually. We just copied this one. So we need to import atom from recoil. This is just a built-in function from recoil. That should work now. It's refreshed. We're getting another error. So invalid argument, atom or selector, but got undefined. So modal state. Let's check it again. Yeah, we didn't export this. So we need to export it. Yeah, that's a problem when you copy paste from a website. You don't check. Okay, so don't copy paste. Here, let's check again. Okay, that's okay. It's not showing this modal is open because the default is false. If you change the default to true, we should see it. The modal is open, okay? And but we don't want to do it like this. We want to, when we click on this comment, we want to comment icon, we want to open it. let me add another small one so we can easily click here and open this. So we want to add on click on this chat icon, and each time we click on this one, we want to change the open state to true or false, depends on the previous state. So we go back to our post.js, and we just search for chat icon here. First we add an on click here, and this is gonna have a function that is going to set the open, but we need to create the set open first at the top. Just leave it like this, and we create it at the top. We just say const open set open, and this is going to be equal to not use state, use recoil state, and we need to import recoil state too from recoil here, and this is going to take that modal state that is coming from Atom. So we need to import modal state from Atom too. Now, in the chat icon, when we click on the chat icon, we should open it. So now we click here, we open the modal is open, okay? But when you click it again, nothing happens. But I want to just say, if the whatever is open is, just do the opposite, like this. If the open is true, make it false, and if it's false, make it true. So now we just can reverse it each time. When we click opens, click on. Okay, so that was it for the recoil part. In the next section, we're going to install the package called react-modal, and we're going to have a real model with the information of this post, and the person can reply. Okay, so we just add whatever we did in this repository, in this commit to our repository, and we just create a message. We just say install recoil, install, I just say install and implement recoil. Okay, we push it to GitHub. Let's check. We refresh the page. We go inside the Twitter. Now we have 19 commits. We have created 19 videos so far. And the last one is install and implement recoil. So we created Atom, which is a piece of state inside a folder called Atom. We imported Atom from recoil, and we export modal state. The initial value is false, and the key for it is modal state. Okay, it should be a unique ID. Then we create a component called commentModal.js. We have imported useRequal state to create a piece of state, and we got the initial value from the Atom, which is the modal state that we have created inside Atom. And we just say if the state is true, show the modal is open, okay? And inside post.js, we added an onClick to set the open in the opposite state, opposite of its previous state. So we created this state using useRequal state here. And also we have imported useRequal state and modal state here as well. We have installed recoil Okay. And then inside app.js, we wrapped our application with the recoil roots because we want to have everything inside the recoil in every components. And inside index.js, we just added the component that we have created, which is comment model. Okay. So that was it for this section. In the next section, we're going to create the model. We're going to install a package called react-modal. Okay, see you in the next section. All right. In the last section, we have completed the installation of recoil, which is a state management for React. Now, when we click on the chat icon, we see that we added this, the model is open. We added the state of open globally inside the recoil. Okay, in this section, we're going to install react-modal, and we're going to have a model like the final version. Let me show you the final version. That's here. Now, if we click on the chat icon, you see a model pop up. And if we click on outside, it's gonna close. And also we have a close button here as well. And then we have the information of the person who posted this plus the post text. Then we have an input here similar to the input that we have here. So we can get the code from this part. And also at the end, we have the reply instead of tweet. So when we write down something, we can reply. And this is going to be added to the comment section. And we're going to be redirected to a new page with all the comments. Okay. Let's install react-modal. Let's search react-modal. Let me close everything. Just go to Google. We just react-modal. And in the results section, we see a website, npm.js.com package react-modal. And if we click on this, we're going to be, as you can see, it's a very popular package, almost more than 1.5 million installation every week. Then we have the installation here, and then we have the API document. First, we need to install it using this. Then we have an example here. The only things we need to do is to wrap everything with this modal component that we can import from react-modal. Then if we have a state of open, so we put the open here. When the open is true, this modal is going to be pop up. Then if we click outside, we need to set the open to be false. This is for clicking outside. We don't need to touch anything else. We're going to add our own style using Tailwind CSS. So let's copy this npm install, and we go back to Visual Studio Code. We stop the server using Ctrl+C, and we paste the code here. So the installation has been completed. Let's start the server again. And inside the comment model that we have created, at the top, we need to import we just imported directly model, not model, from react-modal. Okay. Then we just need to wrap everything there. So we just we delete this one, and then say if the open is true, then let's add a parenthesis here, and inside this parenthesis we just have this model component. Okay, and we just add something like a h1 saying comment model. As here I mentioned, we need to add the is open. This is going to be camel case, and is open it should be equal to open. So when the open is true, the model is going to pop up. So let's test this in our browser. Let's go to our website. Let's refresh the page. Now we shouldn't see this part because we remove it. And now if we click on the chat icon, we get an error. Model is, I write down model again. Just should be modal. Modal. Okay, let's change this. So let's try again. Okay, now we can see the model here, but this is a little bit big. So the things I do is just let's add some styling to it. So we go back to here and we just add a class name. And the style we want to add, firstly, I want to limit the max width to be large. And we just say width to be 90%. This is for the mobile screen. Then, well, let's just make it the position absolute and bring it to the top 24, which is 96 pixels from the top. Then from the left, I want it to be in the exactly in the center. So we just say left 50%, but this is going to bring the edge of the left edge to the center. So in order to bring the center to the center, we just need to add translate x. This one should be minus 50% too. Okay. And let's change the background color to be white. Let's add a border of 2 and make it rounded. And let's make it rounded x large. And let's add a shadow of medium too. Okay, let's check. Let's refresh the page. Yeah, it's a bit big. Let me see. I think, yeah, max width. I made a max width. I need to just write down max x. Sorry about that. Now it should work. Yeah, this is the size. And when we add more things, it's going to be bigger as it because we want to have an input inside. But just for now, let's add a height too. So we just say height 300 pixels. But we're going to remove this later because we don't need it. We want it to be dynamic. Okay. And then let's add that on close, on request close as well. So on request close, this is going to be a function, and the function is going to set the open to be false. So now by clicking on outside, we can close it like this, anywhere outside. Okay. Let's change the border color too. It looks a little bit, or the border is a bit thick. And then let's change the border color to be gray. For example, 400, maybe. Let's make it 200. I think this is the default border we are getting. I think this is just for this browser. Let's continue, complete it, and later we think about that. Okay. So now, let's continue at the closing button. So we can add that one too. Okay, let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and we need to add an icon, which is X icon that we already used before. So now inside this model, let's add a div. And this div is just going to add a padding. And inside this, we're going to have another div. And so this div is going to be like, if we check here, final version, we have a div here that has a border button, border bottom of, you can see. So first we have this div, and we have another div for this icon. Okay. So for this div, we just first let's add the icon, and then we can see the effects better. So let's add the icon inside the div. The icon name is X icon, and this is going to be from hero icons / react / outline. Then let's close this. And for the icon, we just make it a little bit smaller. Let's add make it 22 pixels. And we change the color to be gray 700. Let's see. Now we can see it here. And the div that is covering the icon, let me bring it next to each other so we can see what we are doing. Let's close this side. Okay. For the div is covering this, we just add that hover effect that we used before for the other things. And now we want to bring this icon to the center. So first we add, we change the width to be 9 and height to be 9. Then we use flex to be able to bring the icon to the center using item center and justify center. Okay, now it should come inside. Then that's fine. For the div that is covering this, as you can see, now we can see the border gone. Sometimes we can see it, sometimes not. So just change the border more. Yeah, that one is better. Okay. For this div, we want to add a border at the bottom. So we just say border B. And we change the border color to be gray. 200 and let's add a padding at a y-axis of 2 and in the x-axis of 1.5. Okay, that looks better now. And yeah, that's it. And let's add the onClick to the icon as well, or we can add it to this div. So we just say onClick, and this onClick is going to set the open to be false as well. So this is going to close the modal too, like this. Now we have two options for closing the modal. Okay, now we want to get the information, the post information. In order to do that, we need to add a state, but we cannot use the component level state. We want to get the ID from each post, and each post is from different component, and we want to pass this one to the main component, which is the feed.js. So we need to use a global state. So in order to use the global state, now you already know we can use the recoil. So inside the modal atom.js, we can just add another. So we just need to copy this one time. And this state, we just call it post ID. Or post ID like this. And this one is going to be post ID2. And the default value is an empty string. Okay. Now, inside post.js here, that is having all of them, like each post, we can get that state and update it as well. So here at the top, we can copy this open recoil state, and we just change the open. Let's see. The open is going to be post ID, and this is set post ID camel case, and this is post ID state 2, and we need to import it as well. So we need to import it from atom, modal atom. Okay. Now we can, when we click on this chat icon, we not only we open the modal, we can get the ID of this each post, and we pass it to this global state. Okay, so chat icon, instead of just doing that, we open a curly braces here and let this bring this one inside. We set this one open, or before even opening, we can just set the post ID first. So we just say set post ID, and we set it to be the post ID, which is, we can just say post.id. We have access to the ID because we are getting the ID here. Let me increase the size. We are getting the ID from the top here. We are getting the post, and then we can pass the ID. Now we can it's just saved to the global state. Now we can use it in any component that we want. For example, we can use it inside the comment model. So we can just get it here. So we just copy this one again, and this is going to be post ID, and this is post ID, and we don't need to change it. We just want the information we get, and then we just can. Let me just show it here. Just here, we add a h1, and we just say post ID. Let's test it. Say post ID state is not defined. So we just need to import this one too here from Atom. Okay. Now, when we click on this post, we should get the ID of the post. You see, 3FS3, and this ID is different. This ID is different too. Okay, so based on this information, this post ID, we can now get the post data from the firestore and show it inside our model. Okay, so let's do it. But before doing that, I want to redirect the person to the sign-in page if the person is not authorized. So now this one is pop up, but when we are not logged in, like now, okay, we still can put a comment, okay? But I want to redirect the person to the sign-in page when we take. It's like this, the same things we did for the like functionality. Now when I want to like this post, I want to be redirected to the sign-in page. Okay, let's do the same things for the chat icon too. So inside post.js, let's go to the chat icon section that we added this things. So first, instead of just directly doing that, we just add a condition and say if the person is not signing, or if the session is not existed, we want to redirect to the sign-in page. Okay. But otherwise, we want to get this ID. Okay. Now let's try it. So now when we click on the chat icon, we should be redirected to the sign-in page. And if we sign in, we should be able to open the model like this. Okay. So now we can use this information, the post ID, to get the information, to get the data from the firestore. So in order to get the data from firestore, we need to use useEffect. So let's go to comment model, and here at the top, we add a useEffect. So useEffect is going to take a function and a dependency. Dependency is the post ID, because when the post ID change, we want to request again, and also our database. So let's import useEffect. So we are not getting the auto suggestion, so let's import it manually. We just say useEffect from React. Okay, we need to import DB as well. DB is coming from Firebase, and inside the function, we want to use the onSnapshot as we did before. So we just say onSnapshot, And in unsnapshot is going to take the doc. And for the document, we want to go inside the DB and then posts. And inside the post, we want to target one post, which is the post with the post ID. Then the things that is going to return is a snapshot. And a snapshot is going to, we can set the post to be a snapshot. Just say snapshot.docs. Okay. Now we need to import on snapshot from firestore. We need to import doc. Okay. So we are getting an error. This error, I just wanted to intentionally get the error and show you how to solve it. So it said invalid document reference. The problem of Firebase firestore is that when the post ID is an empty string, we get the error. At least should be something, you know, some. So inside the modal atom, instead of putting the default to empty string, we just we put something random, or we just write ID. This one can be anything. Okay. Now we are getting another error. That's let me see. Set post is not defined. Set post. No, we shouldn't set the. Actually, we didn't make the post a state, so we need to have a post and set post, and this is going to be equal to use a state. It's not to use recoil because this is just a component level state, and the initial value will be just, I think, yeah, just empty. We fine, or it's a object. I think we just need an empty object. Then set post. We need to import use state, so we import it here. Use state. So let's try it now. Actually, let's at least show something here. So instead of just post ID, we just say post dot username. For example, we can get the username. Let's protect ourselves too as okay. Let's click. Yeah, we don't see anything yet. Let me check. So set post. Oh, it's not just post. It's just the post data. That's username. Now let's try it again. Let's refresh the page. Okay, let's see. The problem is this docs. We just need. We don't need it. We just delete it because it's inside the inside the document. It's not the collection. So we don't need for when we are getting the post ID inside. We don't need to add the docs. So now let's try. It's working, getting the user ID, username. Let's add something with this username. For example, we just say hello. Okay, now when we click here, we get the user ID of this person. Okay. So now we just need to really get the data and show it like the one in the final version here. We want to make it like this: the image, username, sorry, the name, the username, and we have the date, time that is published. Then we have the post text. Okay, so this is really similar to here. Okay, we can just get this one and this image. So we can just go, this is coming from post. So we can go just to the post.js and let's check. Here we can just, this is user image. We can bring it there too. So we copy this. We go to comment modal, and just after the X icon, and here we don't need this one. We don't need this username. We add the image here. We just paste the image. Now let's see what we are getting. Yeah, we are getting the image. That's nice. And let's just add a div that we can just add some padding or other things. So we just add a div here, and inside the div we add this image. And then here, let's close this one. Okay, we can just add some padding. So we push them something inside. Just a padding of 2. Okay. Then let's add the other things as well. So inside the post.js, after the image, we had this post user data. So we just copy from this h4 to this span, and we paste it just after the image. So we should get an error because we didn't import the moment. So we need to import moment from React moment. So let's see. We are getting another error. Oh, this is just data didn't come. So let's refresh the page and try again. We need to protect ourselves. That's the thing. So we just need to, sometimes the data comes later before opening the modal. So we need to protect us. So after post, we just need to add to question mark. Okay. Now we try again. So here we just add a question mark here as well. Okay, let's try it. Okay, now we can see, but they're next to each other. So in the top div, we just change the display to flex. They bring them next to each other, and then we do item center to bring them in the center horizontally. Then we can add a space between them using a space x of 1. So that's nice. That's fine. And then I want to add that line here. If you look at the final version, we have a line between these two images. This is a person who posted the tweet, and this is a person who is going to reply. So we want to add this line. In order to use the line, I want to just add a span, empty span, but let's just put the span here, but this is just empty, but it has a class name. It's empty, so we just can do it like a self-closing. So now I wanted to have a width of 0.5. Let's see. And then the next things is just the height of full. Soon as we're going to see it, first and then I want it to be behind the picture. So the z-index should be -1. Then let's make it absolute, and we position it from the left to be 8 and top to be 11. We cannot see it at because we want it should be relative to the this div. So we change the position to be relative to the top div. Then let's change the background to be gray 300. So let's try it again. Let's see. Yeah, I think we cannot use the width 0.5. We can use 0.5. That's a correct one. So now we can see it here. Now it's just not positioned correctly. We want it to be exactly here. And also, I don't know why this icons got smaller. So let's fix that one too. So first, let's bring this one more to the right here. And so this left is not correct. So left 8. Now exactly here. And this one automatically got. Oh, this is when it's large, it's so small. Okay. So let's see what's the problem. So H20. So Alex, everything is fine. Let's play with this number. So make this one bigger, like the 20. So the problem is this 9. So maybe this is the above. Okay. So we make it bigger. And this one, just make it 30. But this one doesn't have any effect. So we just make it 11. Let's remove the padding here. Okay, I think it's fine. Yeah, just I do it later in the update. So I have to spend some. Now this one became so big. So we should make it actually responsive. So for just yeah, just leave it, that's 23 pixels. That's fine. Okay, let's move on, and we need to just get the information for the person who wants to post that is coming from session. We can easily get it. So inside the comment model, we need to import use session. We import use session from I think it was React. No, just next-auth /React. Yeah. Then we need to initialize it. Here we just say const session, and we need to get the data, and we just call the data session, and this is coming. This is going to be equal to use session. Yeah, actually, this part, if you look at the final version, this version, this part is very similar to the input that we have all the way. You see, it's very similar. So we can copy the code from the input as well. So we can open the input and let's copy everything, and then we can delete the unnecessary parts. So from this part to the end, we copy everything and we go to comment modal, and just after this span here, we can just paste that. And we just need to remove some parts from here. We don't need to say if the session is existed or something like that. So we can delete that one first. Then we don't need the image part or loading section. So not this one, the selected file that we were showing the image. And let's see. We should get some errors. Sign outs. They're getting for the image. We added a sign out. We don't need the sign out actually for the image, so we remove it. So refresh. One by one, we get the error and we fix it. So it said input is not defined. Input. We need to create the input here. So we just copy this. We just say input set input, and this is going to be an empty string. Okay, let's try again. Loading is not defined. We don't need loading actually here. So we delete this part with this fraction. Okay. Let's refresh the page. Okay, photograph icon is not defined. We can import this. Import this icon too. So one by one, by getting the error, we can fix everything. File picker ref. So for now, we don't want to just add this input. So let's remove this one for now. I just commented. Later we add this functionality. So now let's try again. Send post is not defined. We want to send post, but actually let's change this one to send comment, because we want to send the comment. And then let's create this function at the top just for now. So we just say function, we call it send comment, and then just we create it for now, and later we're going to handle that one. Let's refresh the page. I hope we don't get more errors. No, that's fine. We are getting that one. Instead of what's happening, let's close this. Let's find the what's happening. Instead of tweet, we should say reply. And instead of what's happening, let me search for what's happening. I cannot find it. So yeah, instead of what's happening, we just say write or tweet your reply. Okay. So these two doesn't work. Still getting an error here. We still have the this onclick. So I remove the onclick. And then I want to remove this border bottom. So let's search for the border bottom. Not for this one, the next one. I just remove the border and then it's color. So we don't see the, and then the size, as I mentioned before, it's fixed to 300 pixels. The model, we just remove this edge 300 pixel. Now this is just a flexible. So if you write more, it's going to be bigger like this. The other things we just missed is just the post itself, the comments in the post. Now we see that we are getting the everything, like the days, the username, the user display name, and also the image. If we, for example, here, but I want to write down this bird too, for example, or this amazing. Okay. This is very simple. We just need to add something. For example, at the end of that span, here, the time, we just check that one. It was a moment here. We just, after this div, we add a paragraph. And this paragraph is just going to be the post. Let me remove the sound. Post, we protect it. This is going to be data. And we're going to protect this one too. And this is going to be text. Okay. Let's refresh the here and see it. Because I'm recording too long this time, my computer is very slow now, so sorry about that. So now we see the hello here, or here we should see the birds, but let's just style it. And the classes I want to change the text to be gray 500. Make the text to be 15 pixels. And for the bigger size and more than the mobile, I want to make the text a little bit bigger. So let's, for example, make it 16 pixels. We add a margin left of 16 and we just add a margin bottom of 2. So we add some space. Okay. So in the bigger screen is like this, bird. We should get the amazing 2 here. And this person can write anything and reply. But the reply doesn't work for now. In the next section, we're going to add this functionality so that we send the reply to the firestore. So let's just for now, we add this one to the GitHub. It's getting very long, this video. So I want to just, for the next section, we do the reply section. So we just say get add and we commit with a message of install and implement react-modal. So that's it. And we push it to GitHub. So let's check the GitHub. We refresh the page. Now we have 20 commits, and the last one is install and implement react-modal. As you can see, we added another state and we call it post ID, but this state is global, so we added to the atom of the recoil. And inside the comment model, we just did a lot of things. We added the model here, and we just, if the open state is true, we're going to open the model, and we can close it by just clicking others outside. And we added the icon, X icon, the image of the person. This is the horizontal line between the two images, and also we got the information, username, name, and others, etc. And this is the image of the person who is signing. And finally, we added the input here, the text area. And this is just a photograph and emoji icon. And at the end, we add a button that is going to be send the comments. But this is going to, we're going to do it in the next section. So inside the post.js, we got the ID, and we actually updated the post ID. So if the person click on the chat icon, if the person is signed in, we're going to set the ID, and also we're going to set the open to be opposite. Okay. Yeah, and we have installed react-modal. Okay, that was it for this section. In the next section, we're going to send the data from this reply to the firestore. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have installed and implement react-modal. In this section, we're going to send the data to the database, and we redirect to the new page, which is for that particular post. So now, let's check our website so far. So now we can have a comment. We can write down something. For example, it just says nice. And this is going to nowhere because we didn't implement the sending the data. So we want to, when we click on reply we want to send the data to the firestore, and also we want to close this window after that. Okay, let's go back to Visual Studio Code. And one thing I noticed is just when we don't have an image, this dot icon, dot horizontal icon is not at the end, and these are not distributed here. We can easily fix that. We just need to go to post.js, and just after the image for the right side, we have a div. We just add a flex one. So on the right side is gonna occupy all the space. So now if you check, they go on the right side. Okay, we fixed this one. Let's go and complete the function send post. So we go back to, I think we should go to comment modal.js. We created remember, if we created a function send comment, but we haven't completed yet. Okay, here we want to get the information, send the information and add a new document to the database. And if you look at the database now, for example, for the last one, hello, and the other ones, we have, this is the document, and each document has some fields, and this document has another collection, which is likes. We want to add another collection similar to likes, but the name would be comments. Okay, let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and here we need to create await add doc, but as we are using await, we need to make this function asynchronous, because add doc is returning a promise. We're getting some data from it. So add doc is going to get a collection, and the collection we want to target is from our DB that we have created inside the posts collection. Then we want to target the post ID, because we want to target the particular post that we clicked on the chat icon. Remember, we saved this one inside the state here, and we are getting it from a global state. So we have this information, and inside this, we want to create a new collection called comments. Okay, and this comments is going to include a few things. For example, we can get the comment itself, which is equal to input, whatever inside the input box. And this input is coming from here, user state. It's empty at the beginning, but when we write down, it's going to be updated and we get it, the final one. Then we can get the name of the person that is writing the comment. We can get it from session.user.name. We can get also the username as well. It's going to be session.user.username. Just delete this. Let me mute my computer. Okay. And then we can get the user image, or user img for short. This is coming from session.user.user img, not user img, image. Okay. And also we can just check, save the time too. We just say timestamp, and we can use the server timestamp function from firebase. So let's import this. This is from firestore. Let's import add doc collection, and we have to import DB as well. I think we have imported before. Yeah, that's here. Okay, that's everything looks okay now. So after we call this function, we want to close the window. So we set the open to false. I didn't add loading because firestore is very fast when we send only the comment. But if the comment includes the image, we need to add the loading too. But for now, just for simplicity, we didn't add any loading because it's very fast. And we just set the input to empty string again. Okay, let's try it. So now let's comment something here. Or we just, yeah, let's do this here. Now let's delete it and then, no, we don't have any comments actually. So let's add a comment. We just say nice. And let's check the database. For the last one, this is hello. Maybe this is here. We have another one with text hello. Now we have the comment collection. So we have, let me check here. I write down comment. It should be comments actually. That's fine. Next time we're going to, it's working. So comment, because it's going to be more than comments. So maybe we have more than comments in one post. Okay, the comment has a unique ID that is generated automatically. Then the comment is saying nice, and the person who write down is Sahan Gavidal. Then we have the timestamp, and we have user image and username. Okay. So let's try it again with another account. For example, this one, nice. Let's add a, say, amazing pic. Let's add the reply. Okay, let's go back. Yeah, this one has a comments now collection, and with a unique ID, amazing pic, the name, the person who write down everything is here, and the user image. So that's okay now. In the next step, we are going to redirect the person to the specific page for that post. We can do that using a router. Nextjs has a hook called useRouter that we can simply route between the pages. So let's import that one here inside the comment modal. So under this, we can import useRouter. This is much more simpler than React, because in React, we need to go to app.js and add the route manually for each page. But here we just need to create the page inside this folder, and then we just use useRouter. We don't need to do any extra things or add it inside the app.js. That's very simple. So this is coming from next/router. Then we need to initialize this router here. We just need to just router is equal to useRouter, similar to the we use for use session. Okay, we initialize it. Now we can easily redirect the person. So after close the window, we can redirect the person to by using push. And this is going to be dynamic too. So we add a backtick, and this is going to the post ID. Or we can just add we just say posts, and just we can go to post ID. Okay, so let's try it. Now we add another comment here. Let's refresh. I think, yeah, we stopped. I don't know why the server stopped. Okay. So let's try again. Okay, it's loaded. And also we are signed in. So let's add another comment. We just say, hello world. We reply. After the reply, we should be redirected to a new page, which is post. And this is the ID of the post. But the page is not created yet, so we are getting a 404 error. That is fine. Just for now, we just redirected this. Later, we're going to create this page. So in the next section. But now, the other things I want to do is just show the number of likes here. So we can simply do that. You did it before in the like section. As a practice, I would suggest that you stop this video and just do it based on this, the one that you previously did for the likes. Just for the hint, you need to use a use effect to get the data for the all the comments, and you just need to get the length of the all comments and show it here. Okay, so stop the video and do it. Okay, now I'm gonna do it myself, but if you have done it, congratulations. You can watch the video and see my way of doing. Okay, so let's go back to Visual Studio Code. We need to do this one in the post.js. Exactly we did for the likes, number of likes. For the number of likes, if you remember, we created a piece of state using user state, and we called it likes. Okay, and then by using use effects, we got all the likes, and we set the likes, this function, to the snapshot.docs. And the query was post.id and likes. And this is going to be similar, but instead of likes, we just say comments. And after doing that, we just need to go, we inside the heart icon. After heart icon, we just say if the number of likes is more than 0, then just show the number of likes. That's it. So let's do the same things for the comments. So we just need the first to, let's copy this. Instead of like, well, let's change this one to comments. This one should be capital, and it's empty string as well. And for the, we can just copy this one. It's very similar. And instead of likes, we just have to search for comments. Then we set the comments to snapshot.docs. That's it. And we go after the chat icon. Let's put chat icon inside a div first, because we want them to be next to each other. So first we bring it inside this, and after this chat icon, we're going to check that if there is any comments. So comments dot length is greater than 0, then we want to show the number of it. So we can just add a span here. Okay, we cannot do it here. So inside the span, we just say comments dot length. This should be 0, not O. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, we have the number of comments here. This one has 1 comment. This one has 1 comment. Let's add another one. Whatever we write down here, we just, yeah, now we have 2 comments and we are redirected to the post. Okay. So now we have 2. Let's bring this one next to each other, but just in the div we added, we just say flex, and we bring them horizontally next to each other using item center. And also we can use select none, so that number 1 is not going to be selected like the one we did for the heart icon. So now they are next to each other, but this is a little bit bigger, the number. Just we can, in the span, we can change the text. Let's just make it a small text, a small. That's it. That looks fine. This one is okay too. Okay. So so everything is fine. Okay, let's add everything to the GitHub. We just say git add all and git commit with a message of send comments to firestore and show the number of comments. Let's remove the and because we did the redirect too. So just say and redirect using useRouter. Okay. Let's push everything to GitHub and we check what we have done so far. So we can click on the Twitter to refresh the page. Now we have 21 comments. Then last one is send comments to firestore, show the number of comments and redirect using useRouter. So inside comment modal.js, we have imported useRouter, and also we have imported many things from firestore. We initialized the router and we completed the send comment function by just adding the add doc, and we send the information to this collection, and then we close the window, we set the input to empty, and also we redirect the person to the post page, which is in the post/post ID. Then inside the post.js, in order to show the comments, we have created a new state called comments. Then we use use effect to track the effects, and we just got all the comments from this post ID, and then we set it into the comments state. Then we have this is for just fixing the dot horizon, and also we added after the chat icon, we said if the comments is more than 1, more than 0, just show the number of them. And then we just bring them next to each other using display flex. Okay, that was it for this section. In the next section, I feel that we are ready to create the post page. For example, now if we add a comment here, we're going to be redirected to a particular page for this post, which has the sidebar, what's happening, who to follow, similar to the one we created. Then also we are seeing the comments all at the bottom of this particular page. Okay, so see in the next section for creating this page. All right, in the last section, we have added the ability to send our comment to the firestore, and also we got the number of likes here, and also we have redirected person to the post particular page. Let's test it again. For example, here I add another post, for example, another comment. I just say amazing, and I press on reply. So we're going to be redirected to a page called posts / the post ID. So let's create this page, and so we won't get any 404 error. So we go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside pages, and we create a folder, and we call it posts. And inside the post, we're going to create a file called ID, but inside a bracket. The reason we're doing that, this is a convention for Nextjs. So it means that we have a parameter inside the page called ID. And we can later get the parameter from the URL using the useRouter of the Nextjs. So let's do it now. So we have created the page, and we just make a RFC to create a React functional component. Here we just changed this one to post. Or we can call it post page, whatever. So we have here, so let's now check our browser. Now we can see that, let's refresh the page. Now we can see that inside this one, we are getting post. Also, we can get this post ID as well. So there is a way to do it. It's very simple. We just need, we don't need this React anymore. We just need to import useRouter from next/router. Then we are going to initialize router here. Just say const router equals to useRouter. Then Now we can get the ID just from, we can destructure this, and we can get a router.query. So we only have one query here in our page, and this is just the ID. So we're getting it here, and we can just show it here as well. We just say ID. So if you check now, refresh the page. Let's see. Now we stopped the server. So we started again. So now we are getting the ID. Let's try it with another post. So we go back to the home page, and we put comment inside another post, and we see that if you're getting the get it or not. For example, we put a comment here. We just say nice. We reply. Now we are getting the post ID. So we can use this post ID to get the information from the post and show it inside this page. This page is completely similar to the actually index.js, but the only difference is we're just showing this post, not all the posts. So inside the index.js, the home page, so we have the sidebar, we have the widgets here, and also we have all the posts. So the other page for the post, it has just that post. For example, we only have this post, so we get rid of all the other posts. So we just have one post, and also we don't need these inputs. So we get rid of that one too. And the other things we can do is just change this home, and we add a button. So when we click on the button, we just go to the home page. That's it. So we can easily copy the index.js and just change it a little bit and make the id.js. Okay. So let's do that. Let's go back to index.js, and we copy everything using Ctrl-A, choose everything, Ctrl-C, and then we come back here and we paste it here. So let's change everything. We change the name of this to post. Firstly, the title will be the post. That particular post name. We haven't get the information of the post yet, but we can use useref later to get it. But just for now, I just say post page. Then we have this sidebar. That is fine. We keep it. We can adjust the feed section. I get rid of the feed section because we have to completely change the feed section. We just need the post. We don't need all the posts. So I delete the feed section. We delete it from here as well. Then, okay, let's see what we have here. Let's refresh the page. Okay, what's the error? Comment on. So we have to change the address of these things. Before, index.js was here, but id.js is inside a folder. So we have to go another folder and down. So we add another folder, going back. Okay. So we should get rid of that error now. Now we go to the page. For example, we just add a comment here. we reply, we're going to be redirected to this page. So it looks, looks different. So let's see what we have. Because we completely removed the feed section, so that section came here at the beginning. So let's replace the feed section now with the one post. So we just go to component post.js and we just add the one post here. We just say post. Okay. We import it. We cannot import it like this. So this is going to be post. Okay, we should get some error now. We didn't complete this yet. Okay, post. We need to send the post data and ID. Let's instead of doing this post, sorry about that, I delete this one. I just from the feed that's JS, I just get that this. I just get everything and then we delete the unnecessary part. So we go here inside the feed. I delete this, and instead of home, so we just keep the this one. We delete this icon. We don't need input. We don't need any animation. So I'll remove all of them. And we just want, we just get rid of the post section for now. And then let's check what we have now. Let's refresh the page because I already deleted this. That's fine. So now it looks okay. We added the feed section, but it's empty. So we're going to fill this one with one post. So first, let's complete this section. Add the back icon and fix it. The icon I want to add is called arrow left icon. So after just change this home to tweet. Okay. And that's fine. Just above this H2, let's add another div, and inside the div, we just import the arrow left icon. So we're getting the suggestion here. So we auto import it. Let's check the browser. We cannot see it. We just give it height and width. We just say height of 5. Now we can see it. But I just wanted to add the hover effect to it. So just say hover effect, the class that we have created before. Let's see it now. Or we just add this one to here. And now we can see it very nice. And then the other things I want to do is just I want this tweet to be in the line of this. So here we can add the item center. Okay. And let's add some space between them. So here we can just say space x, for example, 2. Okay, so that's fine for this one. Let's create the, when we click on this one, I want to come back to the home page. So we need to add a router here. So we need to import first useRouter from next/router. We just need to initialize it here. We just say const router and useRouter. It's we should call it. And here we just add an onclick on this folder. Just say onclick. And this onclick is going to just say router dot push, because we want to push it to the home page. Okay. So now if you click here, we should go back to the home page. Let's add another comment. For example, here, just say nice bird. Okay, we came to that page. Now we want to see exactly that page that we have clicked, and we know that one by just checking the URL. So which post we want to show. So we just need to go to post.js. We want to bring the post.js here, but we need to pass some props to that. Okay, post.js gets the props like this. Here, I think here at the top, we are getting the post data like this. So we need to pass the post data. And here, the ID of the post was inside this, but we cannot do it for there. We need to pass the ID separately. So we need to modify this component in a way that gets the ID separately. Okay. So we just need to, inside the ID, so here just we need to just, before the widgets, or inside this feed, actually, inside this feed, after this div, we can add the post. We need to import it. So we need to copy this. Okay. We need to pass some data to it. We need to pass the ID. And also we need to pass the just post itself. So the ID is coming from this useRouter. We can get it. So here we just can say ID is equal to router dot query. So after this, we need to use effect to get. So we create a function here. Let me fix this. This is just, and we have a dependency. The dependency is just db and id. And here we can directly return on a snapshot. So we want to get one post. So on snapshot from firestore, then this is going to get a document. And the document is from db. The name of the collection is posts. Then we go inside the document and we just want to get the document with the ID, this ID that is coming from the router. Okay, now we want to save this one to a state called post. So here we can create a use state and we call it post set post, and this is going to be equal to use a state. Just okay, and the initial value is just a null, or we can just keep it empty. Okay, now we can, after a snapshot, get on a snapshot, we get a snapshot. Just after this ID, we get the snapshot, and this is going to set post to snapshots. Remember, when we using the document, we don't need to add .docs because we are already inside the document. So now we are setting the post equal to a snapshot. Now we can pass the post inside here. So the ID is the ID and the post is equal to post. But remember I said, because this post.js is just getting the post here, it's just getting the post, not the ID. So we're going to get an error because this post.id is different from that one, because we are sending it before from feed.js, and feed.js just passing the post, and we were not passing the ID before. Now we can add this one here. We just say ID is equal to post.id. So we have the ID, pass the ID here. And then inside post.js, we get that ID, and also we are getting that ID. And then instead of just inside here, we just say post ID, we just say ID. So anywhere we have post.id, we just remove the post. We just get the ID. Okay, here is fine. Here and here. This one. This is same as before, but we're just changing the name. I think that is fine. Here, that's his ID. That's a different ID. This is a user ID. So it's inside the data. Okay, now let's start the server, and we open it inside the browser. Let's see if they get the error, we can fix it. We just first we check that what sort of error we get, and we can fix it. So it's still initializing, and now it's going to work. Just wait. Okay. Okay. Now this is the home page. So it should work because now post.js is different, but still working. So that's good news. And we need to sign in first to be able to add a comment. So for example, here I add a comment. Or just say hello world. And we press reply. We're going to redirect to the new page. So we're getting an error. So let's just see. Post is already we created post 2 times. Let's see where it is. Inside id.js. So I created the post 2 times. So it looks fine. That is okay. I don't know. Additional loader. Yeah, probably this. Yeah, we already made the component with the name post, so we change this one to post page. So let's check. Now we refresh the page. Now we're getting another error. So we imported post, but they say the module is not found. Okay, let's check. So we imported post from components post. Let's refresh. Let's come back and then try it again. Let's restart the server. I think some problem with here. It shouldn't get error inside the homepage actually. Okay. Let's try it again. Here we try just say nice. Yeah, we're getting the same error. Let me pause the video and check myself and then let you know. Yeah, that was actually the error. I thought this is a post. Yeah, the error is line 8. I don't know why it's imported from this weird location. Should be from React. So in id.js, use effect is coming from React. Okay, that was a weird error. Let's see the next one. User state is not defined. We just import user state too. Okay, let's see. DB is not defined. So let's import everything doc. Imported. DB is from here. Okay. Let's see. That's a previous error. Okay, now we got the error inside post.js. Sometimes happens because we didn't protect ourselves. Sometimes this component renders before the other components, so it's still the post is not initialized. So we need to protect ourselves. We just go to post.js and just like this, we add a question mark. Everywhere we have post. Okay. So when the post is not defined, we don't get any error. So that is fine. So let's check. Let's refresh the page. Okay, we got it. That is correct. Finally. Okay, now we're on the home page. We tried with this post. For example, the bird. Just say wow. Reply. We should go to the page. Now that we have the post here. Let's try this like functionality. That's still working. Let's see, we can still put a comment. We just say something else like amazing. Yeah, we have 3 comments. Oh, it's still we are redirecting, and we redirected to a weird page. So we should fix this one. Why is it 2 times posts? So we just go to post.js. When we press on the chat icon, no, it should be in the modal, comment modal. Yeah, we forgot to add a / at the beginning, so each time is adding that one at the end. So let's try it again. So we come back to home page. And now we go to a post like this by just putting a comment, a random comment. So we're going to there, and now we just put another comment. It should stay in the same page. Yeah, same page, but we have 4 comments. We add another one, should be 5. And we can like it as well. And the other problem is, yeah. Let's go inside the post with this user. I want to see that we can delete it or not. So, for example, this one. I just write something here and then go inside that one. Yeah, we can delete it. We have the icon. Let's try to delete it. Just say yes. Okay. Now we're getting an error. So when we delete, we want to redirect the person back to the home page. Okay, let's go to when we delete it, it's inside post.js and so we set post ID, we open it, and that is a chat icon, sorry. In the trash icon, we're going to delete post. So let's go to this function. So this is going to delete the post, but we want to redirect the person after that, after confirmation, to the home page. So here we just, let's see, we have the router or not. So we don't have a router here. Just we import useRouter. This is coming from next-router. Then we need to initialize it. Just say router is equal to useRouter. Then after deleting here, after deleting the post, and then we're going to redirect the person using router.push, and we push the person to the home page. Okay, let's try it again. We go to home page. Yeah, actually the post was deleted, but we didn't redirect it. So we don't have any post with this person. So we can make a post here. Just say hello. We go to the post page by just putting a comment. Then inside here, let's try deleting it. So it went to the home page, but still, because we don't have that data, it's deleted. In post.js, we are getting an error. So we need to just protect this data as well. So we go to post.js. Like after the data, we add a question mark too. Instead of this, we could just say if the post exists and then do these things. That was possible too, but we already done it this way. It's very hard to change. So we just need to add the question marks. Okay. That should be fine now. Let's try it again. Let's create a comment, post, add a comment, and then inside the post, we delete it. Okay, we came back to the home page now. So that's working. So in the next section, I want to get the comments firstly using use effect, and also I want to add it one by one here on top of each other using a map method. And also we want to create a component called comment.js, and we create a separate component for each comment. And also later we're going to add the like and comment functionality for the comments as well. So let's add this one to the GitHub. We just say git add all. We create a message, and the message would be create post page that should be fine. Post page, and we push it to GitHub. So let's see. We refresh the page to see the last commit. The last one is create post page. So inside the comments modal.js, we fix this one by adding a / here. Inside the feed.js, we added the ID as well. We passed the ID separately. Before we were adding it inside the post. But in order to don't get the error, we just did it like this. Then inside the post.js, we got the ID that we are passing from feed and also from the id.js. And we updated all of them. We deleted the post. I just got the ID. So that was for the post.js. And also we added question mark after post and data to not get an error. And that was it for the post.js. For id.js, we copied the index.js completely and brought it here, but we changed it a little bit. We We added a use effect here to get the post. We got the ID using the router. Then everything was similar except for the feed section. We added the arrow left icon to which goes to the home page, and we added the post component here. Everything was similar. That was very easy actually, but we got a lot of errors. So, but it's good for you to know all the errors. So later maybe you get a similar error. Okay, in the next section, we're going to get the comments from the database, and we're going to show them inside the id.js page. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the post page. We got everything like sidebar and also the widgets. And also we fixed the problems with the deleting and putting comments. In this section, we're going to get all the comments related to this post and show and create another component and show it just under the post. We already have the post ID. We already got it from the URL using router. Based on this ID, we can request to the database, to the firestore, using useEffect and get all the comments related to that post. If you remember, we created a new document inside our firestore. We have the collection post, then each of them has an ID and they have a fields, and also we have more collections, and we call the new collection comments, and the comments has its own ID and also the information like the comment itself, name, timestamps, and etc. So we want to get all these comments related to this post. For example, this post has a comment, so it has, I think, around 10 comments so far. The other one has, for example, one comment. Okay, so first we get the ID, the post ID, this one from URL, and we check if it has a comments collection or not. If it has, we just get all of them and then loop through all of them and show them one by one by using map method. Okay, let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside id.js, we just create a use effect under the other one. We got the post data from using this use effect. For this one, we getting the get comments of the post. This one was get the post data. Okay, so we can just use a use effect. Use effect is going to take two things here. See, effects and also dependency. The effects is going to be by a function, and the dependency is just we can pass the database and also the ID. If the ID change, we want to have this use effects triggered, and also when the database, anything changed inside the database. Okay, so now we need on snapshot to get the information. So on a snapshot, we want to get the query. We want to sort the documents by the timestamp. So we need to put everything inside a query. And after that, we want to the collection reference. So we inside the collection, the reference is DB. Then we go to the posts. Then we go to the post ID. And finally, we go to the comments collection. And inside the comments collection, we want to order this by timestamp. It should be descending. It means the new comes first. Okay. So let's import all of them. I think we already have use effect at the top. Yeah, we already used it before. On snapshot, we should have. Query we don't have. So we imported from firestore. Collection we imported as well, and also ordered by. I think we have, yeah, ordered by already imported. So we have collection doc on a snapshot, ordered by and query from firestore. Okay. Now this should get the comments. So we get the comment. Now we need to get the snapshot and set it inside a state. And first, so we need to create this state. So I copy this and just call this one comment. And this is the function to change the value of the comment. So set comment, and the initial value is an empty array because it's an array of comments. Then here after snapshot, after the query, we can just get the snapshot, and we get the snapshot and set the comment to the snapshot dot docs. Okay, now we have the comments here. We can just show them somewhere in our page. So after this post, we can create a component called comment, and we loop through this comment and show them inside that. So let's create a component and we call it comment.js. We can use RFC to create a React functional component. So we just leave it. We need to make it capital. Yes, because it's a convention for components. And let's make this one capital too. So we just say comment, and let's get rid of this import. And inside idea.js, we can, under this post, loop through all the comments. We call it comment. I think it should be comments because it's more than one. This one set comments too. So now under post, we just loop through all the comments. So we just say comments dot map. We get each comment here, and we're going to just import the comment. Let's import it. Okay, let's check the browser. Let's refresh the page. Now we are not seeing it yet. let's add a key here. Just say comment dot id. Then we add the ID itself, which is comment.id as well. Then we pass the comment as well. Just say comment is equal to comment.data. And also we want to have a condition. We just say if the comments dot length is greater than 0, then we want to do this. No, this is should be ampersand. Sorry about that. Okay. Something doesn't work. So actually, let's bring this inside a div. This here. And let's check the browser now. And then we don't need, I think, we need to return this, or we just make a parenthesis here. We don't need to return. So now we check. So we're getting an error. So this parenthesis is for this here. I think it's fine. Now we just first check. Okay, now we are getting the comments, but all of them are similar because we have a component and just writing down something randomly here. But we can get the information here as a props, and we destructure it. We just get the comment. We can get the ID. And here, instead of that, we just say comment. For example, comment is the message, I think. Let's refresh the page. Still getting same things? No. Let's restart the server. So we passed the comment.data as a comment, and inside the server, each comment has a comment. We should get each comment. Yeah, that was correct. I think it was just a cache getting the previous information. So these are the comments. Now we can add a new comment. For example, we just say hello world, and it should comes first in the result. Yeah, we got it like this. Okay, in the next section, we're going to create the comment components, complete it, and make it more beautiful. And also we want to add the delete and like functionality for that as well. So let's add this one to the GitHub. We just say git add all. We make a commit with the message of get the comments from firestore and create the comment component. And we push it to GitHub. Let's review what we have done so far. Let's refresh the page here. The last commit is get the comments from firestore and create a comment component. As you can see, we have created a component called comment.js. We just returned each comment. And inside id.js, which is our post page, first we got the collection doc on snapshot ordered by and query from firestore. Then we created a piece of state called comments. Then we use useEffect to get the snapshot, and we query that one based on the reference by its timestamps. Then we got the snapshot data and put it inside the comments state. Then we just say if the comments are more than 0, we just want to loop through all of them and show them inside the comments component. And we pass the key ID and comment as a prop. Okay. Yeah, that was it for this part. In the next section, we're going to complete this comment.js, which is similar to the post. We can just get the data from the post.js and we just use them and just remove the image and other things, and we create our comment.js. And also we want to add the like and the deleting functionalities. So see you in the next section for creating the comment and completing the comment component. All right, in the last section, we have got all the comments of the post, and we show them using map method, and we just got the text of the comments. In this section, we're going to complete the comment component, and we show them one by one on top of each other. So the comment section and also the post component are very similar. We just want to show them like this. We just want to add some margin or padding left, and it should be very similar and doesn't have any image or anything. So for us, we can go to the post.js and we can just copy everything using Ctrl+A, Ctrl+C, and we go to comment.js and we paste it all here. So now we just can change them because we don't want the image part, and also the asking for the like and putting comments are a little bit different from here because we are using the comment ID, not the post ID. Okay. So in order to not get confused here, because here we're just getting post and ID, we want to get comment and ID. But we want to get the ID of post and also ID of comment. So inside id.js, instead of just sending ID, I want to change this one to comment ID. I highly recommend you do it as well. And also we want to pass the post ID, but because the post ID in here is defined as a global state, we cannot use the same name. So instead, we just use, for example, original post ID. That's the same thing, but because we cannot use the same thing for that, because we get an error, because when we define it here, and we cannot get it from here too. because we're defining it 2 times. So this one is going to be equal to post ID, which is we are getting from the URL here using router. So this is going to be equal to ID. Okay. Now inside comment inside this one, comment.js, instead of post and post ID, we just get comment ID and also post ID. So we call it original post ID. We just say original post ID. And also this one would be comment, and we don't want to show the comments. So we delete this one because we don't want to get the number of comments. So we delete this, and everything we can keep. Here is we are getting the likes, but we want to get the number of likes inside the comments. So it should be db post ID or original post ID, we should say. Then we go to comments collection, and here we should choose that comment, the comment ID. Okay. And we just add a comma here. So it goes inside that comment ID and checks the likes, how many likes that it has. And it passes it to this likes state. And also we want to add this one as a dependency as well, comment ID too. Okay. Then we have we want to get the comments. As I mentioned, we don't need that. We delete them because we don't want to add comments inside the comments. That is going to be very complicated actually. So we delete this. Then we want to check that if the comment has a like or not, we can just use this one. We don't need to change it. That is fine because it checks if the user ID exists inside the likes. And for liking the post, instead of just saying like post, we should say like comment. And for deleting the like, we should go to post, original post ID, and we go to inside the comments collection, and then comment ID. So we check the likes and we delete that likes. Okay. And here we should add it. So this is very similar. We just say original post ID likes. We just should go inside the comments and comment ID. This is going to, for adding the comment like, so it's going to add the username as well. And if they are not signed in, they're going to redirect the person to the signing page. For deleting the comments, let's change this one to delete comment. Are you sure you want to delete this comment? Okay. So delete. So going to post and original post ID. And after that, we go to the comments and we check the comment ID. And this is should be here, and this one, delete this. Okay, because we don't have any image, we don't need to have this part. And we don't need to come back to the home page, actually. We just stay the same page. So we delete all of them. Yeah, after say, yeah, we don't redirect the person. That's fine. Here, the image for the person is going to be comment. And inside the comment, we have user image. We don't need data for this, because inside the id.js, when we got the comment, maybe we need to, let me just leave it for now. If we get an error, we can delete it. I'm not sure about this. So instead of post, we just change this one to comment. This can be comment. And this is comment as well. Let's copy this. This is data.comment, and instead of text, we have comment. Then we don't want the image because we don't have any image for the replies. So we delete that. For the chat icon, we want to set the post ID. The post ID here is just the original post ID, and we're gonna open it. That's fine. And we don't want to see the number of comments here, so we delete this part. And if the person is signed in and it's equal to comment, actually we don't have the ID. We need it. We need to add it because this ID is different from this. We can get it. I'll show you later. So let's first test it. We just say delete comment, and then this one is like comment. This is a like comment as well. And if the number of likes is more than 0, that is fine. We can keep it. I think we can now check the browser to see what happens. Okay, let's refresh the page. Said post is not defined. Line 84. 84. We don't have anything. Which pages? Comment.js, line 84. So this is showing image. I don't know. Say. That's so weird. So let me try again. So let's see the image. Yeah, image. Oh, we deleted. That is different place. This is. Let's close this one. Our user image. I'm sure I deleted the image. I don't know what's that error. So let me restart the server. Maybe this is just a cache. Because it's showing a weird error. We don't have that line actually. So let's refresh the page. Okay, that's a different story now. Comment.data is not a function, so we should delete the data. So my guess was correct. So from the top, anywhere we have data, we delete it. So we just delete this. Anywhere we have data, we delete it. This is because we are getting it in a different way. Okay, let's try again. Still 93. Line 93. Again, I don't know why it doesn't save this. Yeah, I need to restart the server again. I don't know what happened today. It's not updating my page anymore. But sometimes happens. If you restart this computer, it's going to be fine, I think. No, we are not getting an error. And also we are getting the comments. Okay, sounds good. That's nice. So let's add another comment here. We just say, wow. Okay, it's added here. That's okay. And let's add that margin padding left, so we know which one is comment. So here at a top div inside comment.js, we just add a padding left of 20. And now we refresh. Yeah, I don't know what happens, so we need to restart the server again. Doesn't affect. Okay. Yeah, we see the padding now. Okay, let's try the like functionality. It's working. And still this one is working. Let's add the comment. We just say new comment. Okay, the comment section is working too. And all the problem is we don't see the trash icon for the comment that I own. So we go back to place that we have the trash icon here. Here we have the trash icon. So that is actually wrong because if you look at the firestore, we have the comment, okay? And each comment doesn't have the user ID. We need the user ID and we just want to compare if the user ID is equal to the person who is signing, who has the session. So we need to, when we add a comment inside the comment modal, we also need to add the user ID. So we just say user UID here, or user ID. Okay, this is going to be equal to session dot user ID. Now, if we add a comment, let's restart the server to be sure first. Now, if we add a comment, it should add the user ID as well. So now, let's add a comment. We just say comment 1, for example. Let's check the here. Let's check the comments. I should find the comments. A lot of comments. Yeah, comment 1. It has user ID now. Now we can compare this user ID with inside the comment.js. We can just say session.user ID is equal to comment.user ID. If this one is equal, show the trash icon. So now let's restart the server. I'm sure it's still having a problem, but let's try. Yeah. Now for this comment that has the user ID inside, we have a trash icon. Let's try this. It's asking me, are you sure you want to delete this comment? Say okay, and it's gone. Perfect. Let's add another one. For example, hello. Now you can see I can delete it, but let's sign in with another user. Let's sign in, for example, with this one. We shouldn't see the delete icon for this person. Now let's comment here. For example, we say nice. So we're going to be redirected to this page. As you can see, I cannot delete this comment, which is not mine, but I can like it. I can like my own, and also I can like my own. I can delete my own comment as well. That's okay. The other thing is when we are in the home page, when I click on this text or this image, I want to be redirected to this post page, not only clicking on the chat icon. So we can go to post.js and add this functionality. So in the post.text and post image, we want to add a router. So first we need to bring the useRouter at the top. We already have it actually here. Yeah, router, a useRouter. So we can just easily use it. So we have this post text. So inside this paragraph, I added onClick, which is going to have a function that is redirect the person using router.push, and the address is it should be a dynamic. So we add a backtick here, say slash posts, and then we should have the post ID. Post ID, we are getting, I think we are just getting the ID from input. Let me check. Where is it? Here. We are getting the ID. This is the post ID. So here, inside the post image, post text, here this one should be, we don't need actually this curly braces, so you just here add ID. Okay, and then we just copy this one and add it to the image as well here. Okay, let's try it. We click here, we should be redirected to that page. We come back, we click on this or this image, we should go to the post section. Or okay. Yeah, it looks okay now. Okay, let's add everything to the GitHub. We just say git add all, and we add a message by using git commit, and the message would be complete the comment component. And we push it to GitHub. So let's check GitHub now. We refresh the page. Now we have 24 comments, and the last one is complete the comment component. So inside the comment.js, we actually brought everything from post.js, but let me briefly I explain what I changed. So instead of getting post and ID, we got the comment ID and original post ID. Then in the use effects that we were getting the likes, we changed this after the post. We just said original post ID, and then we went to the comments collection, and then we went inside the comment ID. Then for the likes, we didn't change anything. For the adding the like or deleting, we just changed the direction like this: the post, original post ID, comments ID, and likes. And for setting the likes as well. And for deleting, we changed the query as well. And we added a padding left here. And also, yeah, we deleted the data for all of them. Yeah, everything's similar. Here we set the post ID to original post ID. And we change the delete post to delete comment. Yes, this is fine. And inside the comment modal.js, we added another field called user ID. So we could use that to add the trash icon. So we just check the trash icon here. And for post.js, we redirected the person when the person is clicking on the text and image using router. And inside the id.js, we changed the ID to comment ID, and also we got the original post ID. Yeah, that was it for this section. In the next section, probably I'm going to deploy the webs, deploy this, but I'm not sure. Maybe I add more functionality, or maybe I add more functionality after deploying as an update. So I see you in the next section. We see what I'm going to do. But for sure, I'm going to add more functionality. I'm going to finish the firestore section. I'm going to add authentication, and then also the page for the user. And many more things are coming. Just check for the updates, and also check for the new projects. I'm going to add more projects as well, and more any new projects it comes with more functionality because I'm learning and also I'm teaching you at the same time. So bear with me, and also check the updates. I'm going to update this course every week or every month at least. So see you in the next section. All right, in the last section, we have completed the comment section. In this section, we're going to deploy our website to vercel, but before going forward, I want to add a transition when we, in the comment section as well, when we delete or we add a new comment, we want to just have some fading effect, fading animation for that. We did this one for the home page. So as you can see here, we have a transition. We can do the same things by copying that section. For example, in, I feel it's in feed.js, we mapped through the post. So, but we added the animate presence and motion.div to cover this section. So we can do the same things for the comments as well. So we just copy this animate presence and we go to id.js. Here we paste that one. We cover all of them here. And we import it as well. We just get the auto import and we import it from Framer Motion, the package that we have installed. Then we just need to copy this section, motion.div, and put it here. And also we need to close it as well. So I cut this one and put it inside this. Okay. It just, I have to change the key because the key here is comment.id. We change this one to comment.id as well. So initial value opacity is 0. Then we animate to 1 and we exit with the opacity 0 as well. And also we have a transition of 1 second. So let's import the motion too. So we have imported animate presence. Let's import motion as well. And let's try it. Let's go inside, for example, this post. We can see now the transition. And if you delete this post, we should see it fade away as well. Like this. Okay, looks good. So we need to deploy our website to vercel, but before that, we need to do the final commitment. And also we need to add a secret to the next-auth. Inside the here inside the API auth, we have signin.js. Also, we have inside API auth, we have next-auth.js. We need to add a secret for this, otherwise we get an error. Or we can just deploy now and see an error, and then we fix it after that. So because I wanted you to see the error as well. So we go to vercel.com. Make sure you're signed in with your account and go to your dashboard. Then we need to create a new project. So this is our repository, and we just need to import it. We just call it Twitter, and now we just need to add our environmental variables. Now let's go back to Visual Studio Code, and inside the .env file, we copy our environmental variable and paste it here. And the key as well. Let's copy the Google client ID. Okay. Paste it here. Where did I? And the last one is the client secret. Okay. Let me see what. Okay. Let's add this one. Now we can deploy it. We should get an error because I want you to see the errors. If you encounter the same errors, you can, you know how to fix it. Okay. So it's building now. If we get an error, we can see it here. As now it's still installing. Okay. So far, so good. Yeah, we got an error. Inside signin.js, we missed the key prop for the element. So first we fix this one. We go to signin.js. It's just here. Let's see the 13. Yeah, we did a map, but we need to add the prop here. We need to add a key. So the key would be provider. For example, we just say provider.name because the provider name is unique. We can use it. So let's deploy this. Let's check the other errors first. If we have other error, we can fix it. Inside news.js, we should use no referrer when we are using a target blanket. So we need to copy this. We go to news.js. And here we use the anchor tag. So we have to add this one too, because we are using target blank. Okay, let's check the next error. Inside widget.js, we use that this one. We need to use this one or just delete it. So we go to widget.js. And I believe it's in the what's happening. So we just delete this. Okay. Let's see what else. No, we don't have any more errors. So now we can add this one to GitHub. And with the message of fix deployment errors. Okay. And we push it to GitHub. Now automatically vercel is going to deploy it again. So we just check here. We go back to home page. So now we refresh the page. We should see the new commitment here, fix deployment errors. If we click on this and we go to deployments, the new deployments is building. Let's see if we get an error or not. That's easier to fix your errors. We just wait. And if you see an error, you can check the errors, fix it, and push it to GitHub again and fix the error. But the error I was talking about, the next-auth, and adding the, let's see what's the error again. Okay, inside idea.js, module not found. Okay. Let's check. Yes, I think this comment is capital. This is lowercase. It should be that problem, probably. Uh, okay. Let's close everything. Inside the feed.js. Yeah, I think it should be that problem. Okay, let's add it again and make a comment. Just say 2 and we push it. So let's go back to the home page. Now the new deployment is started. The 5-second passed. Okay, we'll see that one. Yeah, I was telling that the next-auth adding the secret problem is not gonna prevent deployment, but when we are going to the sign-in page, it's going to give us the error. So we'll see in a second. Just wait until the deployment finish. Okay, this one I think it's fine. Let's go inside. And also I want to make a custom domain. So we go to domains.google.com. That is my domain is here. I purchased my domain from Google. 100 JS projects, this website. I want to put it inside this. So I go to DNS and I go to manage custom records and I add a new record. I want to call it just Twitter. And the type would be A, and the IP, I use my vercel IP. You have to use your own vercel IP. Okay, this time it's fine. We deployed it. Let's add the domain here. So we go to manage. And the domain is, let's save this one first. Okay. The name was twitter.100jsprojects.com. I add it now. So probably now we can go. Okay, our website is fine. This background color, let's open this one in a Chrome instead. So we shouldn't see that background color, but the background color I was testing for the, you can easily fix that. You go to widgets and I added this background red color. You can delete this one, that's fine. So we go to Chrome. Okay, now the error I was talking is here. When we try to sign in, we get an error, server error. But we can easily fix that by just going to API auth, next-auth.js, and we add a secret here. We just say secret, and this is going to be equal to, should be like this, process.env.secret. And inside environmental variable, here we add the secret. And this can be anything. You just random things you just put here. Like this. And then we need to deploy it to, we need to push it to GitHub first. So this is the fix secret error. and we push it to GitHub. Now in the next deployment that happens inside the vercel, that is automatically is going to happen. If you go now and inside the deployment, now new deployments is happening. In this deployment, we shouldn't get a sign in error, but we're going to get another error. Just wait for it. That is natural. That is we need to get that error to fix it. So just bear with me. And this is going to be fixed as well. So just wait. Now the deployment is done. We go inside. Let's see. Yeah, the background color here is finished. It's fixed. We go to sign in page. We're still getting the error. Let's check it inside here because it takes time to be applied to the custom domain. So we have to wait a little bit. Oh, sorry about that. I forgot to add the environmental variable. So we need to come back, go here, we go to setting, and we go to environmental variables and we add that secret. Sorry about that. I forgot. I added inside the Visual Studio Code, not here. Whatever you can write, it's not important, this one. So we add it here and we go to deployment and we click here and we redeploy it again. And we just say redeploy and we press redeploy. Okay, this is going to fix it. I was kind of sure that it's going to be fixed, but I forgot the environmental variable. Okay. The image here, I don't know why we cannot see the image. Probably this is for a problem of Firefox. Is blocking some elements, but it's not important. In the Chrome, we can see the image. Okay, the building is almost done. Okay, that's finished. It's ready. We can check the. Let's go to the Chrome and refresh the page. Now we try to sign in. It should redirect us to the correct page. That's correct now. That's correct. We should get another error now. When we sign in with Google, we get an error. We just say redirect URL mismatch. Because we changed the URL, we didn't add it to the Cloud Console. So we need to copy this redirect URL, this one, until here. And we go to Cloud Console. We go to console.cloud.google. Make sure to sign in with your own, with the correct email that you have created the project. And we just select the projects. The project's name was Twitter version 4 for me. And then we go here in the menu, we go to API and services, and finally in credentials. And inside credentials, here we click on edit auth client, and we should paste the link here inside the redirect URLs. So we add it here. And also we copy the URL itself and paste it here as well at the top. Now we go down and save it. Okay. Now when in our website we go back, when we click on sign in with Google, we should go to the correct sign in page, and we click in any email we want. Let's test the website. Let's put a post. Let's choose the image, whatever. We just say hello. We tweet it. Okay. And this is going to be uploaded to the firebase, and we can delete it probably. I don't try this one. Okay, it's fine. You delete it. Yeah, that's fine. Let's write another one without image. We can like it. We can like the other ones. We can add a comment. For example, we just say nice. And we should be redirected to the post page. We can add a like. We can delete the comment. That's fine. Everything is working. Okay. Yeah, that was it for our project. I hope you enjoyed and learned many things. Please wait for the updates. I'm going to add more functionality. And also, and in the meantime, you can check my other projects that I have uploaded before, or I'm going to add more projects as well. Thanks for your interest and see you next time.